OTAs.
Yep.
Minicamp. I mean, we could talk all we want about that because there's nothing going on at there wasn't anything going on at Comerica because they were in Cleveland, but nothing going on at Comerica.
We crowned some champs over the weekend. Yep. And look, I know we'll have the Larkin saga and Pistons free agency. It's a big offseason for them, but I am staring down the real possibility that the Tigers are all we've got for a month, so pretty painful.
And I feel like we've already exhausted, even though we should be celebrating that Skubal is back.
Yeah.
And, okay, they lost the game. And you're thinking, well, okay, how did he look? But it was the first one back.
Yeah.
Right, for his standard. So it's really, I feel like we've exhausted the conversation of should you, shouldn't you?
No,
what are you doing?
Today. Just not today.
But that's kind of what we're left with until the trade deadline.
Which is August. At that point, we'll be at training camp.
We will be at training camp.
We'll have a good time.
A lot to happen between now and then.
Let's hit a bunch of the headlines to start the show today. Let's start with reverse chronological order. The most recent champion, Carolina Hurricanes. Western Michigan zone in net. A shutout to win the Stanley Cup. Pretty cool for a guy who was not an NHL goalie a year ago.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah.
It really doesn't. And I know, okay, you can say all you want about Western and Central. You're a Chip. He's a Bronco. But it's a great story. Those are the ones that you're looking at going, these are the feel-good moments for some of our local athletes to be able to win a Stanley Cup, hoist it over his head, skate around the ice when he just wasn't even it wasn't even in the picture a year ago.
Well, it's one of the defining moments of the series, right? It's going Vegas's way. You got to go to a backup goalie. This is where you sink or swim.
Mm-hmm.
And
he swam.
He was swimming.
He was an Olympic swimmer.
He sure was. And really, I mean, that was the most Carolina game that they have played. Just suffocating. Damn near a whole period goes by without Vegas registering a shot on net. I think they said 18 minutes at one point before they got a shot on net. They just take the puck away. They win every puck battle. They grind you down. They're a well-oiled machine, and they finally broke through and won a Stanley Cup.
And the intensity. That's what... Yes, thank you, Greg. That's what makes the Stanley Cup final so awesome, is the intensity that both teams play with. Obviously, somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose, but you're watching it going, I mean, is it the most intense competition that you see throughout the course of the year?
Look, I'm probably biased on this, but I think playoff hockey is the peak, and a Stanley Cup where you have these two, especially the first three games of the series, all decided by a goal, a couple OTs in there. The stage was set for this, and it delivered.
Well, you feel, as a fan, you feel the sense of urgency from every single skater on the ice.
Stahl gets Conn Smythe, and you could have given it to like 5 different people, which is a testament to they don't have a superstar. They might not have a Hall of Famer, but they were a team. They were a deep team. Stahl, at 37 years old, oldest Conn Smythe winner, captain of the team. He gives it to the cup to Freddie Anderson, the goalie that got hurt.
Yeah.
Just a cool moment last night for them.
Yeah, it was. And, I mean, at 37 years old, to come out and show the young bucks how it's done. Mm-hmm. Like, this is what you do. There are a lot of feel-good stories. And, I mean, Rod Brind'Amour.
Player and a coach.
Yeah. And to watch the excitement. And then when you're watching all of the shows late last night, or this morning, they're showing him as a player hoisting the cup. And then they show him as a coach just grasping the cup and hugging it, and the emotion. It's so cool.
They have been knocking on the doorstep for a very long time with this group and trying to get over the hump.
I didn't know that one of our former local athletes played in Michigan State.
Yes, Brind'Amour.
News to me.
And yet a Red Wing connection made sure to see Shane Gostisbehere hoisting the Stanley Cup last night.
Air
Gostisbehere. Well, how happy we were in that moment. Now where we are today.
It's like when I was happy for Bruce Brown winning the title with Nuggets.
I didn't say I was like, good for Shane.
And just to think that, Tortorella has to go back to get his clothes.
I did think about that this morning. He's back at like a hotel.
Yeah.
Hey, it's
Any chance you could just ship those to me? Like, here's my address.
Yeah, that's the
If not, you know what? It's one set of clothes. I don't really need them.
in the NBA. The New York Knicks are NBA champions. Euphoria. It's been over 50 years.
I'm so disappointed.
Yeah.
I wanted the soul crushing look on New Yorkers' faces when San Antonio made the march back and just make it 3-2. Make them nervous. Make them scared.
Right. Put the pressure on them.
The amount of times that they were up double digits in every single game.
Yep.
29 at one point. And it's a young team, and I am curious as to what they do with that coaching staff. Obviously, they made the NBA Finals.
Yeah, they beat the reigning champs in the West Final down 3-2, came back, won a big Game 7 on the road in OKC.
But you could argue that if there were 3 or 4 other coaches in that seat,
right,
would the results have been different?
So I don't fully understand the ESPN analytic percentage chance of winning the game stat. You know what I'm talking about, where they show the graph?
Yeah.
But if you are someone who subscribes to that, the Spurs had more than a 90% chance to win games 1, 4, and 5. It's the weirdest thing to say that they choked because they never led in the series. But they led, to your point, by double digits in every game. They lost in 5, and I feel like they choked. That's a weird thing to say.
Well, because they had such commanding leads.
Yeah.
And in game 4?
Yeah.
They had 27-point lead at halftime.
NBA record, 27-point lead at halftime.
Yeah. And so, yeah, they've got a lot of excuses, or you could call them reasons, where it's the youngest team in the NBA Finals ever.
Yeah, look, I think for Wemby, conditioning, he's got to have a go-to shot. He's got to make some free throws, the moment, all that. De'Aaron Fox is a vet, though. He doesn't really have the excuses.
No, he doesn't. But it's more than just one guy.
Oh, I know.
He had some key moments.
And you mentioned coaching staff, and look, plenty to go around. Credit to the Knicks. 45 points from Brunson's going to go down in history.
Yeah.
You're going to build that guy a statue. They snap a 50-plus year title drought. And they did it pretty aggressively with how they assembled this team. It wasn't we'll sit on our hands and hope our draft picks all play out. They were aggressive in how they built that team.
They added some very important chips along the way.
So once they got...
But I'm sorry. But from year of not winning the title to year of winning the title, they did not make a roster move. They did not feel the need to, oh, man, we really tapped out here at the Eastern Conference Finals.
No, they made a coaching move.
The coaching is the big change.
Yes.
Right.
And what I find fascinating, too, is that Mike Brown used the bench, and that was Tibbs' biggest detraction.
Right.
Yep. Was that he doesn't use the bench. He's going to wear out Cat. He's going to wear out Brunson. And Brown really used the bench for them. And then one thing that really stood out to me in the fourth quarter of the game on Saturday, Knicks got to every loose ball. Every loose ball went to the Knicks' way. And that's the desperate team. They looked the desperate team the way they were playing.
Do you notice the storyline with Mike Brown? It may be going under the radar for people. He was in Sacramento with De'Aaron Fox, called out De'Aaron Fox, and was fired by Sacramento. De'Aaron Fox was a huge issue for San Antonio, and Mike Brown gets to deliver on his first championship.
Yeah.
I mean, the full circle of that. But I was saying that the aggressiveness, they get Brunson, who takes less money to go to New York, and then they trade for Anunoby. They trade for Karl Anthony Towns. They trade for Mikal Bridges. It paid off.
It did. And I mean the NBA draft it's very unique, and it's not like the NHL draft where it takes guys 5-6 years before they develop and you see them. The same thing with MLB, but it's not like the NFL draft where you can get productive players in the second, third, fourth, fifth round, seventh round, undrafted guys. But if your draft picks aren't going to be enough You're going to have to go out there and supplement that roster, and they are the poster child for how to do it and create an NBA title.
Is that not something the Pistons have to be paying attention to?
100%.
Yeah. And Greg, feathering your cap, 8 champs in 8 years now in the NBA.
Just keep that carousel going, and hopefully it lands in Detroit at one point.
Well, I did take a look. If we're going to keep this going, if it's going to be 9 in 9 years, the Spurs are the overwhelming favorite to do so. But the very next team that would be different, the Detroit Pistons.
Oh, so you're guaranteeing
I didn't say that.
a title in the next 2 years.
Trying to get me in trouble 15 minutes into the show. Hey, we are going to talk some Tigers next, the Detroit Tigers, and then Tigers that actually had a fun weekend.
That's right. The Orange Tigers. Yeah, baby.
Let's do it next. 97.1. All right, Moran Chevrolet. You've been thinking about upgrading your ride? Check out Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. That's 2 years in a row, where you can check out the 2026 Silverado. That's the 4x4 crew cab with the V8 engine, so you can haul your summer toys, or you could beat these gas prices by checking out the 2026 Trax. If your current vehicle situation needs attention, Moran offers free loaner cars with scheduled certified service appointments. They take care of you. Shop online anytime, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, if you're looking towards the fall and thinking, boy, I want to watch some football at a great spot, America's favorite place to do that, Stadium Swim. Make your reservations now. Located at Zirka Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games in a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Located at Zirka Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
That's Breen on the final call. A couple texts coming in. I saw a stat that said the Spurs led for 72% of the whole finals, but lost in 5. Crazy, Mitch in Detroit.
Yeah, it is. It is insane when you think about it. Like, we watched it, and we saw the dominance at times, but it was the persistence, and it was just a team in New York that just wanted it more.
Yep. Wemby's playoff performance reminded me of Jordan's early struggles. Get angry, hit the weight room. Watch out, John in Lake Orion.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's that I'm sure everything that we know about him, and it's not a whole lot because we're not covering him on a day-to-day basis, but we watch him, we see all the highlights. This 100% will be a massive motivator for him.
His first postseason ever, he was playing in the NBA Finals.
Lost, though.
I think he's going to be okay.
See Shohei lead off with another home run?
I'm sure he did, John. As he takes a big gulp. Jordan at 22 still hadn't made it out of the first round.
Right.
So, long way to go for Wemby. But I agree with the text. Like, this is going to be that thing that springboards him to another level. It has to be.
Yep. Now, can the rest of the team do it? Can Mitch Johnson? Will Mitch Johnson be there to do it? Yeah. We saw what it did in New York to make a coaching change. It's not like they were in the finals last year, but it'll be interesting.
Well, you know who unfortunately is still going to be there is De'Aaron Fox because they're paying this dude between $50 and $60 million for the next 4 years. He kind of cancels out a lot of their young, cheap people.
Right. So it's you want to do what New York did,
but
you don't want to do what San Antonio did
it's
in
risk.
One regard.
It's risk. Fortune favors the bold. Hey, Tigers. Are we calling it a sweep? They only played 2 games, but still can't beat Cleveland.
Well, they lost a series, and I was trying to figure out how we were going to say that, too. They did get swept in 2 games because they didn't play yesterday, but they would have lost the series even had they won yesterday.
Yeah, mercifully, they didn't play yesterday.
Right. And they are currently, 9.5 back of the division.
13 under 500?
Yep. 6 back of wild card spot.
Kind of undid the previous week.
All the goodwill was shot right out the window. It was lost somewhere on the Ohio Turnpike.
Yep. Hey, don't worry. Vierling and Jahmai Jones getting some quality ABs in the heart of the order. Come on.
It's so frustrating. But the biggest frustration was, it was great to see Skubal back on the mound. And there were times where you're like, okay, that's Skubal. And there were times where you're like, okay, it's his first start back. So we'll see what the second one looks like. And I, honestly, at this point, all I'm looking at when I watch him is can his trade value is going to be high no matter what. But can we make it as high as possible?
Can he shoved for a couple starts?
Yeah.
Hey, but those Tigers were not worth really celebrating. But
the big game, Saturday morning, the Orange Tigers and the Blue Tigers. And I honestly, we scored 20 runs.
Hell yeah.
And that's just because every kid that got up, every inning, every batter got to bat, and they all made it to first. They all made it to second. They all made it around. The last one is called the home run hitter because he gets the touch of all. And it was so much fun. And it was fun because the coaches that were there, obviously, we're all dads. and our kids are playing, but we have a passion for the game of baseball, and we wanted to make sure that all of those kids ended up after the 6 weeks that we were with them, practices, and then one big game, that they developed that fun love of the game of baseball. We're not even using baseballs; we're using tennis balls. We're using a foam bat, and it was awesome.
Teddy had a good time?
Teddy had a great time, and he just was talking all day long about the big game and how they beat the Blue Tigers. And I'm letting him buy into it. Yeah, hey, you scored every time you were at the plate. There would have been no outs. We would have never gotten out because none of the kids can throw for anything. No one could catch. And for the most part, I was very happy, and this was a win. Every one of our players that got up, when they swang, they made contact, they dropped the bat, and they all ran to first. Winner.
Yep.
Because the Blue Tigers had a couple of batters that got up, and they hit, and they ran towards the pitcher's mound. They ran towards third base.
Not a coachable group.
It's
those 4-year-olds.
Yeah, I know. Better look at your manager.
Hey, baseball, don't make it so confusing. There's another base that's over there, and it's the same distance away.
Right. So, but it was a lot of fun. Kids had a great time. And this is the only age where I can accept that every kid got a trophy, because Teddy walked around. Oh, next year. So he'll have one more round of small ball, is what they call it, in the fall. And we're making sure that, hey, he gets on the same team, wants to be with his buddies, his little buddy Astro, who's maybe one of the smaller kids on the team, and Teddy, who's obviously the biggest kid on the team. And it was hilarious, too, because when you show up for the first practice, they give you a T-shirt. And I wasn't the head coach. I showed up. I'm like, hey, can I help? And he's like, yeah, sure. Here's a T-shirt. They only had XLs.
Oh, boy.
And they only had one size for the kids. And so it was pretty obvious whose dad was whose, because my T-shirt barely came to the top of my shorts. Teddy's kind of the same thing. But it was everything you would expect a small 4-year-old game to be. And it was a beautiful Saturday morning.
It was.
Wasn't hot.
No.
Little dew on the grass.
Go.
But we only played on the infield, so nobody's shoes got wet. That was a big deal for the kids. God. And for the moms.
Astro, huh? That's an interesting name.
Oh, yeah. Astro's a stud.
Bet.
Man, he's fast.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, this news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So the Knicks won the NBA Finals on Saturday, and then their fans immediately went and destroyed the city. Fans flooded the streets, and fires were set, and vehicles were destroyed, including 5 school buses that were hired to transport World Cup fans from MetLife Stadium. At least 10 cops were injured. Dozens of people were arrested. There were huge fights. A teenager was shot in the foot. There was 4 slashings or stabbings, they say. I mean, in total, 63 people ended up in cuffs. 15 suspects were hit with criminal charges, including assault on a police officer, criminal possession of a weapon, criminal mischief, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, and obstruction of governmental administration. Just pure chaos. Cool.
Yeah. I mean, that's what championships do. Chaos in the city. I
get the fun, let's fill the streets, let's celebrate. I don't get the destruction of prop. I just don't get
really? Coming from
MSU.
You don't understand the burning couches?
No, I don't.
No,
okay,
I don't either. It's happened in Ann Arbor too.
Whatever.
It's a smarmy joke.
But let's set buses literally on fire.
I don't get it.
Engulf them in flames.
That's why Philly greases the light poles.
I know. It's crazy.
I've never been so happy my team won that I want to set things on fire.
Right. I don't get that.
That doesn't connect.
No, not to me either. You guys, 3 small children were left alone in a car with no engine running, the windows only partially open in Redford over the weekend, and now the children's mothers are facing charges. So police say a bystander saw the children, called 911. Detectives, police were able to find 2 mothers to the children in a shopping center. It sounds like the car was parked in a parking lot. They were somewhere in the shopping center. They were arrested for child neglect. They say the children were taken to a hospital in Garden City for heat exposure treatment. Thankfully, they were all okay. They were released to family members, and Redford police say CPS is now investigating the case. But of course, this incident is a reminder not only to check your back seats and not to leave your kids in the car, but how fast heat exposure can happen in a vehicle. Specifically with children, it happens even quicker because they cannot regulate. I don't know how old these kids were, but can't regulate like their body temperature. So they say within 15 minutes, you can experience significant medical complications in a hot car. Simple heat exhaustion, but heat stroke leading to organ failure, death, clearly. So
that's
it's very
the
serious.
Key, because I'm sure there are these parents who think I'm just going to be right back. You got to realize
With the little ones,
it's not okay. No amount of time.
It's very,
don't take
very
a chance because
difficult.
then you get
and a lot of
stopped.
cars have the warnings now. Hey, check
yes.
your back seat.
They ding at you.
Oh yeah, and it somewhat drives me nuts because I'm like, that's my cooler or it's my back. But every time it goes off, I'm like, you know what? They have this for a reason, and it's a really good reason.
Yep. Michigan State could be facing another major shakeup. Reports say athletic director Jay Batt has emerged as Kentucky's top target to fill the same role there. This is just a little more than a year after he arrived in East Lansing. So it's like 13 months, I believe he's been there, just about. So Kentucky is looking for a replacement for their longtime AD, Mitch Barnhart, who retires later this month. Multiple reports say Batt is obviously the leading candidate. So
a first-class hoops team, SEC football, and your president, who you came here with, is gone.
Yeah.
So I get it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Some sad news. Former NFL defensive lineman Aldon Smith passed away on Saturday at the age of 36 years old. He played 6 seasons in the NFL for the San Francisco 49ers, Oakland Raiders, and Dallas Cowboys. The Niners released a statement and confirmed his death, saying that they are devastated by his sudden passing. No cause of death was announced. It does remain under investigation. But what we do know is that he was found unresponsive in his car by one of his friends.
Yeah.
And we also know that in his final hours, he was out delivering pizzas for a homeless charity with his friend. His friend called 911. Also had another former player come over to help with CPR. But it sounds like even when he was showing up to deliver these pizzas with this organization, they thought
there was
he
something
looked
off.
off. Like he
Yeah.
just looked tired, didn't look, just they asked, are you feeling okay? Are you up for this? Want to take some pictures? And he did. And he went and did it all. But even then wasn't looking.
Yeah.
It looked unwell, I guess is what it sounds like.
One of the tough stories because he was a phenomenal talent.
Yep.
And I mean, just could have really done a lot in the NFL, but struggled with legal issues throughout the course of his career. Ended up, saying he was done at, I think it was after like 6 or 7 years, and was chronically suspended by the NFL. And when I hear the story that, hey, he was handing out charities, you're kind of hoping that, hey, maybe whether or not it worked out for him as an athlete, you're hoping that he got his life
right.
Yeah.
in the priorities in order. And it was tough to watch his career because he was such a great talent.
It's Heather with the news. Overreact gyms on today's show, 7:02. But first, your frustration with the Tigers. Next,
Depressed.
97.1.
Hey, when you leave the house, whether it's for work or a vacation or to catch a game, you shouldn't be worrying if someone's trying to break in. Guardian Alarm protects your home from break-ins, fires, and emergencies, and they protect my home. And since they've installed it, I don't have to worry when I leave the house. I know that my house is protected. And whether it's, hey, I just want to make sure that the kids are off to school, I get notifications on that. I also get notifications when, hey, somebody comes to the front door. And it's a great system. Don't do it yourself. Give Guardian Alarm a call. It's 100% live local monitoring, protecting Detroit and the surrounding area since 1930. You give them a call at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
Welcome back, Tarek Skubal. He didn't want to use the rust excuse. But the Tigers lost both meetings with the Guardians over the weekend. Frustration sets back in. They kind of undid the week before in the goodwill they were building.
And I think there's just talking about Skubal, sometimes there's an unfair standard. He's set a very high bar. Mm-hmm. And we at sometimes expect perfection by him. It wasn't perfect. It was his first start back after not having pitched in Major League Baseball for, 6 weeks? Mm-hmm. He's back way sooner than we thought.
Correct.
And so for him, I'm going to say I'll give him a pass on the first one. But for the bats, for the team, it is unbelievably frustrating that you can win 7 of 8 and you can start to generate, hey, June is going to be much better than May, and it will be better. It can't be worse. They've already won 7 games. They only won 6 in May. But when you dig that deep of a hole, you're going to have to go on an epic run, and you're also going to have to hope that Cleveland, the White Sox win a series against the Dodgers. You're looking at it going,
there's no margin for error.
No, there's not.
So weekends like this are painful.
Yep.
Well, I'm curious. What was the most frustrating part?
I'm really frustrated with AJ. And, I mean, you could look at Jahmai Jones, you could look at Vierling, you could look at the players and say, okay, I'm frustrated with the players. Ultimately, it's them that have to go out there and play. But when you bat Vierling third, or you're constantly bringing in Jahmai Jones who can't hit anything, like, what are we doing?
Yeah, did you see the quote from AJ about Jahmai Jones? I'll pull it up for you. It's been a tough year for Jahmai, and he continues to hit the ball pretty hard. I know yesterday he didn't, but overall, if you look at what he's done, he hits the ball hard, and he's a real threat. Reminder, he's hitting below 200 against lefties. Mm-hmm. Different teams have handled it differently. Some teams have gone at him with left-handed pitchers and left him in for him to hit. Some, like the first day here, went righties to avoid pinch hitting with our left-handed hitters. AJ goes on to say, I know he's a real threat. We believe in him. He's done a ton of work to figure out his timing and his ability to get the pitches he needs to get to. We need Jahmai to do his part to truly function the way the strategy is designed and how the roster is built. Production matters, and we're going to continue to work with him because we believe in him.
I just say, like, what is that belief based on? Like his historical performance or what he has done through, I mean, what is it now? 70 games? Like, how long does this last?
Let me put it in context. The Tigers have 7 hitters who have at least 50 at-bats against lefties. Where do you think Jahmai ranks?
Last.
7th of 7. This is his specialty. It's the only reason he's on the team. But then I raise it to, why is he on the team? Like, it's more of a Harris issue than it is an AJ issue. We keep going back to this right-handed bat that they seemingly don't have. AJ's probably thinking if he's going to be on the roster, the only time I'm going to use him is going to be when we get a lefty. If he doesn't use Jahmai, then he's playing a man down. Then he's playing with a roster that one fewer player. Then he's just unplayable. He shouldn't be on the team. That's a Harris issue. Like, Harris needs to step in and take this away from AJ.
Yeah.
Hey, it's been enough. This guy doesn't hit. He's terrible against lefties. He can't hit righties. He's gone. And we'll call up Max Anderson, or we'll keep Hyu Lee here. I know they're not outfielders, but Jahmai's a DH anyway. And those guys can play a couple infield spots.
Right.
And they're younger, and they're right-handed bats. And they've had more success this year than Jahmai Jones. That's a Harris issue more than it is a Hinch issue. No one likes the Hinch quotes, but when he says how the roster is built, that's the telling quote. How the roster is built is platoon players and utility dudes. That's a Harris issue.
Yeah.
Maybe one of these days we'll get that right-handed bat.
It's just, and you kind of think on Friday. Now I know Flaherty's on the mound and he's now on IL, but all of a sudden, hey, James Outman. And everybody's like, okay, why did you pick him up? And you let Zach Short go. No one's going to lose any sleep over not having Zach Short. But Outman comes in and goes yard. And you're thinking, well, maybe there's some good mojo. Like, it's just going to work. And they're going to find a way. And then they lose that 1-3-2. And then they lose Saturday with the Scoopel start. It's just, they can't seem to keep any of the good momentum rolling.
Open lines if you want to vent about this team. I don't know if today's a day to express frustration that the stuff they were trying to build in June washes away with a series against the Guardians. Saturday specifically, John, we've bitched about injuries. Cleveland lost 3 guys in that game. They lost Martinez, they lost DeLauder, they lost Jose Ramirez, and they still beat Detroit on a day where Scooble had the baseball. You tell us, 248-539-9797, some feedback on the Tigers.
And one of the other frustrating things, too, is Tanner Bybee not having a good year. But
no.
Every time he pitches against the Tigers, it's like he is, I put him up for the Cy Young. And I think he's got to be looking at it going, if I could just play the Tigers every time, I would be a Hall of Famer.
Have a lot of hardware. Dexter brings that up. Bybee on Friday threw 21 pitches in the first inning, but ended up going 7 innings. Terrible execution of the game plan after the first by Tiger hitters.
Right. He gave up 2 hits, 2 earned runs, only 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. It's just like if the whole goal is to get to the bullpen, and you thought after the first inning, hey,
Decent
okay,
shot,
maybe
yeah.
we'll get to the bullpen in the 5th, maybe the 6th.
Tex says, I'm tired of watching the Tigers lose to the Guardians. Their superior defense and consistent pitching makes it seem like the Tigers don't belong on the same field.
It's only consistent against the Tigers.
6-0 against Detroit this season. 4-game sweep, 2 over the weekend. The Tigers should sell. The team is going nowhere with Hinch managing. It's clear it's a little league left-right mentality, no feel for managing in a game. And another says, you guys are still watching the Tigers? Look, I opened the show complaining about the fact that the NBA and Stanley Cup playoffs are now done. Training camp for the Lions is still more than a month away. I don't think Larkin's getting dealt tomorrow.
Right.
You know, Langdon's got a big offseason on July 1. It's still half a month. All we got's the Tigers.
And we had talked about it on Friday. Like, the Tigers were the lead up to the main events.
Yes,
they were the lead up to USA Soccer on Friday. They were the lead up to the Knicks and Spurs on Saturday. They were supposed to be the lead up to the Stanley Cup Finals, or if you were watching the UFC on the lawn of the White House. Like, it was all a lead up, but that's kind of what they are. They're the undercard.
It's a great way to put it. 248-539-9797, the undercard. Our baseball team, 97-1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I certainly am. You know that a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen a Ram side by side with other trucks, and I've driven a Ram. For power, there's really no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, you got a 420 horsepower version or the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? You're not going to be happy with it. It's not going to do anything you want to do. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here at Sterling Heights. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, all you got to do is go sit in a Ram, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every single Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do, pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. When you do, tell them I sent you.
Frustrations boiling over with the Tigers. Lost both games against the Guardians, mercifully spared a Sunday game. Text coming in. John, thank you. I questioned the same thing the other day when I saw Vierling in that spot and Jones in the game. I'm so glad you said and questioned the same thing. Have a great day, Phil in Monroe.
Thanks, Phil. It just when you look at the lineup, and we started talking about how dangerous the lineup could be with Torres back, Carp back. You got McGonigal, Green, Dingler. Like, okay, Torque every once in a while can be a threat, but, and I mentioned this the other day. I think it was, maybe I was talking to Jimmy. I don't know, when you look at the teams that are not the Dodgers or even the Yankees that have basically 9 hitters in their lineup, but you're looking at those teams that are in the fight for the wild card or Cleveland. Like, you have a set of good hitters. A lot of teams have 2, 3, 4, 5 good hitters. Consistent guys that put bat to ball and can be a threat.
Yep.
And then after that, they have guys that, okay, they're not batting 300. Maybe they're 250, 260, 240, some of them. But for the Tigers, the gap between their good hitters and then hitters 7, 8, and 9 is unbelievable. Like, we just don't have a bottom of the lineup.
Well, the thing is, those guys can't scratch runs. Like, if you're going to have players like that, you play small ball with those guys.
Which Cleveland does.
And, yeah, exactly. And you have, you're just hoping for a home run every time Jones comes up. I mean, they're trusting last year Jahmai Jones over his career arc. And he's only been a positive WAR player one season. It was last year.
You see, this year he's a -1 WAR player, which
you need to go off on him like you did Perez, and maybe he turns it around.
Well, if he starts celebrating his hits on Instagram, then yeah, I mean, but he shouldn't even be on the team. That's why I bring up Scott Harris. He shouldn't even be on the team.
AJ doesn't have to play him. AJ doesn't have to put him in over Carpenter.
He doesn't, and I'm not trying to say this to defend AJ, because we asked AJ about this last week. My point is AJ is not going to play with one hand. I mean, like, you can't play a man down 162 games. If Jahmai's not going to hit against lefties, he's just not going to play ever, and you're wasting a roster spot at that point. That's why it becomes a Scott Harris problem.
He could do it.
No, he could. Okay. He could just say we're just going to play a man down the rest of the season.
Play your best players and see what happens for a week.
Like, go full Hoosiers. My team's on the field. We're going to go with 8.
Carpenter, for what he's done for this team in the postseason, and he's been an important part of their, quote, success the last few years, let him play every day. You can't tell me you honestly believe Jahmai Jones has a better chance.
Do you think Kerry Carpenter, who's batting .237 right now,
that's 100 points better than Jones,
ever gets to the level of Jahmai Jones, who's batting 136? Like, even if he plays every day, and let's just say he strikes out to lefties every single time.
Right.
I don't think he ever gets to where Jahmai Jones is.
But will Carpenter, if he gets out, will he hit the ball hard?
Right.
Could
leave the yard.
Could he make contact?
Like the playoff game last year against the lefty where
or
he hit a homer.
Vierling at 205. When we talked to AJ, and we were talking about how good this lineup could be, at least for 6 hitters. And you got Torres and McGonigal, and the freedom of, okay, who's going to lead off, who's going to bat first, who's going to bat second, and those 2 guys right there. And then you follow it up with a hole in the lineup at 3 with Vierling, and then you follow it up with Dingler and Green, and then you've got Jahmai Jones.
But I want to back up for a second. I don't think we should be lumping Vierling and Jahmai Jones together. Vierling has hit lefties this season better than anybody not named Riley Green. So I get putting him in the lineup. Now, if you want to argue he shouldn't hit third, okay, we can do that.
Yeah, I'll argue that all day.
But Vierling can and should play against lefties based on the way he's hit this season. Jahmai Jones shouldn't be on the team. Like, there's a difference. Vierling has a spot on an MLB roster. Jahmai Jones doesn't.
Correct.
And he's not playing the odds enough of putting your best players at the top of the lineup. Like, let's use Saturday for an example. Instead of Jones playing, give Carp a chance. Carp hits 3, and then you put Vierling down in the lineup.
Right.
Then Carpenter's coming up at the end of the game. See, this is the second time this has happened in a couple weeks, where because he's playing matchups and moving guys higher in the lineup that shouldn't be there, that person came up to end the game. And Dingler could have batted. He could have been third.
You remember we asked AJ about this, would have been 2 times ago. The Riley Green, hey, should he bat higher because it's more at-bats? And I don't know if he played dumb or just disagrees with us, but he goes, he gets enough at-bats, Riley plays every day. Like, he just didn't see what we were saying or didn't
John,
choose to.
I'd love to ask you this, and I know I'm probably reaching. You manage a little league team or even a travel team, especially the younger ages, and you've got a few kids who really aren't quite as good.
Right.
You try to hide them in your lineup sometimes a little bit higher to kind of stretch that lineup out and see it. This kind of reminds me.
It's like a little league roster. It is.
No, not a complete little league roster. I wouldn't say. No, the managing aspect of it. He's trying to hide a batter.
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
he's playing matchups and hiding batters.
We did get a text. Tom, I don't think you brought it in. It says, I think the Tigers need to call up Teddy and that Astro kid. Sounds like they have bright futures. Sean and Lake Orion.
Well, I mean, Teddy would at times have the effort that we saw from Veerling a couple of weeks ago. At 4.
A little more understanding. The Tigers haven't beat the Guardians or the White Sox this season. They're done. And to further emphasize John's point about Veerling batting third, how'd it feel to have the tying runs in scoring position and Dingler walking away after a 2-for-4 in the on-deck circle? Hinch is the worst manager in baseball this year. Feel free to tell him that next time you talk to him.
Well, you could ask him that question. Are you doing a good job? Our warts never go away, do they?
They don't. Another text, Hinch's use of players like Jahmai Jones. The truth is, throughout Harris's tenure to date, he's provided Hinch with little more than fringe and crapshoot no-names. I wonder what Hinch really thinks.
Well, I've wondered that too, and all we hear is that, hey, Hinch gets these extensions, and I'm fine with it. I think Hinch is a good manager. I think there are exceptions that we are taking with his decision-making this year, but how frustrating is it for him to not have a consistent lineup? Now, okay, you could say Torres and McGonigal, consistent 1-2 spot. Green's moving around, Dingler's moving around, Carp's moving around. To have to hide guys, to Tom's point, where you're having to hide Veerling in the third spot, or you're having to hide Jahmai Jones and sandwich him in between a couple of guys that you think, well, okay, maybe we can get to Torque and maybe today he'll hit a home run.
John, how do you... Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, I'm in a world at this point. I don't know why McGonigal's not leading off every single game. Why?
Yeah, he has the best at-bats.
Yeah.
And he is the guy, honestly, if you're watching the Tigers, maybe it's for Riley Green because he's having a really good season, but Kevin McGonigal is one of the only reasons that you turn the Tigers on right now.
How about one straight week of McGonigal, Torres, Green?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
McGonigal is kind of the guy you build in a lab as a table setter, right? More walks than strikeouts. I don't know if is that still true? Yeah, still more walks than strikeouts. He's got 9 stolen bases. The next highest on the team is 3. This is a guy who could legitimately steal 20, 25 bags this year. Walks, gets on base, quality at bats, sees a ton of pitches. He's the ideal leadoff hitter. John, how do you feel, this is from Steve, about Cleveland ending the Tigers' run just like they ended the Pistons' run? That's just what Ohio does, signed Steve.
Next time we give out the number to Steve, we should just give him a digit off. That's 97, 98. Make sure you don't text in anymore. Just kidding, Steve.
7 o'clock hour. Lessons to be learned for the Pistons. You watched what the Knicks did, crowned NBA champions. We'll get to that at 7:35. Overreact gyms. We're bringing them back with how busy this sports weekend was. We'll do that to start the hour. I've got thoughts on what happened with the Knicks, what happened with the Spurs, Stanley Cup. Wait till you hear my thoughts on USA Soccer. Maybe this is the definition of a casual, but boy.
USA.
USA.
Was my prediction not correct? Not yet.
97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. No Tigers yesterday. They got rained out in Cleveland. That game will be made up on September 4th. Detroit continues on its road trip tonight with an 8-10 game against the Houston Astros right here on 97.1. And the Stanley Cup came to an end in 6 games in Las Vegas last night. Here's how it sounded as the Carolina Hurricanes ended a 20-year championship drought. Sean McDonough on the call. Canes captain Jordan Stahl became the oldest Conn Smythe winner ever at 37 years old last night. Former Western Michigan goalie Brandon Bussey recorded 22 saves in his first career shutout in the win. The UFC Freedom 250 event took place in Washington, D.C. last night. 7 fights occurred on the White House lawn, including 2 title bouts. Justin Gaethje won undisputed lightweight title over Ilia Topuria, while Cyril Gane earned the interim heavyweight title over Alex Pereira. And it was an exciting day of World Cup action yesterday as 2 games had goals in the 89th minute or later. The first came from Japan, who drew 2-2 with the Netherlands as Daichi Kamada netted a header in the 89th minute. Then Ivory Coast upset Ecuador with a 1-0 victory as Manchester United forward Amad Diallo scored in the 90th minute. Team USA is back on Friday against Australia, who won yesterday as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
NBA's done. NHL's done. Tigers? Done? Lot to get to from the weekend. Team USA on fire to start the World Cup. Let's get into it. It's the Overreact Gyms. You're a jackass. The NBA dynasty is dead. 8 champs in 8 years. It's been dead. There's no more three-peats or big threes. How about this? Not one of those teams that's won has been back since winning in this 8-year stretch. You'd think the Spurs were poised for a dynasty. They haven't even won one. The Thunder, they didn't get back. And look, I just don't think we're going to get many dynasties with the way the salary cap is structured with the apron and the penalties.
Okay, so if that's what the NBA is looking for, to have more teams be a part of it, mission accomplished. I think it's on hiatus right now. I think there is a chance, and I hate to say this because of the little debate that we're having going back and forth, the Spurs are so young. They're going to be able to keep that core group of players together, and I could see them winning 3 and 6 years. And I'm not sure, okay, what are you calling a dynasty? Is it just simply back-to-back anymore? They could be the team that does that. I don't see the Knicks. And hey, all hail the Knicks right now because they are the reigning champs, but I don't see them having a back-to-back championship.
Yeah, I don't think this is an overreaction. I look at the Knicks. I think they're comparable to the 04 Pistons in some ways that just put it all together in 1 year. The talent was there and they maximized it against a young, immature team versus a Lakers team that was imploding from within. Look, I think this is not an overreaction for now, but I do think a Spurs run is coming. You might have a combo dynasties of them and the Thunder because Wemby's got so much growth to do still. They were immature in this series. It was just too big for them in the moment. I can't, like, how do they beat the Thunder and play the way they did in that series and then look at it this way? It got to them, but I just think between those two teams, the Thunder and the capital they have going forward, that they will probably win 6 of the next 8 between those two teams.
Bye. Jalen Brunson is the greatest Knick of all time. Build his statue. 45 points, close out on the road. He averaged 32 a game in the postseason. He took less to be a New York Knick. Foregoes $113 million. Not a small feat or a small ask. Move over Patrick Ewing, Walt Frazier, Bernard King. He's the best Knick of all time.
He's right there. And so in our lifetime, sure.
Well, who's ahead of him?
Well, you'd have to go back to Willis Reed, who did win an MVP along with the championship. And maybe you're talking about Walt Frazier, but you're talking about things that happened 56, 50, 60 years ago.
All right. I think this is an overreaction, barely. And I'm going to defend that I think Patrick Ewing's the greatest Knick of all time. He went to 2 finals, an 11-time All-Star, 7 All-NBA, franchise leading scorer. The two finals, one of them he lost in a Game 7 in a classic against the Rockets. And Jalen Brunson didn't have Michael Jordan in his conference.
You want to swap?
No?
A lot of blame to go around in San Antonio. Most of it should go to De'Aaron Fox. We could say it's a young Spurs team. He's not a young player. 9-year pro. He's 28 years old. His awful end of Game 4, and then in Game 5, he shot 3 of 15. All series, brutal, 34%. He has no excuse. He has to wear it more than 21 and 22-year-olds.
In terms of the players, sure. But I also think, and I mentioned it earlier, I'm curious as to what they're going to do with Mitch Johnson. Now, you take a team to the NBA Finals, I wouldn't expect that you would be fired or replaced, but I think a lot of the decisions, when you're up by 27.5 and lose, some of that is the inexperience, but as a coach, you've got to recognize that inexperience, and you've got to recognize that there are things that you can do as a coach to help preserve that lead. I think a lot of it has to go on Mitch Johnson as well.
He could have benched Fox, I suppose. I mean, that could have been a coaching adjustment. But the reality is Fox is a $50 million player who was playing his team out of the finals.
I think it's an overreaction. The stars get the accolades, the stars get the criticism. To me, it's Wemby. I think he could have been more efficient in the finals, and that could have snuck out one of those two squeaker games. He shot 6% worse in the finals, 13% worse from 3, which is pretty significant in tight games. And you know what? He played a little bit more than he did against the Thunder, playing time-wise. I think Wemby gets the blame. I think his immaturity kind of showed.
We're both trying to pull and tug at it. Boy, this is
awesome.
Best hits. Wemby will never be considered the greatest of all time. It's dumb, but I know how the Jordan propagandists are because he lost in the finals. He's ineligible. Jordan went 6-0. And we all know it's better to lose in the first round at 22 years old than it is to lose in the finals. This is the core of the Jordan argument. Jordan lost 3 of his first playoff series, but that's good. Wemby losing in the finals, bad, disqualifying. You know how this works.
I mean, this one's all full of smarm. So I'm not going to have the conversation yet about him being the greatest of all time since he's only played 2 seasons.
I'm saying he's ineligible in the eyes of many NBA fans.
No, he's not ineligible. You already mentioned it earlier in the program where, Jordan was a first-round exit at this age. And now we all know what we saw throughout the course of his career. Same thing with LeBron. But
also lost in the finals at 22.
This is an overreaction.
I didn't know Jordan entered the league at 18, by the way. Does Wemby have an NCAA championship? Does he have a game-winning shot in a championship game, Jim? So, look, I think it's way too early to talk about his GOATness in Wemby. It's an overreaction, actually. I think it's so early. We don't know. We don't know if this body type is going to hold up long-term in this league. We don't know how he's going to fill out. It's just too... He's got the elements of being the greatest player ever, but to talk about that right now, I just think it's such a question mark.
The reality is there are so many things that he will improve at, needs to improve at.
Yeah.
His conditioning, stronger, going to the basket, settling for less jumpers. Also, just the stakes of those moments.
But his mental makeup has to form too, and it didn't look great in the spotlight.
Yeah, it's weird, though, because it looked great in that series against the reigning champs just one round earlier.
But that's the plight of the young player. It's a roller coaster until they have the experience. And I think a lot of it them losing was just a lot of inexperience.
This is the best U.S. men's soccer team of all time. Hear me out. I know they only played one game.
This guy.
Hear me out, please. Hell of a
Tigers
game.
win tonight to the greatest team ever.
Yeah, It may be the greatest first half of all time.
Let's just start with this. They scored 4 goals. That's more than they had in the entire World Cup they played in 4 years ago. So I want to state the case. They have the 5th youngest roster in team history, but it's not an inexperienced roster. 13 players come back. It's guys in their prime. Pulisic is 27. McKinney's 27. Destin, Richards, Balogun, a guy who picked us over England, scores 2 goals. We have our most talent. We are experienced. We can score goals now. And put this in context. Team USA, the best World Cup they've ever had, they won 2 soccer games. We are 1 win away from tying the most wins in a single World Cup. I think this is the best team we've ever had.
Tom, would you like to?
I'll go first. Are they in the quarterfinals?
They are not.
The 2002 team was. So let's get there before we even have the case. I don't know how you could argue that a team that got the farthest ever in the history of their team, that this team's better already.
Tom, they scored
as
3
little as I
goals.
know about soccer.
4
in the
But one of
first
them was-
half.
that end of half goal. Oh, if I was a
Incredible.
Paraguay fan, man, I'd be very upset. That never should have happened. That's like the leaky third goal in an NHL game.
It's I'm going to hit the brakes on this as well. It might be a bit of an overreaction. I think it generated maybe as much excitement as
Do you
we've
think
ever
you're
had
smarter
for
than
Team
AI?
USA.
In some aspects, sure. I mean, the thing's a POS if you don't know what you're doing.
But do you think overall you're smarter? Like, I know AI
That's a
has
weird question. Sure.
Yeah,
AI
I
said-
want to know what the
I'll
answer
play
is.
along.
AI
What does
says
AI
around
say?
a 16 team, or the quarterfinal team was the best team.
Yeah,
ever.
O2 is the team that's made it the furthest. I'm just pointing out that team won 2 World Cup matches. The U.S. could win a second next week. If they score 7 goals in a World Cup, they're already more than halfway there. It'd be the most goals we've ever scored in a World Cup. I'm asking you to project a little bit based on what this group is. This is a more talented group. I think they will achieve more than any team in USA
And
history.
I'm not going to go back and look at the teams that they played, but maybe this team just got a chance to play against Paraguay, and maybe they just suck.
So AI says the win in the round of 16 in 2002 against Mexico was historical.
Well, if AI
Our
says it,
longest
then
answer.
What do you expect
It's
when you have
about
a stupid
soccer.
soccer question in this thing?
it's not a stupid soccer question. It's a super
have
popular
an
game that we
overreaction.
all watched on Friday.
You could have in this of overreactions instead is how stupid are ties, and ties should be removed from sports forever. There's already been at least 3 ties in the
I
World
know.
Cup. Like, what are we doing? We play every 4 years and we're going to tie?
But it's pool play.
Yeah, Greg, it's stupid. You want it to, hey, let's play. The goal, the point isn't Herm Edwards. The points to win the game.
Play to win the game. All right, last one. They should rename them the Carolina Brindamores. Player and a coach, Stanley Cup champion, and this was a true team. I'm not convinced that there's a Hall of Famer on this Carolina Hurricanes team. Certainly not a slam dunk guy. They had 180-point player in Aho in the regular season. They won with depth, with buy-in. They won with coaching. And as Greg would say, no lottery luck. This is the Brindamores. Rename the franchise.
Maybe that's what Eiserman should do. Instead of being the GM, he should be the coach. And then we could get a guy that was a legend as a player, and they could do the same thing as a coach. Maybe they just the Wings should follow the Carolina plan.
Yeah, he can be the coach and then keep Larkin and see how that goes on the bench.
Oh, my God.
Sure, the Brindamores is fine. I mean, he has a 659 winning percentage. I think like 667 is like the holy grail because you're winning 2 out of every 3 games,
Yeah.
which is just ridiculous to do in any sport. We're not going to do the other one?
Oh, we could do the other one. I feel like we've spent time on it, but sure. Jahmai Jones should be off the Tigers roster immediately. Lefty specialist, but there are 7 guys with 50 ABs against lefties, and he's the worst. The bigger problem is ignoring a right-handed bat. Get me Lee, get me Anderson, make it make sense.
Not an overreaction because every time he gets up, I literally change the channel, and I have a timer set. Hey, after about 4 minutes, I could turn it back because then I don't even have to hear what happened with Jahmai Jones.
Yes, he needs to be off the roster. Scott Harris needs to take him away from. It's a slap in the face to Tiger fans that this clown show is going up the bat with a 136 average and a 457 OPS. I mean, Javi was getting benched with those kind of numbers. Not quite that bad. And you were paying him all that money. I mean, this reeks of stubbornness more than anything I've seen in a while.
Those are your overreact gyms. 97.1.
Hey, you guys, some people need multiple venti cups of coffee all day just to, say they're getting through the day. And that's a lot of caffeine, and it's not good caffeine. Yes, there is actually such a thing as good caffeine, and that's what Fusion Energy from 7-Eleven has. Fusion Energy has researched and tested this slow-release caffeine. And there's so much more. There's things like CellFlow, Chromax, Cognitique for your brain, and Infinergy. That's the slow-release caffeine. Now, you won't feel that big crash like you would with the coffee or a pop. So go try it today. Grab a can of Fusion Energy from any 7-Eleven or Speedway.
Text coming in. Busy sports weekend. We'll get to the Pistons 7:35. What lesson can they learn from the Knicks? Plenty of people complaining about Jahmai Jones. Come on, guys. Why wouldn't you play Jahmai? Haven't you heard what a great personality is? How great he is in the clubhouse? That's on Jim. It's a bigger clown show that Hinch keeps using Jones as a pinch hitter. Irregular lineup guy goes 243 and gets pinch hit for by Jones in the ninth. Unbelievable.
Yeah. When it happens, it's hard to believe that he's going up to the plate. It is. It's so damn frustrating.
I used the word stubbornness last segment.
Yeah.
I really believe it is at this point. They just want to be right about this. They see him hitting the ball hard, as AJ said, and think it's going to materialize into hits. The modern day analytics of hard hit balls over just kind of like, all right, enough already. 5 of his 6 years of his career, you know what he is.
Yeah, I mean, the guys who regularly hit lefties, he's the worst on the team. Something's got to give here. I don't know how much longer this is going to happen where he's on the roster.
Do you know how hard it is to be a -1 WAR player with the amount of at-bats he has
Right.
in the 80s?
Yeah, like he's hardly played, and he's been that detrimental.
11 for 81.
Yeah.
If you have other guys, how do you play him over them? It doesn't.
Well, and that's
add
why
up.
I brought up Hyu Lee, who they have an extra position player. He's up right now. He's a right-handed bat. His numbers are actually better against lefties than Jahmai, lefty killer Jahmai. And while he doesn't play the outfield, neither really does Jahmai. He's only a DH.
But why is Lee up and not Anderson?
Well, that's the other name. That's fine. Take your pick. Give me one of these two young guys that's a right-handed bat that they've cultivated in the system, as opposed to a Jahmai Jones who's just hit a dead end. I mean, that's what this feels like, right? For his career, this is a dead end.
Yeah.
And we saw it happen with Andy Ibanez. Had a couple fun moments, and there's a reason he's bouncing around.
He's a minor league player that you call up when you have injuries.
Yeah. Tex says Wemby needs a post game. I think he needs a go-to shot. And you would think it's not fall away threes.
No.
It's got to be use your size. People, even if it was like a mid-range pull-up jumper that nobody can alter, he needs his version of the Kareem skyhook. Whatever his go-to is, I get the ball here, I go up this way, nobody can stop me. And then you work counter punches off of it.
Right. It's that go-to. It's the 3rd and 1 run that you always was going to get you a first down, and then you got variations off of that. It's I think that's a great analogy in terms of the skyhook for Kareem. Like, what is that go-to move that when he needs a bucket, he needs to stop a run for the other team? Yep. What is it that he's going to do? Because right now, there's a lot of things that he does that seem unstoppable, but it's never one thing that if he wants to stop something that the Knicks are doing, stop a run, how am I going to do that? What's my go-to?
Again, they choked a series they never led in, which is a weird thing to say. Like they lost the first 2 games, trailed the whole way. But in the games themselves, they had a 90% chance to win 3 different games in the series. When the other team is coming back, you have to be able to drive a stake into them.
Yeah.
And kill a run exactly but right where they stand. Call it delusional, guys. But watching the Knicks win a championship shows me how close the Pistons really are. They don't need to sell the farm this summer to win it all. If the young guys take a step and we're smart with signings and trades, we'll be right there next year.
Yeah, I don't think they're far off. It is what type of complementary players are they going to add? Not the headliners, But then who is that? I think it's just one headliner.
The right headliner.
Yeah. How do they acquire him? Is it trade? Is it free agency? Is it, what is it going to be? Who is it going to be?
And you don't have to follow the Knicks blueprint entirely. Like if
No.
you look at 8 champs over 8 years, they didn't all do it one way. But if we're going to reflect on the Knicks, they traded away Julius Randle to get Karl Anthony Towns. They traded away RJ Barrett to get OG Anunoby. They gave up, was it 5 firsts for Mikal Bridges? But they were willing to lose lots of draft picks or established players
For
to
that
get
one championship.
and to get the better fit around their star player. And Brunson took it to another level, 45 points in Game 6. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. This is a wild story. A former Tigers employee is recovering after being attacked by a grizzly bear while he was hiking in Montana. Oh my goodness. Daniel Crago, who worked for the Tigers player development system from 2020 through last September, was attacked by this bear during a trip to Glacier National Park last month. And apparently the attack happened in an area that rarely sees a bear attack. So he was hiking on a trail. This was on May 28th. He says that, he was doing his thing, hiking, taking in the beautiful scenery, taking some pictures, when he noticed a small grizzly bear. Said he checked his surroundings and noticed that about 15 feet above him was a larger grizzly bear. That's when that larger bear spotted him, and it ran towards him and attacked him. So the guy threw up his arm, right? Like trying to protect himself. Yeah. The bear bit his arm, dragged him about 20 to 30 feet, and then took off. Said the whole thing obviously was terrifying, but also left him with a serious arm injury that required immediate medical attention. Thankfully, you guys, there was a pediatric ER doctor nearby on the trail, was able to stabilize his arm, stop the bleeding. Another hiker continuously made all the noises to get the bears to leave the area. And then another
shoo,
get out of here. Another hiker was able to contact EMS. A helicopter came. He was airlifted out. He's had numerous surgeries, needs at least one more. Pretty incredible though. Just wild that he was able to survive a grizzly bear attack. So anyway,
that's
wild.
crazy.
It's a wild story.
Yeah.
CPS is now investigating after police say 3 children were found in a non-running car in Redford last week, right when the area was under a heat advisory. So officers responded to the Redford Plaza after somebody saw the kids in the car, called 911. Police found the children's mothers shopping, arrested them for child neglect. They say the kids were all taken to the hospital and treated for heat exposure. Sounds like they're going to be okay, thankfully. But police are just reminding everyone that it is never okay to leave a kid in the car, whether it's hot or not. One, it could just be there's a greater risk for kidnapping or for them wandering off. If you're left alone in the car too long, you're like, I need to get out of here. But also they say when it is hot like that, even if the windows are rolled down slightly, kids can feel the effect of heat within minutes. And obviously if they're left in there too long, it can be life-threatening. So.
Well, stress minutes, because I'm assuming this comes from the place where the parents think, well, I'll be right back.
Obviously, it depends on what they can get hot. The cheeks can get super red within minutes, but they say within 15 minutes, they can start having the heat exhaustion, heat stroke. Yeah. And with kids not able to regulate their body temperature, their organs can start to fail.
Right.
And that leads to death. So
you don't need to run in and pick up a couple things while the kid's in the car. Do not do that.
No. A gunman who barricaded himself in a home in Southgate on Sunday morning surrendered once the home was surrounded by police. So the barricade started just before 10 a.m. Residents in the area were all told to shelter in place. Along with the help of police in Taylor and Wyandotte, crisis negotiators, SWAT agents were all at the scene. And they say shortly after the SWAT team arrived, the gunman did surrender. Not much info has been released then. The New York Knicks finally did it. For the first time in 53 years, they're NBA champions, and nobody seemed happier than actor and diehard Knicks fan Timothée Chalamet. He was there celebrating. He was right there in the middle of the celebration. He ran out onto the court. He posed with players. He celebrated in the locker room as well. And at some point during all of the celebration, he noted that the experience was better than the Oscars.
Way better this than the Oscars. Come on, baby.
Good for him.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Good for him. Now, while he was celebrating with the team, other fans flooded the streets and trashed police vehicles and set buses on fire and started fights. And one kid was shot. 10 police officers were injured. I think a total of 63 people were arrested, ended up in handcuffs. About 15 of them were hit with some criminal charges. So people were just destroying the city.
I don't understand why that's what people do.
I don't either. I will never understand that. I get the running to the streets and being with everyone and yelling and screaming and having a grand old time, but I don't get the destruction of property, especially, where you live. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I've got more I'll share with you next hour.
Perfect. Sounds good. What can the Pistons learn from the Knicks? We'll get to that next. It's 97.1. Over 30 years of trusted service. That's Shaner Roofing. A proven track record serving Michigan homeowners. Now they bring that 5-star quality to roofs, windows, and siding. Truly a family-owned company. Shaner's local, family-owned business. They'll treat you like family because they are one. They answer to you and not private equity investors. The no-pressure promise. You can forget about high-pressure sales pitches. You get a true, honest assessment of what your home needs. And peace of mind, every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. Other places will say it, but places like that haven't been around for 30 years, it doesn't mean as much. So with Shaner, you get that unmatched reputation, 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of satisfied homeowners and a reputation that's earned through decades of doing the job right. Locally committed, while competitors are being bought out by investment firms, Shaner's here and committed to their customers. So if you want to get started, mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Greg behind the glass. Get back into the Tigers in the 8 o'clock hour. Plus USA Soccer. Did you get the bug? Friday night, fun night. This weekend was a great sports weekend. You had Stanley Cup handed out, NBA championship gets rewarded. For the Knicks, it's history. It's 50 years, it's a celebration. For Pistons fans, it's lessons learned. You look at what the Knicks did to build this title. They got their star in Jalen Brunson. We got our star in Cade Cunningham. Now what are you going to do? The Knicks traded all-star Julius Randle away. They traded R.J. Barrett, who was scoring 20 points a game at 21 years old. They traded 5 first-round picks. They did these moves to get OG Anunoby, Karl Anthony Towns, and Mikal Bridges. Mm-hmm. Are the Pistons willing to make the bold moves? Fortune favors the bold. That's the lesson from the Knicks.
We honestly, we hope they do. We just don't know enough about Trajan Langdon and his history as a first-time GM, now going into his 3rd season. Like, what is he of that mindset? Like, okay, we've learned everything that we've had to learn about our team and about our guys. Who is it that we can market to get our guys to make a run at a championship? Who is it that we need to add? And it's not just, you've got to get guys that can play together.
Yeah.
And the chemistry has to work. But it's not, I don't say that in regards to, well, if you move on from Duren, the chemistry in the locker room is never going to be the same. No, every year you're going to create that chemistry. What does it look like by the time you get to the NBA playoffs?
Yeah, and I think a key takeaway is none of these were Giannis-level trades. It doesn't have to be you hunt the biggest name on the market. OG Anunoby's a good basketball player, very good basketball player. Nobody's confusing him for a superstar. Same with Karl Anthony Towns and same with Mikal Bridges. But those guys fit really well around Jalen Brunson. And that's the thing. If you see a guy that fits what you do, don't be afraid to light every first-round pick you have on fire. Don't be afraid to trade one of your young players or even an all-star, Jalen Duren. Don't be afraid to make those moves because it's what's necessary to win.
You know what? I think they bought low on Cat. They thought they could fix him, and it was all more about the mental makeup. And he grew up, and that's why they won the championship. Who's the better player when you really think about it? Randall or him?
Well, I think Towns, even at the time, was viewed as the better player. They had to give up a first and DiVincenzo in the deal to get Towns. But you're right. The fact that it wasn't...
Is he a 2?
I think people would have told you no when they made that deal.
Is he a 2 now?
Well, yeah, he was the second best player, right?
So, one of the things... I'd be cautious about trying to copycat what other teams do. Usually it doesn't work. It really doesn't in sports. The breaks come in different ways. Buying low on a player, that's what they did. I can tell you, the Pistons bought low on Rip Hamilton when they traded Stat.
Yep.
You got to make a savvy trade.
Well, and here's the other thing. You talk about a guy growing up, Karl Anthony Towns, and they didn't know it at the time because Wemby wasn't on the radar, but he matched up well against Victor Wembanyama. Now, would he match up well against him next year when Wemby's a year older, a year more experienced? Who knows? But some of that is the unknown of who are you going to be facing, because we asked that question. Like, are you, or it was asked at the postseason press conference, are you building a team to just win in the East, or are you trying to put together a team that's going to be able to compete with OKC and San Antonio?
Yeah. To the point about the Randall trade, he was a 3-time All-Star in New York. He had won Most Improved Player. He got MVP votes one season, 2nd team, 3rd team All-NBA.
Do we have a guy like that? Not that kid gets MVP votes, but
3rd team All-NBA who's made an All-Star team, who were not in love with paying a king's ransom. Look, there's a world where they may get him back at a number that's not killer, but the idea that you're beholden and you can't shake things up, I think the Knicks shows you need to be willing to make those kind of moves.
Well, if you get Duren back at a number that's not killer, now it also makes him much more tradable.
Right. And it's not just the Towns move. If it's Brunson and Towns, I don't think they win the NBA title. OG Anunoby was so good in this series, in all playoffs.
Yeah, and probably had the most iconic play of the series.
Yeah, the tip in Game 5.
Yeah.
And he was lethal from 3. He's a great defender. You need those guys to play dogged defense. They got him for RJ Barrett. It was not quite a 1-for-1 deal, but pretty close.
So on the Cat trade, we were talking in the break. I looked it up. They made the trade on October 2nd, right before the 2024 season. So
odd,
before
yeah.
last season.
Yeah.
That tells me they got into camp and said, this isn't going to work. And a guy was available, and they went and made a bold move. You know, I would say right now with the Pistons, I mean, we got the text, so I'll steal the thunder here a little bit. My feeling on them right now is their growth is limited until they get one of these non-scorers out of the lineup.
Yeah.
It's just not going to work with more than one of them. I think the draft is really important for the Pistons this year. I know I'm not picking super high, but it's a deep draft. If they can pluck a shooter that can contribute next year, I think that changes things.
Few texts coming in. The only thing the Pistons can take from the Knicks is your best player doesn't need max money to build a team. And another echoed that Brunson took less to build this team, $113 million less. Well, I mean, it's nice, but I don't expect a star player to take less in the league.
No,
I don't go to
expect-
Cade and go give me some of that money back.
No, and that's why when you look at how the Knicks did it, it's different than how Golden State did it. It's different than how OKC did it. Like, there's a lot of different. The Pistons just have to figure out how is it that they're going to do it. And I think we can all agree that, yeah, there's some moves, as you know, Trajan famously said, on the margins.
Yeah.
But it's going to be, who is that complement to Cade going to be? You've got to get that extra score.
Pistons can't learn anything from the Knicks management. Pistons management is too dumb. They only have 3 scorers in the starting 5, so they play 3 against 5. Never going to win that way. Duran should go, and also Asar.
The Knicks are a couple of years ahead of where the Pistons were this past year.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to sit there and say management is dumb. We look at it and say, okay, well, we're frustrated that you didn't make a move because hindsight's 2020. And we thought at the time that it was a great opportunity. No Halliburton, no Tatum, no all of these obstacles that will be there next year, but it doesn't mean that the Pistons can't beat those teams at full strength.
Guys, I think it's the opposite. I think Langdon's going to look at it and say we're tangibly better than New York. We got the wins in the regular season to prove it. That would be a huge mistake if that's our train of thought.
I agree. I mean, wins in the regular season, and I said this when we were playing Orlando. The regular season's a liar. I'm not going to trust anything that happens. The only thing that has to happen in the regular season is you get into the postseason.
Langdon's probably content with the way they're built. We destroyed the Knicks in the regular season, which is going to make him believe we're a championship team right now, which is far from the truth. So another text kind of echoing that same thing. Why can't you go to Cade and ask for some money back? Signed, Rod and Allen Park. It's well done. Look, I think Tom's point is fair. There's not a one-size-fits-all. When you have 8 champs in 8 years, they haven't all done it the exact same way. So I don't think you have to rush to do it exactly the way New York did. I just think when you look at the moves they made to surround their star, that is the challenge of Trajan Langdon. This text puts it well. You need to be willing to give up 5 first-round picks for the right player, Bill in Lake Orion. And by the way, Mikal Bridges was not great. Like, you might look at that trade and say that was an overpay. At the same time, are you willing to make those kind of moves and be wrong? If you're not willing to be wrong, you're not willing to win.
Well, and if you're looking at it going, well, okay, what do those picks mean for the Knicks moving forward? And in 7 or 8 years, all right, that could be impactful. But if you're constantly going to be picking at the end of the first round, who really cares about those picks?
Yeah, truly. And a lot of people still fixated on the Brunson thing. It says that this is the big story, is the fact that they were able to get him on a hometown discount.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of factors as to why he took less. You know, one, it was going to the New York market. 2, you know, his dad was involved in it as well.
And didn't they hire his? I think I was reading they hired his dad as an assistant right before.
Yeah.
I think one of the big Nick factors too, and you better beware about copying. Look, what I said earlier, I believe a savvy trade has to happen. That's how you win in the NBA. You make trades.
It's a good word, savvy.
But so that's copycat in the entire league. Copycat in the Knicks, just be careful. Brunson has that dog. The guy's not going to be denied. He's proven it at every level. He's always been, criticized. There's a Brady element to what Brunson did with the Knicks. And I'm not saying Cade's not a winner.
I was just going to ask you, what are you saying about Cade?
But do you think Cade, do you for certain say Cade has Brunson's no matter what?
Does Cade have that dog in him again?
No, that's not it. It's when you look at Brunson,
No,
you're looking at a guy.
Interrupt for a second. That's a dog.
Oh, with multiple G's.
Yes. Dude, very few athletes have it.
Well,
He has it.
when we come back, I'll give you my take on it.
Okay, we'll talk dogs. 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I certainly am. And you and I both know a Ram should be at the top of the list. I can't wait to get my new truck. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks. I've driven a Ram, and for power, there's no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you get two options with the Hurricane engine. There's a 420 horsepower version. That's going to be mine. And there's a high output 540 horsepower version as well. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? You're not going to be happy with it. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother the Ram is. And for comfort, just do me a favor. Go sit in a Ram, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today, and when you do, tell them I sent you.
Knicks are champs. Lessons to learn for the Pistons. John, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, and it was in regards to, we're not doing the does Cade have the dog in him conversation, but when you're looking at Brunson, and I agree, he is one of those players, and I hate the flopping, but he is an aggressive player. How does he play? His team mirrors him. Did we also, and you could say that he has made all of those guys around him better, which I think is a hallmark of a great leader. Does Cade make those around him better? Did he make Tobias Harris better?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so, I'm not going to sit here and say, or even be a party to a conversation where somebody says Cade doesn't have the dog in him. When you're looking at Brunson and the guys that he had a chance to play with this year, did he make them better? Yes. He also had more to work with. So their level that they could get to, that he helped them achieve, was a higher level than Tobias Harris can get to.
Yeah, just so we're clear on this, we have one of those guys.
Correct.
In Cade Cunningham.
That's the whole point
Right.
of what I'm talking about.
And with Brunson, I'm not taking away from him. He scored 45 points to close out an NBA Finals. He averaged 32 points per game in the Finals. He also had a dud of a game, too, and it didn't matter because he's got a good team. He shot 7 of 25 in game 2. Cade was not allowed to shoot 7 of 25 and win a playoff game, let alone a finals game. That's the lesson in all of this. We have our Brunson. We have the guy who can drive you to a championship. We don't have OG Anunoby, Karl Anthony Towns, Mikal Bridges, and all the role players. And they got those guys not by being tepid or afraid to fail. Karl Anthony Towns was not this slam dunk trade. Soft, can he win? Bunch of loser, right?
And that conversation was even there after last year's season.
Correct. That was not a move that had a 100% approval rating. That was a move that carried real risk, and it paid off for them. Giving up 5 firsts for Mikal Bridges, I mean, it probably doesn't age all that well, but they were willing to make those kind of moves to put the cast around their star.
Yeah, I think when they made the Cat Randall trade, they thought we're not good enough to win a championship with Randall. If we trade for Cat, we won't get worse. Right. Maybe we stay level, but they bought his upside.
Yep.
And that's the type of trades you need to buy in the NBA, where there's guys out there, they're in bad situations, and you take the chance on the upside.
And I think they felt they had plateaued with Randall, or that Randall had plateaued, or both.
See, and again, I hate to compare a trade from 20 plus years ago, but it is local. The Stack Rip thing.
Yeah.
Stack was a defined NBA player.
Yep.
And I believe Julius Randle was too.
Yep.
Rip had upside, and so did Cat. Rip was a winner. Rip won a national championship. You got to go between maybe it's not the biggest star name out there. I know me and you kicked around the name Sabonis out in Sacramento in a bad situation, and we chewed it around a little bit and thought probably not. Probably that could end up being a bad thing. He's got a short contract, it's only 2 years, but
he's approaching 30.
Yeah, and coming off injuries, probably not. But those are the type of guys you need to explore.
Exactly. Let's go to TJ in Grand Blanc. TJ, good morning.
How's it going, guys?
Good. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Yeah, I found myself in the Knicks series turning into the biggest Knicks fan, and so I was so happy when they won, because I think it puts even more pressure on the Pistons management to get this team up to snuff to compete for a title. And I think the Knicks and the Pistons probably couldn't be further from the same from the standpoint of how they, operate, where the Knicks were willing to make bold moves to improve their roster. And I think the biggest one is the Bridges trade, where if Pistons fans made a trade and gave up 4 first-round picks, I think the majority of our fan base probably wouldn't be able to sleep for a few weeks, especially if he was just a role player on your team.
Right.
Now, they got a championship out of it, so who cares about the picks? And I couldn't care anything about our draft picks, but I know our fan base and our team, they view first-round picks as gold, where other teams that win don't care about them. So I think it puts even more pressure on the Pistons going forward, and so I was pumped when the Knicks won.
Okay. Says, all right, Trajan, your move. Yeah, Bridges scored 13 points a game in the playoffs. He was their 4th leading scorer. Probably not a player you're giving up 4 firsts ideally for, But if you call that a loss, I still think the thought process overall is why the Knicks got where they are, because they won the Towns trade and they won the OG trade. And the collective gave them one hell of a roster. And the other bold thing that, Greg, I don't know if you're stepping up to Mike to make this point. I'm not doing a fire JB Bickerstaff topic, but they were also bold enough to fire their coach from the previous year that had them in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, I think what I was going with was that there is, I think, a level of patience with the moves you make. Because as I noted, kind of the opposite side of that coin was they did have a lot of roster changes. I can't think of a significant roster change on the Knicks from last year to do this year. So they didn't go through last year, fall short against Halliburton in the Eastern Conference Finals and say, oh, the Bridges trade is a waste. We wasted our 4th-round picks. Let's get rid of Bridges and rebuild. Or Cat's a dud and Cat's soft. Let's get rid of him and move on. So there is an element of patience that they had.
I think that's good to know.
Player personnel.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Texters say, what is a dog? Signed Dylan in Royal Oak. Wonder how Mavs fans are feeling this morning. No Luka, no Brunson.
Yeah, I know. I went back to the 2018 draft, and they had a hell of a draft. Neither of them playing for the Mavs anymore.
Text ends with, oh, wait, they rigged the lottery for them. They'll be fine.
You know, they didn't do something else, something or nothing. They made a coaching change.
Yeah.
They got rid of Tibbs, who did a good job and could get to a certain point, but then they went and got a guy who kind of was thought of as the same way. I mean, Mike Brown is coaching.
If the Pistons stall out, we'll be having that conversation. Right?
Yeah.
Can't emphasize this enough. When Langdon said he didn't know what to expect last season, he bought himself next season to show us what he's really made of. Signed, Noah. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a big opportunity for Trajan Langdon this summer. And I think the key word Tom used is savvy. I hope this doesn't get misconstrued. If you've tuned in today, we are not saying you have to go trade for the super mega all-star Giannis. Because that's not what the Knicks did. It's savvy was the word. Savvy, the right type of players. Be willing to take some swings and be wrong to put the right players around Jalen Brunson, to put the right players around Cade Cunningham. All right, 8 o'clock hour, talk about the Tigers. Had a series against the Guardians over the weekend. We were spared a Sunday contest. Biggest frustration, 97-1.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. The Tigers did not get to play yesterday as their series finale with the Cleveland Guardians got rained out. That game has been rescheduled as part of a doubleheader on September 4th. Now the team has made the trip south to Houston, where they will start a 3-game series with the Astros. Justin Verlander seemed to be on track to return to the field in this series, but his injury has caused lingering problems, which included a rough rehab outing in which he gave up 4 home runs. He will not return against Houston, as he is instead scheduled to pitch in a simulated game today. Tigers and Astros coming up tonight at 8:10 here on 97.1. And we have a new Stanley Cup champion this morning as the Carolina Hurricanes defeated the Vegas Golden Knights in 6 games yesterday. 3-0 was the final score in the Canes' victory. Eric Stahl earned the Conn Smythe Trophy, and at 37 years of age, he's the oldest winner of the trophy in NHL history. And there were 4 World Cup matches in action yesterday. The Ivory Coast scored their first World Cup goal in 12 years thanks to Amad Diallo in the 90th minute. That led Ivory Coast to a 1-0 upset win over Ecuador. Team USA is back in action at 3 o'clock on Friday against Australia. The Aussies defeated Turkey 2-0 in their first game yesterday. That game Friday will be at Lumen Field in Seattle. At the Coralwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
You wake up today and you realize, all right, NBA's done. NHL's done. Lions training camp is late July. I mean, Larkin's probably not getting dealt today. Langdon's not on the clock till free agency. We really are just stuck with this Tiger baseball team. It's all we got now, John. And last weekend, back to reality.
It was a tough weekend for Detroit and Cleveland. There's no question about it. And we were all excited about going into it. Yeah, Jack Flaherty's pitching on Friday, and it wasn't great. We knew it was probably due for a dud. He's on the IL. But then it was Skubal on Saturday. And it was a performance. But it's his first back in, 6 weeks?
Yep.
Just a little over 6 weeks. So I'm not going to sit there and hold his feet to the fire. I do expect that the next one will be better. But it was the disappointment of the run that they were on in June compared to what they were in May. And they're already ahead of where they were in May. They've got, 7 wins versus 6.
Whoop-de-doo.
But they dug themselves such a big hole that you can't have these quote-unquote skids. We're talking about 2 games, but that's the sense of urgency that as fans we're looking at. We're like, okay, I know it's 162, but you can't have these losing streaks. And it's also with the caveat of you don't have to win every series, but when you play a division opponent, somebody that you haven't beat at all this year, they've got another one coming up in a couple of days, the White Sox. And they just beat the Dodgers.
Wow, yeah. Take note of that. They're on fire. They're leading this division now. The White Sox, 102 loss team a year ago. First place right now. We highlighted this stretch. Beat the Rays, you beat the Mariners, you win back-to-back series to start the month of June. Now you go in division. They took 2 or 3 against the Twins, but John, they gave it right back against Cleveland. They can't yo-yo. That does them no good. And I don't know what the most frustrating part of the weekend was for you, because I agree, it's not Tarik Skubal.
No.
It's got to be, it's 2 things. It's Cleveland having 3 guys go down with injuries on Saturday and they still win, because we've complained about injuries and fans are making injuries a thing. They lose DeLauder, they lose Martinez, they lose Jose Ramirez in the game, and they still win. So that's annoying. But it's got to be this Jahmai Jones thing, that they keep sticking by this guy and playing him and starting him against lefties. Is that not the most frustrating part of the Tigers right now, is his presence?
Yeah, just to see him wearing the Old English D and that he keeps getting trotted out there.
I'm going to give you a quote from AJ, and I don't know what you want to do with it, but they're sticking by Jahmai Jones. I mean, they have said he's hitting the ball hard. Okay. AJ said it's been a tough year for Jahmai. He continues to hit the ball pretty hard. I know yesterday he didn't, but if overall you look at what he's done, he hits the ball hard. He's still a real threat. We need Jahmai to do his part for the team to truly function the way the strategy is designed and how the roster's built. Continue to give him opportunities because we believe in him. But we clearly need the production in order to continue and walk into those situations and know what he can deliver. Production matters, and we're going to continue to work with him because we believe in him. What do you make of it?
Well, what I make of it is he's been told he's going to be on the roster. He's been told that he's going to be there. They're trying to find a use for him. They're trying to give him every opportunity in the world to get out of this world-class slump, and it's just not happening.
Nope.
And I don't fully believe it's AJ's. In fact, I don't believe at all that it's AJ's decision that he's still here. That's on Scott Harris.
Well, yeah, ultimately, I think people are I saw the replies and the quote tweets and the comments, but people hate what AJ said, and I don't like what he said either. But this is more of a Scott Harris issue. We've been bitching about a right-handed bat for years. AJ's like, well, I don't really have another option. He could just sit him entirely, but I think AJ's thought is I want to use my whole roster. I don't want to be playing a man down deep into the summer. I'm going to play him against lefties until you give me a better option, until you call up a Max Anderson, until you give me a real right-handed bat that I can play with some regularity. To me, it's more of a Harris issue than a Hinch issue. Because it all cycles back to they don't have that right-handed bat. But just to give people the context on how bad Jahmai Jones has been, he's only hitting lefties. That's the only reason he's on the roster. 7 Tigers have 50-plus at-bats against left-handed pitchers. He is 7th of those 7 in average and OPS. So even the thing he's supposed to do well, they've got half a dozen guys doing it better. 248-539-9797. John, I don't know where people are at with this baseball team. Like, was last night, not last night, was this last weekend, does it slam the door shut on people who are kind of peaking, who are looking to get excited? Splash of cold water on the hot Tigers in June?
Yeah, it's more of a splash of cold water on fans that are very reactionary and thought that there was a possibility that they were going to have another historic recovery. And it's to have that historic recovery, you also have to have, whether it's the White Sox, whether it's the Guardians, they also have to follow suit. And they have to be as bad as you are good.
Yeah, they have to play along.
Yeah. And even if it's just getting into the wild card race, which seems to be more of a plausible, but they're still 6 back in that.
I was just going to ask you, how much ground have they even made up this month? We're halfway through June. How much ground have they even made up?
Well, they're pretty much stagnant.
Right. So this much better June, halfway through, they haven't really made up much ground at all. Well, still 13 below 500. Are they 9.5 back in the division?
Yeah, the way I'm looking at it is how much have they improved from 500, and it's 3 games above this season. That's so there's.
But if it's 3 games every 2 weeks, I don't know if there's enough time.
Right, exactly. No, I mean, look, I was frustrated this weekend because I thought opportunity existed for them to maybe start making somewhat of a move. And they just resorted back to the way they always play against the Guardians, which they can't hit. They cannot hit the Guardians, and I don't understand why. It's not like they have the greatest pitching in the world. Bybee on Friday, they had a great approach in the first inning, and they just threw it all away. It's like, I don't think anything's happening unless they add somebody to the lineup, different than Jahmai Jones.
Right.
I don't think AJ's going to ever pivot away from not using Carp against lefties. I don't think that's what I want. Mm-hmm. Play your best players. Yeah. Put your best lineup together. Try it for a week and see what happens.
Well, that's maybe what irks everybody. Is like Colt Keith hit lefties as a rookie, and Carey's had some moments, like last year in the postseason, where he hit that homer off a lefty, and you wonder, have they really been given a chance to show they can't hit lefties, or has it just been predetermined that they are left-handed? But they didn't do it with McGonigal. Riley Green at this point is hitting every day. I don't know what the determining factor was that they just said Colt Keith can't and Carey can't. But they've drawn that line in the sand. It's very obvious. Any opportunity they can to pinch hit for those guys, they do.
Right. I can buy it with Keith. I would still play him. I would. I play my best players. He's one of their better players, right? When you consider the 9-man lineup. Mm-hmm. I just don't understand why, like, Torque gets all this freedom. Mm. Why is he batting so much?
Right.
And not Kerry Carpenter? Who is the better baseball player?
I also wonder about Carey, like what the plan here is. He's not great in the field. They don't view him as an everyday bat. How do they see him?
I don't think he's part of their long-term future.
Right. I think their actions would tell you that.
It's just so frustrating. Like Vierling batting third on Saturday.
And what does it lead to?
He was the last out instead of Dylan Dingler or Riley Green. Like, I really think AJ should be questioned at this point on there. I think it's a mutual stubbornness from all the analytics and the front office providing this and him using that data, and they just don't have – it's like they don't want to pivot away from that because they believe in it. They believe AJ Hinch, modern-day baseball thinking is hard-hit balls will eventually find over the fence or in the grass.
Balls.
248-539-9797. Need a little levity with this group. We want to hear from you guys, the Tiger fans. Got overreact gyms from a busy sports weekend at 8:35. And then how about we do spotlight a little bit of U.S. soccer? I did get a text that said, hey, if nothing else is interesting, let's talk about a team winning, maybe capturing people's imaginations a little bit.
Yeah.
John, you stood on Friday hand over heart and said they're winning the World Cup.
Yeah. Why not?
Why not?
Playing at home.
Host nation, that game, lot to love.
It was a great start.
got me thinking, when do they play again? And you find out, oh,
It's not till Friday.
it's a whole week.
Yeah, but at least it's 3 o'clock.
Yeah,
It's a little earlier in the day.
And I made the call late, but I was like, man, this would be a great one to go to a sports bar for. So I didn't end up going last Friday, but I think this Friday that might be the move. Mm-hmm. Anyway, we'll talk about U.S. soccer, their win, their performance, something interesting. Feedback on the Tigers, 97.1.
Hey, you guys, if your hair is starting to thin, now's the time to do something about it. Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration has been helping men restore their hair and their confidence for over 30 years. So thousands of guys have walked in, feeling frustrated, and they walk out looking younger, feeling like themselves again. And here's the key. The sooner you come in, the more options you have, including advanced non-surgical natural solutions that are helping men see real growth. Now, I know there are some guys who are looking into traveling overseas because it seems cheaper, right? Like Turkey comes up all the time. But what they don't necessarily think about is the follow-up care. What happens once they're back home? This is medical, and follow-up and accountability matter. At Michigan Hair Restoration, everything is done locally, medically supervised with the same team before, during, and after. And I'm telling you, that matters. Dr. B isn't just a pioneer. He's also a patient himself. He's had it done. He's even performed it on his own son. That tells you everything. No plugs, no stitches, no scars, just natural, permanent growth you can run your fingers through. Now, right now, you can get $1,000 off any hair transplant package. Just go to MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms have come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes, even payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Halfway through June, Tigers are still 13 below 500. Essentially 10 out of the division and have made up very little ground. That's what losing both games to Cleveland over the weekend will do. Splash of cold water on what was a more exciting start to June. John, I've noticed this uptick on the texts. People really going at AJ and to the point where they're even taking heat off of Harris. Text says, I'm ready to stop blaming Harris. That's easy. The team is not ready to play, and that's on AJ. If Hinch doesn't want Jahmai Jones to play, don't play him and force Harris to make a move.
I mean, yeah, if he's not going to be a benefit to the team, then stop putting him out there. And eventually, are you going to be able to force Scott's hand? You would think at some point you would be able to.
Another text says, people are going to call me crazy, but AJ needs to be fired. Has to be fired. Has cost the team so many games over overanalyzing and overthinking simple baseball decisions. All caps. Matt Vierling is not your number 3 hitter. Jahmai Jones is not a good hitter. Adds, play your players who've earned the spot. Stop screwing over the players that have produced by pinch hitting for them with guys who aren't productive. Signed TJ.
Yeah, I mean, it is seeing Vierling in that 3 spot when you've got the makings of a good top 6 of your lineup.
So lay that out.
Well, obviously it's Torres and McGonigal, either 1 or 2. Mm-hmm. And then after that, you've got, I would go probably Dingler Green again,
either
3 or 4. And then Carp, put him at 5.
Most
then,
days, yeah.
Then you start to wane a little bit. Maybe that's where Vierling fits in, because do you prefer him over Torque?
Well, he would be in for Carp now, right? Depending on lefty-righty. I have less of an issue with Vierling. Vierling's hitting lefties very well this season.
Okay, that's fine. But at some point, Carp, if you're going to have him as part of this threat in the lineup, mm-hmm. Wouldn't you rather have him in the lineup than Jahmai Jones?
Oh, yeah.
And you could sit there and say, well,
John,
it's a lefty. Carp may not be able to do well against lefties, but you got to give him a shot.
Well, and the other thing is, I mean, teams just don't have as many lefties. You're kind of playing a waiting game. You're keeping Carp in because you think he can hold his own,
right,
and then do damage if the other team blinks and puts a righty in. Or you force them to stay lefties all game.
Right.
I mean, some of that's trying to dictate to the other manager. There's no case to put Jahmai Jones in over anybody else.
I agree.
To John's point about Vierling, though, here's what he's saying. There should never be a world where Vierling is hitting ahead of Dingler.
Right.
Never.
Yep.
You play your better hitters more
green
so that they hit more often.
I agree.
And Dingler comes up before, and he's hitting at the end of the game.
So
on
he's not
Saturday.
the on-deck circle and then never gets a chance to
And I know
bat.
it sounds crazy. Like, that's modern-day baseball where they have bumped their hitters up like that. And look, do I agree? Like, you're not going to get him to change much from what he is, AJ. I think there's a stubbornness that applies here. But Saturday, there's just no excuse for Dingler not hitting 3. Does that mean you're hitting Vierling cleanup in the AJ world? I hate it. And it sounds stupid, but John, we're stuck in our old ways a little bit. Oh, you're a cleanup hitter.
Right, yeah, home run guy.
But seriously, the better move there is to swap them if you're going to have all your rules that you have to put in place because it's a left-handed pitcher and we can't give Carp. We can't let Carp.
Who are you more frustrated with, Harris or Hinch?
It's easily AJ right now.
Really?
He wants it. He is being stubborn with Jahmai Jones.
Because I think this is a question we can ask the audience. Who are you more frustrated with? Because I'm sensing more on AJ right now.
In the moment, yes. In the moment, it's more on AJ. But overall, it's still Scott Harris. Now, coming into the season, we were sitting here and praising Scott Harris for bringing in a pitching staff and investing in this roster. And I still am, even though, hey, Kenley Jansen hasn't worked out and Framber Valdez hasn't been what we thought he would be to this point. Mm-hmm. We all thought, hey, get to the trade deadline, and then he was going to add a bat.
The problem is they dug themselves too deep a hole, and specifically, you and I agreed, their biggest issue in May, among all the issues, they couldn't hit.
Yeah.
And that ultimately is a reflection on the roster they're going to war with. I get it. AJ doesn't have to play Jahmai at all. Certainly doesn't have to play him as often. Certainly doesn't have to pinch hit with him. All of this is valid. I think we're all annoyed. The fact that Jahmai is on the roster is a Harris problem. There's nothing redeeming about Jahmai Jones in the year 2026, and he's on the roster. That is a Harris issue. There are right-handed bats, Hyu Lee and Max Anderson, that are Harris guys that are bubbling to the surface that make more sense. Younger with upside. I don't care that Jahmai is an outfielder. He hardly plays the outfield. He's a DH. You're just looking for a stick, and he is awful.
See, I believe AJ he said it. It's his comment. I believe he believes that because
he's
of the heart.
He's looking at 2025 where he had a 900 OPS or 2024 where he had a similar OPS. That's not Jahmai this year.
His career arc is that he's more of this player and not the player from last year.
Right.
Think that you're going to get a guy who really belongs in the minor leagues and we've changed him based on last year. But I truly believe they're so stuck in that hard ball thing that he's hitting the ball hard. And they just think it's a matter of time before it starts finding its spots. That's why I think he's still playing them.
But isn't there a lesson? Like, I thought they would have already learned this lesson. You know what Jahmai Jones reminds you of? Is Andy Ibanez. Andy had a moment in the postseason, right? He was here only to hit lefties, but he ran its course. Water found its level. Andy Ibanez was a 30-year-old journeyman for a reason. Jahmai Jones, the same thing, Tom. These are very similar. And since leaving the organization, Andy Ibanez has been on multiple teams. Where do you think Jahmai Jones would be if the Tigers DFA'd him tomorrow? Are the teams like fighting for position to get Jahmai Jones? He'd probably bounce around.
And when it goes to Harris and the frustration, I just don't know why you wouldn't take a shot on Max Anderson coming up. And
right. I mean, that's the thing is if we were looking at a farm system where there were no options, you could sit there and say, okay, well, it's until somebody is free or until they make a trade, you have an option in the minor leagues. You could bring Max Anderson up. Hell, at this point, I would say let's give Max Clark a try.
Oh, I would. I mean,
why are we waiting so long to see? And if we're just sitting here saying, well, we don't want to ruin him, well, let's see what type of player he can be.
But guys, even beyond that, Hyu Lee came up because they haven't activated Mize yet. Keep Hyu Lee around. He's a right-handed bat, right? Keep him, and then Jahmai can go away when Mize comes back.
I mean, it's anybody but Jones at this point. Aren't we kind of there?
Yeah, I think we've reached that point.
I think they're a long shot to try to get back in this. But this stubbornness is costing them that opportunity.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get to the overreact gyms and then some USA soccer talk. But first, Heather with the news.
Good morning. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Oh man, some devastating news. A skydiving plane with 12 people on board crashed on Sunday morning in Missouri. The plane crashed shortly after taking off from a local airport right around 11:30. Seemed like it was unable to really get altitude, and then it made a sharp left turn and then crashed into just a fireball into a field. And you guys, their loved ones were there watching. There was a pilot and then 11 passengers, and it was there for like a skydiving. It was operated by Skydive Kansas City. The cause of the crash still under investigation. Some believe that the pilot may have been attempting like an emergency landing on a highway, when the aircraft went down. But yeah, imagine you're there to watch your girlfriend skydive, and
this would be so cool. Get pictures.
Oh my gosh,
and
just
it's the worst
tragic.
day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just days before England's first match of the 2026 World Cup, there was this like bizarre off the field story that kind of emerged out of Kansas City. So there's two men from Texas who have been charged after allegedly stealing equipment belonging to England's national team while it was being transported from the squad's training base in Florida to Kansas City. So they were like these truck drivers, right? And the suspects are now both facing felony charges. Their bonds were set at $75,000 because the gear that they stole was estimated to have a value of about $18,000. I mean, tons of stuff. Not only like training equipment and official World Cup soccer balls, but there was autographed team jerseys and all this stuff. Apparently, they told police that they thought they had permission to take the items. But of course,
they were in the truck, so
it was
that
theirs.
constitutes permission.
Yeah, all the items were recovered. If you've ever thought about bungee jumping, this might make you second guess your plans. A 21-year-old woman was killed after being launched from this abandoned bridge in Brazil during a bungee jumping excursion that went tragically wrong over the weekend. So on Saturday, this woman was pushed off of this bridge. It's called Skeleton Bridge.
That just pushed her. She was thrown off the bridge.
Yeah, she was thrown off the bridge, and she plummeted more than 130 feet to the ground because employees forgot to attach the vital safety rope.
The bungee cord?
The
whole
bungee cord. And just before her death, she had posted on social media from the bridge, like showing the event and the setup and the equipment and the participants. And her caption was, "Who was the crazy person that let me jump off a bridge?" And you guys, her fiance was down there watching. He needed medical treatment because he got so ill from what he just witnessed. Oh my
So
gosh.
horrific.
You're just
And it's all on video.
I know. I did not click on it. I've seen in all the articles that it was captured on video. Of course it was, because that's what you do. I've been bungee jumping before and everything was captured on video, except Colin's jump, and she still gives me grief for. I thought I was recording it and I didn't actually hit the record button. So his
so
whole
it's like you
jump.
never did it.
Yeah, it was like, don't have video.
you
It
got to
didn't
do it
happen.
again. Do you think twice about it?
No, I mean, of course, there's things that can go wrong. Of everything you do in life, things can go wrong. I wouldn't do it again, but not because I was scared of this happening, but because
This
it
is a
hurt my
fluke.
back. In my back, I can't handle this anymore. But
John, have you ever bungee jumped?
I have not, nor will I.
I say I have no interest in doing it.
We
And stuff
did-
like this only spooks me. I know it's a fluke and it's rare and this should never happen. It
Yeah.
still spooks me.
of course it does. It's part of the.
And I don't know if the
Fuck,
throll
it's
to
the
me is going to
adrenaline.
outweigh the fear.
It was awesome when I did it.
I'm happy you did it. I mean,
It was pretty cool, but I wouldn't do it again. That's the news.
sorry. I
We can talk
Took up too much of your time.
skydiving, which I've done too. Bungee jumping all day.
Okay.
if you
We'll just
want.
do that next. No, we have overreact gyms. We brought this back. We do this all football season because the weekends are jam packed with so many storylines. Well, when you have the Stanley Cup in the building and a team wins, you have an NBA champion crowned over the weekend. USA Soccer, how about that? Tiger Baseball, how about that? We'll do all of it. The overreact gyms are next. 97.1.
Hey, you could be a great driver. You could do everything right and still get hit, and you probably never even saw it coming. That's life on the road these days, especially with more people out in the nice weather. You got bicycles, motorcycles, summer traffic's picking up, construction season everywhere. If you're injured, call David Fibonino and the accident response team. They're going to help you right away, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I certainly am, and I'm going to be in mine by the end of the month. You know that a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional right now. I've seen a Ram side by side with the other trucks, and I've driven a Ram, and for power, there's really not much of a comparison. On Ram side, you've got three choices. The legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, and in regards to the Hurricane engine, the 420 horsepower, that's going to be mine. The high output 540 horsepower is also an option. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? You're not going to be happy with it. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, do me a favor. Just go sit in a Ram, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
All right, we'll take this call, then we'll move on because I have caught the bug. I am all in on this USA soccer team, clearly. Joey in Ann Arbor, you got thoughts on the Tigers?
Yeah, we all keep talking about, hey, when are they going to bring all these guys up from Toledo to get rid of Jemai and with Zach Short and all these things. I think one thing that people are losing track of or don't even know is that I think Scott Harris is looking at this and saying, hey, next year there's going to be no baseball. There's going to be a lockout. There's going to be no baseball. So we want Max Clark to keep playing baseball. If they keep him off the 40-man for the rest of the season and there's no baseball in Detroit, he keeps playing in Toledo to keep developing. There are other guys that are already on the 40-man. Trey Cruz is on the 40-man roster. Bring him up. Mm-hmm. Max Anderson's a different story. He's been playing for a while. He played 4 years in college. He's been playing for a while. You can bring him up and add him to the 40-man. But I don't think they definitely don't want to add Max Clark to the 40-man roster this season because they know there's going to be no baseball next year. They want him to keep playing.
Right. If this is a lost season,
if you're not
too.
on the 40-man, yeah. If you're not on the 40-man, you can keep playing when the major league players are locked out.
That's an interesting wrinkle.
And with the fact that this season feels like a lost season, they're 13 games below 500. Halfway through the month, they've made very little ground up.
Yeah.
But that doesn't excuse Hyu Lee, who's already on the 40-man and is currently on the roster right now. When Mize is activated this week and they have to remove someone, get rid of Jemai.
Yes.
And leave Hyu Lee here. I don't even need to call Toledo.
The name, going through that, I understand. I actually don't want Clark to come up. That's where I personally feel. I want him to spend a full season at AAA and just get that experience and get the ABs. I have, a hangover from Torkelson coming up and not getting enough ABs in the minor leagues. And I feel like Clark, a little more similar. I hope he doesn't turn out to be that way. But
but it's just because it didn't work out for one guy doesn't mean it can't be a benefit to another.
But he's had his struggles down there, and I just think he needs the seasoning. He's a younger player too. I mean, he's 20.
Yeah.
Versus Anderson. Anderson's a name I don't get. I don't understand why Anderson wasn't brought up instead of Lee, other than the fact that at that time he only had like 60 ABs or so. Mm-hmm. Now he's well over 100. I don't understand it. I don't understand why they want to be so patient
with Jemai specifically. I don't get it either.
Look, we thought going into we weren't sure if McGonigal was going to make the roster, right? Back in
it's hilarious
February.
To think about. Yeah,
and you look at it now, and it's like, to me, there's zero doubt that he could have helped them last season in September, and they're just hesitant to make that kind of aggressive push.
So that's the only reason I talk about Max Clark is there are other organizations that are willing to push the envelope and test guys at the major league level. And I agree with you. I think Max Clark is best suited in AAA right now and probably for the rest of the season. But at some point, Max Anderson's a great example. You got to find out, is this a AAA guy? Is he a 4A guy? Mm-hmm. Or can he actually be a contributor at the major league level when you need him?
I don't like my feeling on him is I'm not 100% sure they think he's part of the core future. So find out.
Yeah.
It might surprise you. Yeah.
Because if you did bring up McGonigal next year, and who knows, maybe nothing changes. Maybe they still lose to Seattle. Maybe there's a one hit. Could he have provided one hit that would have pushed them into the ALDS or ALCS? Sorry.
Yeah. They were sitting waiting for one big knock, one big hit, and never came. Friday's show, we brought up a little bit of U.S. soccer. Mm-hmm. Talked about how they've been.
Did the fever catch you?
Yeah, I have the bug. I made sure to carve out the time, settle in Friday night. Red, white, blue, stars and stripes. Let's go.
You kind of had the bug a little bit before as well because you're going up to actually see a World Cup game live.
Yeah. Next week I'll go check out. It won't be U.S. It's just whatever game was available. Mm-hmm. That'll be Ghana and Panama. No, but as we're gearing up for this World Cup, I don't know really anything about U.S. soccer. I know it was awful 4 years ago. They scored 4 goals, or they scored 3 goals in 4 games. I'm like, we suck. We're no good. How can't that was part of Friday's discussion is how do we get on the other country's level or be more competitive or something? But hey, you know what, John? Like you, when the red, white, and blue are playing,
Oh, yeah.
You make sure to sit and watch and cheer and gear up. What we watched on Friday night was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Lisa was a soccer player throughout high school. She's got that in her background. So throughout the course of the day, she'll have other games on. I could care less if anyone else is playing. I only care about if the U.S. Team USA is playing, I'm tuned in. And on Friday night, that was a ton of fun. And I guess I'm going to throw this out there to our listeners. What does that win mean? Because notably, I am not a soccer guy, not a football guy. I don't know what that means. Scoring 3 goals in the first half, and then you look at halftime, and they've got the talking heads. Alexi Lala says, "Hey, that's the best first half. That's the best half that the Team USA has ever played." What does that mean moving forward in pool play? What does that mean to this team and their chances of advancing this year? Now, I think if I was a betting man, I'd put a couple of bucks on Team USA simply because I want all my eggs are in one basket. If anyone else wins, I don't care. It's just simply about what is Team USA going to do, and I don't know what those results mean. What did that performance mean to Team USA?
It means you have my attention. I mean, I'll speak for myself, and we can kick off the 9 o'clock hour with it, but you have my attention. I started digging in a little more. I'm excited. It's 97.1. What did Friday night mean? USA with a dominant performance against Paraguay. 70% possession, which I thought it was even more than that. Felt like they had the ball the entire time. Picking and choosing and scoring. They scored 4 goals. They didn't score 4 goals in the entire World Cup in 2022. So what did it do? It got my attention.
Yeah.
And I started digging in a little more because I wondered, how do we make up the talent gap? How do we get better to where we can compete on the world stage? And you start digging in and you realize, well, a lot of these dudes, they're entering their prime. This is when it's supposed to click. This Captain America, Christian Pulisic, he plays for Chelsea, EPL, best league in the world. He's 27 years old. Mm-hmm. This is what it's supposed to look like as he enters his athletic peak. This Balogun guy, he's a dual citizen. He was born here, but grew up in England. He chose to play here instead of for England. Well, okay, he scores 2 goals. He's 24 years old. This is when it's supposed to come together. The guys playing around them that are setting this up are 25 and 26 and 27 years old. And many of them, half the team, already played in a World Cup. So as I started learning more about these guys and watching that performance, I just have to admit it, I got the bug. I'm hooked. I'm in. Friday night, put me in.
You did the deep dive.
Yeah.
And this Friday, it's going to be a little bit earlier. It'll be 3 o'clock. It'll actually be the lead up to the Tigers game.
Perfect.
I am as well. Now, I didn't do as deep of a dive in regards to where these players are from, what they're doing, and who they are. But to me, this is one of those team events that is just, it's so entertaining to watch and see what they're going to do.
Yeah. Texter says Paraguay beat Brazil and Argentina in World Cup qualifying and only allowed 2 goals in 16 games. No slouches.
Okay. See, that's something I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with them. USA Soccer win means nothing. That's the expectation we should have for this team. We'll see how they do if they advance. I mean, like, that's the other thing I started doing is going back from U.S. Soccer for over the years. Yeah. We haven't won 2 games in a World Cup ever. We'll win, we'll draw. 0-2, they won twice. That's the record.
You do know there's more opportunity for wins now because of the expanded 48-team field. Yeah. So that could even be a little bit of a jaded stat if they equaled it or passed it.
I know, but 0-2, they won 1 in the group stage, and then they won 1 in the knockout round, and that's the best that we've ever done.
And so I asked that question earlier in terms of Paraguay, and I'm glad somebody answered it. Like, Paraguay does have some big wins in their back pocket. Now, it only matters what you do in the World Cup, and right now, hey, U.S. is up 1-0, and they scored 4 goals.
On paper, without a doubt, this is the best roster and coach we've ever had in our history. They, quote, should win the group easily and should have a solid chance at winning in the knockout round as well. I know they got farther in 0-2, but this roster speaks for itself. This team is way better. That's from Anthony. Guys, on Friday, that first half was the best I've ever seen them play, but don't get carried away. They should get out of the group, but then it gets tough in the round of 16, Jose Nakar.
Okay.
Local tie for the World Cup, Alexi Lalas went to Cranbrook.
Oh.
I
didn't know that.
By the way, there's like a palpable energy between him
and everybody else on
the desk.
Yeah. There's a little awkwardness there.
There's a tension. They're like, who's this loudmouth American? Like, Henry won a World Cup for France. He's sitting there looking at, who's this guy? What's his? One of them's going to strangle him at some point, and it's going to be incredible TV.
Well, okay. Well, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I've never been a fan of his, and I'm not.
Lawless?
Yeah, he's. Stoney has this list of people. There's just something about him. There's just something about Alexi Lalas I don't like. I didn't know he was from here. He was born in Birmingham.
Was he really?
I had no idea that was true. It got me to wondering, is he one of those guys that kind of just left here and doesn't ever mention here anymore? Is he like Madonna?
Does he still have family here?
I don't know.
Well, Madonna doesn't come back.
I've never heard him talk about Michigan.
High school assemblies. Come back and speak like Heather did.
Well, it was for graduation.
Okay, yeah. Well, so assembly or graduation, yeah. She doesn't come back and give back. I'm just kidding. No, I have no. And this is. I'm not a soccer guy. I don't know the players involved. All I know is that they're playing for Team USA, and when they take the field, I'm captivated until they leave the field.
Ryan, St. Clair Shores, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good morning, Ryan.
Good. I was in Chicago this weekend with some friends from England. They seem more excited about U.S. than England itself. They love football, soccer, however you want to say it. But, yeah, I bought 2 shirts from there for me and my 2-year-old because Rally House, Dunham's, and Dick's had 0, and I mean 0, FIFA stuff or USA anything displayed at all.
Really?
Which was crazy. I went to 3 different stores out here on the east side, and, yeah, nothing. Not a single shirt, just the FIFA logo and maybe a koozie, and that was about it. No jerseys, nothing at all, which is crazy because, if we're not exposed to it, how do we get excited, right?
Right. Well, I wondered, like, on that level of buy-in, I considered last minute, like, do I go find a sports bar? Because, like, this is a camaraderie type of event. You want to be around other people, high-fiving USA. And I made the decision too late, didn't want to try to find a place last minute. I wonder this Friday, there's got to be some big watch parties.
Oh, I would think there would be. And this would be the perfect sports bar viewing experience for me because, again, when I'd show up, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people around that all of them would know more about this than I do.
Yeah.
And to hear them talk and to be able to glean some information from them would be beneficial to me. Plus, just that, when I'm at home watching it, okay, yeah, hey, the kids are there, Lisa's there, and we're excited. But to be in that sports bar environment, I think this would be the perfect setup to be able to watch these games.
248-539-9797. Paraguay's terrible. They're ranked 42 in the world, and that might be generous. They shouldn't even be in the inflated World Cup field. U.S. was gifted a cupcake group.
Okay. Well, starting to fill in the blanks for me.
Look, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert, but I would imagine in the history of us playing in the World Cup, we don't exactly take care of the cupcakes we do play. So the fact that they were able to score,
used to be the cupcake that people wanted to play against.
Again, in the last World Cup, we scored 3 goals in 4 games.
And
we scored 4 goals in 1 game in this World Cup.
And what I would say about that, should they not have won 4-1?
Right. They looked dominant. They looked like when you open the schedule against Western this year, John.
Right.
Michigan should beat them by 5 touchdowns.
Right. And if they don't, then you look at it going, well, were they ready to play or are they just not as good as we think they are? Like, there's a lot of questions. But then you go out there and you take care of business and you beat a team. And it seems to me like a 4-1 win, that's a blowout in soccer.
Yeah. It says no one cares about soccer. Move on. Shane and Linden.
Normally, Shane, I'm 100% there with you, but this is Team USA.
The win means nothing. In group play, it's similar to a regular season game in other sports. We've never won more than 1 game in the group stage in the history of U.S. soccer. This would be like if your team never won more than a third of its games in the regular season.
Well, and I don't know how it worked. Again, I Friday admitted I didn't even know how you started a soccer game.
I was thinking about that when the game began,
in pool
by the way.
play, like let's just say, hey, 2 teams end up tied. What's the tiebreaker? Because ties happen quite frequently.
As Tom reminded us.
In soccer, if you have the same record as somebody else, what is the difference maker? Is it goal differential?
It's got to be goals. Goals for.
All right, so you score 4.
It's good.
Your goal differential's 3. That's got to be a feather in the cap of the U.S. right now.
Did anybody score? I mean, Germany scored 7. Did anybody else score more than the U.S. in their opening game?
Yeah, somebody. Wait,
I don't
you
know.
said Germany 7. Somebody else had 5. I
Okay.
think yesterday.
All right.
I'll give you the same response I get from my kids.
Oh.
I don't know.
So let's have an event every 4 years and let goal differential over head-to-head decide something. Greg hates me right now.
Well, okay, when you have
Honestly,
pool
I
play,
don't understand. Like, I do have this maybe I have this blind spot why people don't hate ties as much as I do.
I hate ties.
Like, it's just
you play till somebody wins.
Yes. Jim?
And they
thoughts?
even give you in soccer, they give you extra time. And I don't know where that comes from, but you get it.
Ties aren't satisfying for anybody. Nobody happy with a tie.
No, I mean, unless you're an extreme underdog and you come away with a tie, you'd be like, oh, well, at least we didn't lose.
You know,
And I know
Trump has ventured into different arenas at times during his presidency.
Does he need an
He should ban
executive order that
ties.
says no ties
Yes.
in soccer?
I would support that one venture into other things.
The only thing I'd say is this isn't really our game to legislate. This is beyond the scope.
Our game does it too.
What?
Our game does it too.
What our game?
Football.
Yeah, no, look, if you want to get after the NFL, I'm saying the World Cup is not going to take the advice of any president of any country to change
It
this.
just feels like in soccer, it happens more frequently.
Well, yeah. And I think the excuse is, well, the games are grueling and you only have so many subs and it's a long tournament, but they're only playing 1 game a week.
Right. They should be fully recovered by next Friday.
Right. Yeah, I don't like seeing games end in ties. 248-539-9797. We'll get some texts, some calls, some feedback. What did Friday night mean? USA with a 4-1 win. It's 97-1. It's Brightside Dental for a brighter, straighter smile. I want to talk to the people out there that have been putting off going to the dentist. Maybe you had a bad experience in the past. Some anxiety going to the dentist is normal, and that's why Brightside understands they have a comfort-first approach. I'll go there, get cleanings, fillings done. I go to the Southfield location, and they really do make it painless. Get in next week. Think of it like early smile prep for wedding season. All of it. $35 new patient special. 9 locations across Metro Detroit. Find an office nearby. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightSideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment. Just care. USA played well against Paraguay. First game of the World Cup. Home soil, adrenaline pumping. Game 2 against Australia will be the indicator of what's to come. They'll play Friday at 3. Tech says USA has the offense to go deep. Where they'll struggle is defensively against the elite teams. But yes, this group is legit. The thing that has me hooked are the crowds. Super loud, constant cheering, chanting all game. It's insane. Great to watch. Signed, Mason. By itself, the U.S. win on Friday doesn't mean anything. But I've watched every U.S. World Cup game since the 80s, and we have never had a true scorer up top. If we win, it was a coming-out party for Balogun. He's our long-awaited top-flight scorer. We actually might have something in place. BP in LO. Yeah, this Balogun guy's 24, born in Brooklyn, moved to England, spent most of his life there. I believe could have played for England, the U.S., or Nigeria. We got him. And he scored 2 goals in the first game. Pulisic currently plays for AC Milan, not Chelsea, Jim, but he's still on a big club. Paraguay isn't an easy team to beat. The U.S. has played their best game in the World Cup in their history.
Okay. I mean, and so that's the thing is like Paraguay, I don't know enough about this, and I'm not going to do a deep dive into all 48 teams or let alone the other three teams that are in the USA's pool. Right. Just want to know that they win when they play them.
People are shouting out different watch parties, different places that are gearing up for this World Cup. I mean, it's in our home country.
Yeah, I do think that the watch parties, and we see them all the time for, Saturdays, college football. If you're a Michigan fan, you're trying to find a place in, if you live in Chicago where, hey, this is where the Michigan fans are all going. The cool thing about this is, even if you go to a place where, hey, it's, USA is going to be the predominant cheering section, you also have others that are going to be in there and get a chance to harass them a little bit.
John, I want you to picture this. This is what Matt and Redford's selling.
Oh.
If the U.S. and England both advance to the knockout rounds, there is potential for a U.S.-England matchup on the 4th of July. Let freedom ring, baby.
We don't want them to get revenge, do we?
Oh, no. No.
WTF is a kilometer. Bring it on.
What did you just say?
Said, what the F's a kilometer?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
And what's Celsius?
Yeah. How many liters of water are they going to need during the game?
Well, England talk radio, the Balogun thing will be a huge thing if that happens. Oh, my.
Bring it on.
Yeah, why is he
He's
playing
playing
over
in the
there?
right place because he was born here.
He was born here.
Yeah. I like ties. Signed Dylan and Royal Oak. Fun local take on Team USA. I have not fact-checked this, Tom. I don't know if you did. Pulisic lived in Canton for a few years. Attended Workman Elementary.
Oh, yeah. We're getting a thumbs up.
Okay, he did.
Oh, okay.
I did fact-check that before I gave it to you.
Cool.
I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
Shows you we don't pay attention to soccer. Pulisic and Alexi Lawless are both
local guys.
To a degree, especially Lawless.
I got a text from someone who said they watched Lawless play at the Silverdome in the '94 World Cup. Tie against Switzerland.
Okay. Soccer's just not on my radar.
No, look, I mean, we haven't been good. We like supporting winners. We haven't been winners.
Yeah.
And it comes every 4 years, and it comes and goes. And
well, the funny thing is like every time the new hockey team, the women's hockey team here signs somebody locally, like it's up on my feed, and I'm like, oh, hey, we got another, a third local candidate here, playing for our hockey team. And let alone, I have no idea of Team USA who's playing on the soccer team.
Soccer is a fickle mistress. The next 2 games could be, 1-0 wins or losses. The U.S. never does anything against the elite teams. You got to watch Brazil and Morocco, for example. Paraguay beat Argentina and Brazil in qualifying. Those were competitive matches. Both are top 10. That was far from a cupcake. Makes it more impressive what the U.S. did. Lawless lived in my neighborhood in Birmingham. We would grab him to get enough players to play sandlot baseball. Barry in a car. The win on Friday, John, to answer you, it's like the Lions going 15-2 and getting the 1 seed. You got to do something afterwards.
Okay, yes, you're right. You come out, you have maybe the greatest half that the USA has played in World Cup history. And what are you going to do when you play the next game? Like, it can't just be a one-off. Clearly.
I can't believe we're even talking about soccer after what we witnessed on the White House lawn last night.
It was pretty awesome. That was an absolute spectacle. And I was telling you guys at the break, like, Zach Brown did the national anthem. And it was, I know that they had some weather delays and all that stuff, but with the way that the weather was, it was the flags were all blowing in the air. He did a great job with his rendition of the national anthem. And then they had the fighter jets.
Oh, the flyover?
Yeah. Oh, it was goosebumps. Absolute goosebumps.
So a couple other Lawless facts. He was good enough to be up for junior hockey league in Canada selection. He didn't get picked.
Oh.
But he was good enough to be like on part of the process. He was just on The Masked Singer earlier this year.
Masked Singer still going on?
Yes, it is.
That's
I didn't
a show
know
that I
either.
have never watched one. I don't think I've seen commercials for it, but I have no idea what the premise of the show is.
I watched one of the early seasons. God, that would have been like pre-COVID. I didn't think it had the staying power, but apparently.
So that's the one where
You don't
obviously
know.
it's a
Yeah.
Masked Singer. You don't know who's singing, but they just give you clues, but you
Clues.
can't hear their voice because the voice would give it away.
Well, you would think, but people don't guess. So,
Right.
and you only reveal it once they're eliminated.
I guess if nobody's listening to Lawless, then
One
nobody
more
would know his voice.
Lawless fun thing. Go around the room quick. He's a humongous follower of this 80s band.
Oh, I don't know.
Def Leppard,
Go around the room.
Bon Jovi.
Kiss.
Round and round.
Oh, this is not going to be one that is.
Rat. Round and round.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Hey. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, a Michigan restaurant has just had its burger ranked among the very best in the entire world. So according to the worldbestburgers.com's list of the world's 101 best burger places, the burger at Prime and Proper comes in at number 61. So I didn't know this. I don't follow their burgers, but the restaurant only makes 10 of them each evening,
I've read
and
that,
diners
yeah.
can only order one at the bar.
Well, first of all, it's an odd choice to go to a nice steakhouse and get the burger.
Yeah.
But it
Unless
sounds like
you
it's a
just-
hell of a burger.
So it will set you back $26. It consists of a blend of A5 Wagyu ground beef and dry aged brisket. It's grilled over a wood fired open flame before being placed in between a homemade sesame seed bun. I mean, there's a lot more that goes into this burger than just that. But according to the restaurant's founder, the burger is an expression and culmination of everything that they have put into their very own dry aging and butchery programs. They do
wonder
everything in-house.
If that's one of them where, like, you try and make a change to the way that they serve it, and they're like, no, this is the only way we do it.
Yeah, so go check it out.
No pickles, please.
My question on this is that is the demand only for 10 per day? Or if some guy grabs the 10th one and then you come up to the bar to order a burger, they'll say, nope,
we're
sorry.
out.
You had the last one.
Yeah, none for you.
Is it to like preserve quality?
Yeah, I think it's because of how they're making it that they're only making that they're getting the best beef, the best cheese. They're pickling their mustard seeds instead of putting mustard on it. I think that because of what goes into making it, they only make 10.
Wow.
Is how I take that as, but who knows?
It's exclusive.
Kroger is celebrating summer with its limited time All America Ice Cream Collection, and they're giving away 100,000 pints of free ice cream on June 19th to celebrate the summer solstice. That's actually a couple days on the 21st.
Is it?
But they're celebrating early, yes, as we did as well. So if you'd like to get your hands on some of this free ice cream, you have to go to freekrogericecream.com. You download their limited time single-use digital coupon. It'll be available at 12 p.m. on Friday, June 19th, and it comes in 3 flavors. It's available while supplies last, so if you don't get your hands on one of those coupons, you're out of luck. They're unique flavors. One is the 7th inning swirl. It's caramel popcorn flavored ice cream with praline peanuts and caramel swirls. The other is as sweet as cherry pie. It's cherry and pie pieces. And then banana split social, strawberry banana ice cream with pineapple chunks and chocolate swirls. Yeah, so
I don't
very
know,
unique.
pineapple with banana,
But free ice cream.
Ice cream.
It's free ice cream.
It's like a
Like
a
oh,
banana
it's like
split.
Yeah.
Now, this next news was something that is interesting to me. I'm sure you guys never grew up watching Top Model.
No.
But
No.
I did. It was a huge part of my
Is it the Tyra Banks
youth.
thing?
Yes, and I binged the docuseries that was on Netflix, and now Tyra Banks is taking Netflix to court, and she's not holding back. So the former America's Next Top Model host has filed a defamation lawsuit claiming Netflix manipulated her appearance in its docuseries called Reality Check inside America's Next Top Model. Now, according to this lawsuit, she sat for 3.5 hours to be interviewed, but only 16 minutes made it into the final cut. And she says those clips were edited to create a false and defamatory narrative. She argues that the documentary suggests she ignored a contestant's alleged sexual assault, failed to support her longtime friend and judge, Miss J. Alexander, after he had a stroke. I mean, it was an eye-opening. I was fascinated by this documentary, but it was because I wanted to be on that show. I loved that show, and now you watch it back and you're like, oh, how was the time was so different when it aired, and the things that were on it would never happen. Now, anyway, she wants a trial by jury, and she says it's reputational harm, lost business opportunities, emotional distress. So Netflix and the producers have yet to respond to that. So those visiting America for the World Cup are loving their visit,
have you seen
especially
this?
treasures like Buc-ee's. There are buses, almost tour visits to Buc-ee's that fans can go on. They're loving it, right? One fan from Scotland said, a place like this could only exist in America, and I love it. There's also a player from Germany named Freddie who's been kind of going viral for documenting his trip, loving every moment of it. Buc-ee's included, but Waffle House, Taco Bell,
Oh, yeah.
Walmart. They also found and discovered Ella Langley's music, and that's going viral. She's their soundtrack for the trip, but it's just kind of fun to see what people are loving.
Experiencing new things here that they don't have where they're coming from.
I saw one guy and he was baffled at the different options of just diet or just Dr. Pepper. So the diet, the zeros, the
Yeah.
different. He's like, there's a whole row just for Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching the clips of when Scotland was playing in Boston.
Oh yeah.
And they were basically drinking the town dry. They were there 2 days earlier, and the game's 24 hours away, but we're out of beer.
It has been really cool to see
Yeah.
people coming over here.
Yeah, for
and,
sure.
and loving it. All right, coming up next, not exactly loving what's happening with this baseball team. Lost both games to the Guardians over the weekend. I feel like the biggest pain point for our listeners, for Tiger fans, is what's going on with Jahmai Jones and why this guy continues to play and get multiple at-bats. We'll tell you what Hinch had to say after the game, and it raises a question. Are you more upset with Hinch or Harris? It's 97.1. Guardians own the Tigers.
We're just waiting for that postseason opportunity, which is not going to come.
I was going to say,
No. I'm talking about last year's postseason opportunity.
I know. I can cling to it only for so long. We're halfway through June. Team's 13 under. A hot start. That's a splash of cold water. They're still essentially 10 back of the division. They've made up very little ground. Losing to Cleveland stings. Losing to Cleveland with Skubal on the mound stings. Mm-hmm. Losing when they have 3 players leaving with injuries.
Key players.
Yeah, some good players. Jose Ramirez being in there. DeLauder. Martinez, their leadoff guy. All of that stings. And the fact that we have to watch Jahmai Jones and Matt Vierling stings. Now, I would separate the two. Vierling has a role as a platoon bat. He actually hits lefties okay. Jahmai doesn't. And A.J. Hinch afterwards said it's been a tough year for Jahmai. He continues to hit the ball pretty hard. I know yesterday he didn't, but overall, you look at what he's done, he's hit the ball hard. He would continue to say, we need Jahmai to do his part with the way the team is designed and how the roster is built. He said, production matters. We're going to continue to work with him because we believe in him.
Well, he's playing him because of and the way the roster is built. The roster is built for AJ to try and create matchups. And right now, those matchups aren't paying off. We did spend 24 and a large part of 25 looking at going, wow, AJ Hinch is the master of pulling the strings. He puts somebody in the 8th inning, they get a hit, and like he was manufacturing wins by creating those matchups. Those matchups are not winning in 26. They're not winning at all.
Well, then he has to adjust, right?
You would think.
Now, are people more upset with Hinch or are they more upset with Harris? Because when you say the way the roster's built, Harris can take Jahmai Jones away. He can remove him from the roster. Then AJ can't pinch hit him. Can't start him against lefties. I think Hinch is stubbornly sticking with Jahmai, but he shouldn't even be on the roster. Am I wrong?
No, you are 100% correct. I agree that he should not be on the roster. He's not a major league bat.
So then who are people more frustrated with? I mean, the answer might be you're more frustrated with Jahmai, but Harris or Hinch, 248-539-9797. Talk to Tiger fans, because I don't know how much longer we can do this where he's on the team.
Well, you go back to last year, and you take a combination of what Jones did for this lineup and Torque did for the lineup, which was better than this year. That's where they got duped.
Right.
These two are the reasons why they didn't add a right-handed bat. That's their reasons. Trust me, that's not what I think.
Yeah.
But Torque duped them, and Jones duped them even more. And I don't know. I guess with Torque, his career arc's been kind of consistent of odd and even years. It's just weird. But with Jones, last year was an anomaly, and they trusted it. And they continue to trust it into mid-June. That's the problem.
Well, they trusted Andy Ibanez for a very long time.
Ibanez was better. I know this is hard to argue.
Yeah.
He was a better player, a more versatile player than Jones.
I'm not even really trying to have that argument. My point is Andy Ibanez is only here to hit lefties. And he had a moment against Houston in the 2024 playoffs that'll live forever. But really, his production was sporadic and tapered off, and they stuck with him for a very long time. And the reality is Andy Ibanez has been on 2 different teams since leaving Detroit. He was a late bloomer who had a niche role, who wasn't going to stay hot forever. It sounds like Jahmai Jones.
It's just so frustrating that, you have a guy. The reason you're doing this with Ibanez and now Jones is because of Carpenter. They don't think he can hit lefties. And then he did it in a situation in the playoffs, and then he gets no opportunity this year to build on that. The guy has a semi-clutch gene to his game, right?
Yeah.
I just don't. It's so head-scratching. Vierling hitting third. I mean,
yeah. But texters have brought this up, but just set that up for people who weren't paying attention.
So first, when you set it up, I want to know what your reaction was on Saturday when you saw the lineup card come out, and it was Vierling third and Jahmai Jones batting 6th. I mean, I was like, come on, man.
Yeah, it's the same old crap. You have, especially after Friday night where they wasted opportunities. You had no. I didn't think they'd win the game. I didn't. I thought Skubal would probably come out earlier than normal. I thought he pitched okay and had some rust. He gave them a chance to win, I guess, if with some support. God forbid they support the guy one time.
Yeah.
But it's the Vierling part of that. Because I'm used to the Jones that I knew Carpenter wasn't going to play, And so Vierling's hitting third. Dingler's fourth. Okay, because you're going against a lefty, you want to pile up the right-handed batters a little bit higher, and that's why Green's hitting fifth. I don't agree with that, by the way. But anyways, there's no world where Dingler shouldn't be third and Vierling fourth.
Yeah,
now, it sounds crazy to say Matt Vierling's my cleanup hitter. I'd actually put Green fourth. Well, just look at that for a second. Why is Vierling ahead of Dingler? Why?
Platoon splits. And the idea that we can use Carey as a pinch hitter in that spot earlier now.
No.
I'm just telling you, I'm not defending it.
Start your game with your best hitters at the top of the lineup.
And to your point, Dingler was 2 for 4. Doesn't come up at the end.
That's it. He didn't bat in the ninth. Vierling made the last out. It's the exact reason why most MLB teams are batting their best hitters higher in the lineup now.
Whether or not it's a power guy, you're batting 4 because you're cleanup because you're a home run hitter. That's somewhat gone away with all of the analytics of getting guys more at bats.
I mean, I'm in a world right now where I personally believe McGonigal should lead off every game. I can buy the Torres thing, but here's how: if you're playing a righty, then it should be McGonigal, Torres, Green, Dingler. And then if you're against a righty or a lefty, you flip that.
You could lead Torres off against the lefty if you chose.
Yeah.
McGonigal, though, really was created in the lab to be a leadoff hitter. He's got more walks than strikeouts. He's got 9 stolen bases, which doesn't sound like a lot, but the next highest on the team is 3. He could end up stealing 20, 25 bags. Sees a ton of pitches. I mean, that's the guy that you would want to lead off. He's also been their best player, so you get him as many at-bats as possible. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I remember Leland used to get criticized for, and even Ausmus too, for taking out Victor like in the 8th inning back. And that's the 8th inning. Mm-hmm. They're doing this stuff in like the 5th inning of games, and it comes back and bites them. It is so frustrating because they had an opportunity this weekend to just kind of keep a little bit of positive momentum going, and they just resort back to the same crap.
Bill in Gibraltar. Bill, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. I do a ton of Mud Hen games living down where I'm at. It's either way, Comerica or down there.
Yeah.
I don't understand how you have a guy, Malgary, who's batting .310 down in Toledo right now, who's 26. He's not a kid. And as John had said earlier, you got Anderson, who's batting .280. And you're watching Jones play every game. That all falls on Harris. Is he not watching what's going on down there? I don't get it.
Well, it's like they have their own boxes they want certain guys to check, but you can't let your season you can't lose your season at the major league level and let it get away from you.
Well, you're right, but at least you got guys that are batting more than their freaking weight.
No, I know. I'm not fighting you or disagreeing with you. I'm trying to understand, like, even if you wanted to prioritize certain development, you mentioned the one dude's 26, like, bleeper, get off the pot. Like, we got to see what this guy can do. And it's not like our team at the major league level is just chock full of so many quality bats that there's no room.
What the caller's point with Malgary is that you're giving Anderson more time, but you're bringing up a potentially more productive bat from the right-handed side to go in instead of Jones. Like, this guy's probably not part of their future, Malgary, long term. But
no, but can he be a part of the next 2 weeks?
Yes.
Right. Can you try to go 7-3 and
2 months?
A 10-game stretch? Yeah, and exactly. Because that's what this weekend did, is they take 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. And they just don't have that luxury anymore.
No.
Phone calls, feedback, wrap up the show. Get the Karsch and Anderson. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer's finally here. The weather's heating up, and you're probably planning vacations and backyard barbecues. But I need to ask you a question. When was the last time you actually looked at your roof? The summer storm season is officially here, and we saw it over the weekend. You don't want a leaky roof ruining your summer plans. Don't wait for the damage to happen. Do what I did and call the pros at Rapid Roofing. They're fast, they're local, and they get the job done right the first time. Beat the summer rush and secure your peace of mind. Call Rapid Roofing today, or you can go to the web at rapidroofing.com to schedule your free inspection and lock in your appointment. That's rapidroofing.com.
Text coming in. I'm more frustrated with Harris over Hinch. AJ is exposing Harris's poor scouting and recognition of talent. It's Pork Chop Jones in Brighton.
At what point is AJ putting Jemai out there just a slap in the face to Scott Harris saying, oh, you know what, hey, this is the roster you gave me, so I'm going to go ahead and play him until you get rid of him?
You'll never know. I mean, does AJ agree with this? He's always publicly going to say the right thing.
I can't imagine he's looking at it going, Jemai's a good choice.
I'm happy this is the option I have.
See, I think they're mutual lockstep. I was actually talking to Stoney out there a little bit about, have these guys let themselves get into this world because they've had success, not only with Ibanez back then and then Jones last year, but also the chaos, pitching chaos and all that they're trusting this stuff a little bit too much on mediocre players?
I think that's fair.
Like, I think I don't know, and maybe that's why they're giving him so much rope.
That he's going to figure it out and fix it. I mean, that's what he said after the game, that they believe in him.
I mean, it's just like keeping Zach Short around as long as they did. It seems like they have an awful lot of patience in a season that should be running out of patience.
I think that's the biggest key. If this team was 500, might make you upset, but roll with the punches. This makes people's blood boil because they're not in it, and they can't afford to have any steps backwards.
Right.
Yeah, I don't have the numbers in front of me now, but when we had AJ on last week, the Tigers' pinch hitter numbers were terrible.
Yeah.
Like 28th in baseball, 29th in OPS from the pinch hitters. And it's like, I don't know what numbers
you're using.
You might say I like the historical comp, but I'll just give it one more time and then we'll get to the phones. Jemai Jones is one of 7 Tigers who have seen 50 at-bats against lefties. He's 7th on the team in average and OPS. Mm-hmm. He's the worst option of all of the guys who regularly hit lefties. Let's get to Jim on a cell. Jim, good morning.
Hi, guys. It's definitely Harris, but the thing is I have more problems with some other players too. McKinstry, how about Perez? How about Rogers? Can I keep on going?
Yeah, there's no bench.
You know, I mean, there's like 5 guys that I would ship down to Toledo if I could, and bring up 5 other guys down there, Anderson and some other guys down there. I'd bring up. I mean, how can you keep on putting these guys at the plate? I mean, McKinstry should be out of here. I mean, Rogers, Jesus. I mean, you telling me they're getting a better catcher down there than Rogers? I mean, I don't understand why they keep on keep these guys up. I've never seen a team have so many hitters under 200. I mean, we used to, when I was growing up, we'd maybe have one every 4 or 5 years. I mean, we got 4 or 5 that cannot hit the baseball, and it's frustrating. You know, you bring up Jones, but I have 4 or 5 other ones. I mean, let's keep on going.
Right.
I mean, you know what I mean? So that I'm frustrated because these are Harris's players. You know, and I really think that Hinch loves these guys though. I think he loves Verling. I think that McKinstry, he plays these guys constantly, and maybe he doesn't have a choice, I guess. But I think it's a combination.
Yeah, you think he's on board? He's on board with the philosophy. Yeah. So like we get some mixed messages. So some of the texts, I blame Hinch for the problems. He's stubborn and continues to think he's smarter. Another says 100% Harris. He gets these recycle bin players and expects Hinch to use them. And then this text points out, I think Cody Clemens, 10 home runs, and Ryan Valade playing every day. Feels like we picked the wrong players.
I mean, I have watched Cody Clemens, and it's not like he's lighting the world on fire, but he is better than what we have.
Well, this will be a treat. The next 4 hours on your radio, you will have Stoney
with Doug Karsh to make it really interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just here along for the ride. What's up, boys?
How's it going?
Everything's good. Everything's wonderful.
Is that a fresh haircut?
Yes, it is, actually.
Looks good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your conversation because I had pretty much the same thoughts. And a little, I take notes during the day. Obviously, the champ and chump will save that for the air. But Jemai Jones needs Toledo. 1 for 30, OPS 457. Ibanez 2.0. That's what I put in my notes.
Ibanez 2.0.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
1 for 30, his last 30 at bats.
I think his last hit was April 26th or May 20th.
Of what year?
May 26th. Whatever. You know what? It all started for him. Didn't he play for Korea in the? He played for somebody
WBC?
in the WBC. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
It's just, it's disgusting. It is
disgusting.
It is disgusting that they have.
Good morning, Doug.
That's the option.
Pretty bad, yeah. Pretty bad.
Yeah.
But we got some thoughts on that and the quote from AJ over the weekend. And
Yeah.
his Tiger series, his Tiger team, scuba performance, et cetera, et cetera. What's next with Houston coming up? Team ahead of him in the wild card standing. So
Tell me you enjoyed like the College World Series. You like baseball. You like College World Series.
Troy's moving on.
I know.
I've watched all or part of every game so far from Omaha. And I counted up 9 of the 12 World Cup games I took in this weekend.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah,
Did you watch them all? Well, we'll talk about it later. I watched bits and pieces a little bit.
like I said, 9 of the 12.
Okay.
Yeah. But not like every minute, but many of them. Yeah. I enjoy the hell out of it. And my people say, why would it? And I said, because the rest of the world's football. Like they get so excited.
Yeah.
Everybody's so into it. And
I'm into it when the Team USA is playing.
so did you watch Friday night?
I did.
Oh, cool.
But when anyone else is playing, like I don't know the participants, nor do I care to learn anything about them. It's just, I mean, just being 100% honest. But when Team USA is out there, I'm ready to go. Just wish I didn't have to wait until next Friday to see their next.
Yeah.
Or this Friday.
Yep.
Guys is going to Toronto to see some games.
Yeah.
One game. Not Team USA.
Who are you seeing?
Ghana and Panama.
Okay.
Hey, just a way to take in what's a really cool experience.
And like the cultures of the fans and what they cheer and
Yeah.
and all that.
Canal versus the Rhea.
See, this is
And we are off
I'm
and
buckling
running.
up for the next 4 hours of the Mike Stone experience.
Well, and it's funny because he said he was going to Ghana, and he's been telling me about it all the time. And as soon as he says it, all I think of is
Yes,
Rhea.
of course. Yes, one of the Rhea sisters. Her sister Daya.
And Stoney will be here Thursday and Friday,
Hey.
and you will hear that laugh quite a bit.
It's predictably unpredictable.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yes, so Mike's in, obviously. So buckle up, everybody. And we got Champ and Chump like we do every Monday. So if you want to start lining up your votes, 248-539-9797
I saw a sneak peek on Stoney's phone. I think he's got a good choice.
Pretty obvious for
for
me.
Champ and Chump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see both or just the
I just
chump?
saw the champ.
Oh, you saw the champ?
Yeah.
Oh,
Did I see the
okay.
chump?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, you have a lot of options, though. I don't think that's going to be as unanimous
No.
as the champ.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last week it was a runaway. I mean, it was like everybody voted for the same Champ and Chump.
Who was it last week?
McGonagall was the champ, and I can't remember who the chump was, but it was a runaway blowout. I'll look it up.
All right.
So last week, the champ was Kevin McGonigal, and the chump was Josh Naylor. Couldn't remember Naylor, but Naylor, after the weekend he had, where he was out trying to hurt homies all over the place, he was named chump of the weekend in a runaway. So today we'll do it all over again as we'll crown a new champ and a new chump. So get your votes in at 248-539-9797. I am Doug Carson. That is Mike Stone.
Hey, what's happening?
You doing good today?
I'm doing pretty good. Interesting, good weekend. Played some crappy golf the other day, but
Are you talking about the round you had with Gator and I, or since then?
Actually, since then it was worse. Like when I played with you guys, I was consistent.
You hit the ball pretty well.
48-48.
Yeah.
And then on Saturday, or no, it was Friday, I did 52-52. So
okay.
Stay consistently bad.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I get it. Yeah, it's a frustrating sport.
Yes.
Sometimes I wonder what the hell I'm doing.
It's a beautiful day, so who cares?
Yeah, in theory, it's supposed to be. You try not to let the golf ruin the good time.
Exactly.
Yep.
What I don't understand, we talked about it a little bit while we played. Mm-hmm. A lot of people imbibe while they play golf.
Yeah.
I don't know how I could even, begin to, if I got buzzed, even hit the ball. I mean, I'm so bad to begin with sober. And I like at the turn, I'll usually have a beer and sometimes subconsciously to slow my swing down.
Oh, right. I mean,
have a few drinks, but that's it.
I think some people relax more.
I guess.
They have a drink or two. I mean, we're not talking about getting smashed. I told you that when it starts to go south, I just go sit in the cart and sad drink.
Yeah.
And that's sort of my thing is, okay, this round has gone to hell. How about those beers that we got sitting over there in the cooler? It changed my focus.
I know.
But anyway, yeah, it was a good time playing with you. You're fun to play with, and Gator is out playing today, which is why he isn't in today.
It's a very sentimental day for Gator too, because one of his favorite days of the year is playing in the Rocket Classic Media event.
Yep, and I feel like most of our station is there today. Like the office is completely empty.
Yeah,
and so everybody's taking advantage, except you, me, Kang, and Bobby here in the middays. But
okay,
yeah, it's fine. I mean, look, it's Gator. Gator he wants this day off every year, and I'm like, sure.
But this I'm not saying this could be unless something crazy happens, this is the last one for him.
Looks like it.
Yeah,
looks like it.
I guess he'll be working this time next year, Doug.
Yeah, I guess.
Put that in my schedule. I'm to work for this shift.
You're free next year, Stoney. Don't worry.
I always take I have some annual days off that I take each and every year, and including whatever Michigan's bye week is, I'll take the Friday.
Right.
So I can have a long weekend in the fall.
They have two this year, don't they?
Yeah. And usually they have one like the beginning of October, late September, beginning of October. So I like going up north and the colors and all that. But I've also used it to go visit kids who are away at school.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Gator knows bye week, Friday before. I'm probably not going to be there. And then there's other the part of our routine, he'll have Black Friday off because it's usually the day before Michigan, Ohio State.
All right.
And so if one of us has to be here, it makes more sense that it's the guy who does Michigan football, not the other guy. But
yeah,
it's a little tradition.
Lions bye week used to always try to take off. Now I'm not so sure because some other people have the same idea, so I might have to work. But I believe this year it's our 30th wedding anniversary is October 12th.
You might want to take it off then,
I might want to figure out something to do.
That's a very good idea. Yeah. So anything else exciting this weekend?
Let's see. Friday night after golf, went out to dinner to Kego Harbor. Went around into the mayor of Kego, Woody Woodruff.
Nice.
He's all over Kego. And Saturday, what did we do? Oh, yeah, we played, went someplace with another couple. We played pickleball and then had dinner afterwards.
Okay, how'd you do with the pickleball?
I was bad. I haven't played in a while.
Okay.
My wife plays like 5 or 6 times a week, so she's better than me, which...
Do you play together or against each other?
Well, that we switched off. Yeah, we played the first 3 games because we decided we were going to play, best of 3.
Mm-hmm.
We had the court for an hour or whatever. So I played with her 1 game, 1 set or whatever, 1 match, and we just switched around. So yeah.
It's something I don't see myself transitioning to just yet.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm still playing hockey. The problem with hockey is the league is getting younger.
Yeah,
the league is getting significantly younger, and I'm not.
Do they have leagues that are like, I don't know, 55 and over?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so it's not 55 and under.
No, there's like a 50 and over league. There's a 60 and over league, but I don't want to cave. for any of that stuff yet.
They don't just call it seniors at some point, Doug?
Nope. I think. Well, whatever. I'm still skating with the kids.
Yeah.
Hold my own.
Is Birchie still in your squad?
No, he's not.
Oh, okay.
And he was one of our better players. And we had Birchie, and we had my oldest son play with us for a while. In fact, he still subs when he's in town. And we had a playoff game last year. And my last shift in the playoff game, I scored a goal, which gave us a 2-0 lead. And I was sitting on the bench. There was about a minute left, and my shift was up. And I said to the guy next to me, "You go ahead." Because I thought, I never know when it's going to be my last game. And my son was on the ice with me, and I scored this goal. And I'm like, this might be my last shift ever.
Did you scored the goal?
I scored the goal.
Did he give you the assist?
He did not.
It was not Mark Howe to Gordie Howe?
No, I should have picked the puck up out of the net, though, and skated off of it. Because I never know. And it was a playoff game. And what I found out later is the Zamboni broke, and the compressor in the Zamboni broke, and the rest of our league got suspended. So it very well might be my last game. We'll see. I probably will play again, but you never know. All right, so Monday's Mean Champ and Chump. Stoney and I will have ours today at 10:35. Got to talk about the Tigers, and obviously a frustrating couple of games. And then yesterday's salvage effort got rained out, which was weird. I want to know how many people drove down there and were surprised the game got rained out. Wasn't it? Did I see it was like sun out and shining, and it was predicted rain? Or
yeah, they said I have no idea. All I know is I read once the game got postponed that they saw a line of storms that were not going away, that was headed that way, and yada yada.
Mm-hmm. So. Those are tough calls to make, and I don't think they want to cancel a Sunday afternoon.
No,
game,
actually, I think it was good news for the Tigers. To be quite honest with you,
just to get away.
Yeah.
Break it up.
Now you might want to say you want to see Mize pitch sooner, and it's kind of weird that he just doesn't pitch the next game. He's not pitching till like Wednesday or something like that. But
right,
Gavin Williams is always tough on the Tigers, I believe. So the way they were hitting, they probably would have lost anyway.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt. You're on 97.1. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning. So, Champ and Chump. Champ, I'm going to give to Carolina. Congrats on their Stanley Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Chump, because I travel for my job, this is somewhat irritating. I'm going to say the New York Knicks fans, because I was in New York, and they were destroying the city, setting buses on fire. And then the same people were complaining that the city is, there's trash everywhere. And look, the stuff's on fire. Like, you guys did it, so what are you complaining about? It's so stupid to destroy your own city when you win the championship.
Was it completely destroyed, or was just like one area? I mean, like, because when it happens when it happens,
like one area.
Okay. And not that it makes it right. Because I agree. I don't understand the mentality, and it even happens. Remember in Vancouver when they lost to Boston, and then they lost to the Rangers in the finals. They went crazy and did a lot of damage there. If you win a championship, you're so excited. Oh boy, we finally won! It's been 53 years. Let's burn the bus down. I mean, what goes through people's minds?
I don't know. So you've never damaged anything in a celebration?
Not purposely.
Kang, have you ever damaged anything in a celebration? Other than like your liver?
Yeah, I definitely haven't set anything on fire. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I haven't.
And it wasn't public property. If anything, maybe something of my own, but nothing that comes to mind. So, I mean,
we must be missing out.
Yeah.
What are we missing out on? That it's so much fun to damage stuff.
Yeah, like your community,
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Another reason not to like the Knicks fans.
Yeah, I mean, it happens everywhere. It famously happened here.
Yes.
And I don't...
It happened here. It happened in 84 that got the most publicity. But I remember one of the Pistons years, Ann Thompson, our reporter I worked with at Channel 4, she was in a WDIV car, and it got damaged. I mean, people are idiots everywhere.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. We'll have ours today at 10:35. We'll talk more Tigers coming up today at 10:16. As we work our way through a Monday, Mike Stone in for Gator here on 97.1. Hey, help your new driver stay confident and safe. Sam Bernstein Law and the Michigan State Police are giving away free safety kits and student driver magnets. prompt extra patience from others. Claim yours at an MSP post or at callsam.com/car safety kit. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson out today. Mike Stone is in. We got open lines to start this show on this Monday. Let's go to Marianne, who is next on 97.1. Hello, Marianne.
Good morning, guys.
What's up?
Good morning. Good morning. I was listening to Jim and John, and they were talking about all the guys that we have on the Tigers who are hitting below 200. And I had an idea, and I just wanted to float it by, and I'll hang up and listen to what you thought. But you know, AJ's been doing this pitching chaos for the last few years, and it's gotten us into the playoffs. What about if he does lineup chaos? What about if
He does.
Bring all these guys. Bring all of these guys that are on the fringe in AAA. Bring them up. See what they do. At the least, they get bounced back because they can't handle it. Or at the best, we win a few games. We scratch out a few wins. And, these guys on the mound who've never seen these guys from AAA might be a little bit shocked. I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here, but I just thought, what the heck?
Well, first of all, you have only so many roster spots, right? You can't have 40 guys on your roster. So you have an active roster of major league players that you can't just like bulk up on your roster size. Because then you got to send somebody. For everybody that gets called up, you got to send somebody down.
Would that be the worst thing if we sent people down?
Well, no, not necessarily. The problem is, and there are some veterans you could call up, and the Jahmai Jones story is what's got everybody worked up, and
rightfully so. I mean, the guy's got one. He's won for his last 30.
I think AJ pretty much implied that Jahmai had the Cleveland series and the Houston series. And, he didn't come through in the Cleveland series. And his quote after the Cleveland series was long, talking about all the reasons why Jahmai Jones is here. But he did put this right in the middle of the quote, which I think is a polite and public way of saying that the player has to start producing. He gives all the reasons why he's here. And then he says, we need Jahmai to do his part for it to truly function in the way the strategy is designed and how the roster is built. We continue to give him opportunity because we believe in him, but clearly we need production in order to continue that and walk into those exact situations that we know are coming because we've seen him deliver before on the biggest stage and that we've played. I don't know how long that lasts. I think that AJ has implied strongly that he had the Cleveland series and the Houston series, and he mentioned, because of left-handed pitching that they would see, that Jahmai was going to be a part of the game plan against Cleveland and Houston. If he doesn't produce in Houston, I think he's gone by Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. He should be. And there's other things that it's not as serious, but I don't understand how Matt Verling bats third and Dingler bats fourth. You may say, well, what's the big deal? Dingler's more power. That's old school, okay? Batting the power guy cleanup. Usually you bat the best guy earlier so he's got more chances to get hits. And how the hell does Matt Verling bat third in anyone's lineup?
Did anybody ask him in the postgame?
I don't know.
Because every time the lineup is brought up, he has a reason for it. Mm-hmm. And his reasons will very rarely we go, well, that makes no sense at all. So I don't know what his reasoning was. I didn't see that he got asked about it in the post.
It does. It makes no sense just even without hearing his reasoning, because he's got Verling batting third, Dingler fourth. So they're both right-handed bats. So you can't say it's part of the right-left thing either. Green coming up next is lefty. I don't.
What
were
the
know.
history against the pitcher? Do you know?
That I know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
I know.
You're asking why. I don't know why.
I get that.
Look, I mean, at the end of the day, all that matters is that they win the games. They lost these two. I'm not that mad about it, and the reason I'm not that mad about it is because realistically, I didn't think they were going to keep winning at the level they were winning at.
No.
There's a lot of season still left to be played, and if they don't pick up any ground here or start to lose ground, at least it defines them before the trade deadline. So,
yes,
I mean, it's the most boring thing said in sports radio, but I believe it's true, and that you have to let it play out.
Well, to a certain extent, yes, because you have to figure out if you have, a really good, general manager, which a lot of people don't think we have, but when you're going to trade some of these guys. And so, yeah, if you are in the trade Skubal camp like I am, because I don't think realistically they can win the World Series, then Saturday was pretty good. I mean, he came out of it healthy, didn't pitch great, but he won horrible
Well, probably
pitch.
the most important thing that happened this weekend was that Skubal had what appears to be an injury-free outing.
Right, and that's why him being, rained out or whatever yesterday, you don't get to see Mize pitch this weekend either, so he'll pitch later this week. Because, look, if you're going to trade Skubal, you're also going to trade Mize. You're also going to trade Torres, because if you don't, that's completely organizational malfeasance.
Well, Gator thinks you could trade Skubal and still try to compete.
But how? I mean, look, if they go on, if they have a good enough record, yeah, but I don't think that's the point.
Yeah, I mean, I am a. There's a long way between now and then, but my default positioning on this is I tend to agree with you. They're not good enough to win the World Series. If they hang around and are within striking distance, okay, then I think they need to buy, because this is their last kick at the can with Skubal, most likely. So buy and aggressively try to buy. And if you are unsuccessful, then sell. Because I think you've got to go one extreme or the other, and start by selling Skubal. If you can't buy and improve your team's chances to make a run at the World Series this year by adding a significant player to your everyday lineup, maybe a guy that can hit both righties and lefties.
That would be interesting. That would mess with AJ. He won't be able
I think
to do
AJ
it
would.
much.
I actually think AJ would prefer it.
I'm
I think.
only
I mean, if we look at the lineup, there's a bunch of players here that I don't think we look at and say this is a playoff. The last 3 years, I haven't looked at the lineup and said playoff lineup, but they've managed to get there, and they've had really good starting pitching for the most part. But the bottom line here is, if you can't add, then pull the plug.
Yes.
And so, but again, there's a long time between now and the deadline. So having any declarative statement at this point is foolish. But that's sort of where I stand at this moment.
Look, they're fortunate in some aspects. If you want to play the schedule games still ahead, they have these games with the Yankees, who won't have Judge, Chicago, who is in first place in the division. Their big home run hitter, he's out for a while. I mean, who knows what Cleveland's going to do now that Ramirez is out for a long time.
And you got Houston's one of the teams in front of them that they're trying to reel in.
Well, Houston's starting to play good again. I mean, they started off really bad, and to quote the great Jim Leland, it's not who you play, it's when you play them. And it doesn't appear that this is a good time to be playing Houston. And their stud pitcher's coming back to go up against Valdez tomorrow. That would be Hunter Brown from Wayne State.
Let's go to David in Brighton. You're next. Hello, David.
How's it going?
What's up?
How's it going?
Good.
Well, I know it's not going. It's champ and chump.
Yeah.
I'm with champ all day. I believe USA win 4-1.
Yeah.
And I've got chump Brazil when tied 1-1 to Morocco. So champ, like I said, USA or even Brunson with 45 points.
Well, I mean, we're gonna vote. Who do you want? You want Brunson or you want USA Soccer?
USA. It's only every 4 years. I'm going USA for sure.
Okay. So I believe the difference between Brazil and Morocco in the world rankings was Brazil was 6 and Morocco was 7. I mean, it's not. It doesn't sound like Morocco should be a huge team, like a tough out, but I guess they're pretty good. Yeah.
It's not like after 20 minutes of the Germany-Curacao match, it was 1-1.
When that was 1-1, I was like, whoa.
I know. Well, how about the Ivory Coast?
Yeah.
Beating Ecuador. That was a
goal late.
Yes.
Isn't that in your hometown?
Yes, it was.
Yep. Dude, I've watched way more than this than I anticipated. I just go from game to game to game. I'm loving it.
I like the way it's spaced out because they don't overlap.
Yep. And it's going on for 5 weeks. And look, we'll talk about it as much as the audience wants to. You're not calling a bunch of soccer experts, I'll tell you that, when you call this show. But
okay, so can I ask you a question, though?
Sure.
That I don't understand. Because, look, I was a keeper in junior high school, so I've been playing soccer. I played soccer for a long time, summer camp, things like that. And I enjoy soccer. I do, especially at this level. I was always under the impression that when a ref gave a yellow card, it had to be for something pretty bad, not as bad as something for a red card where you got thrown out of the game, but real hard physical contact, not just an ordinary foul. One of the games I was watching, and I forget which one, I think it might have been the Brazil game. I don't even remember, but the referee was just giving yellow cards all over the place for like incidental contact. I think that's awful because what, if you get 2 yellow cards, you're suspended?
Out. Yeah, and you're suspended the rest of that game. You're kicked out of the game. You get a red card, and you have to sit out the next game.
Right.
And when you're only playing 3 games, you basically can miss half the World Cup.
I mean,
you were probably watching Mexico and South Africa where there were 3 sent off, 3 red cards.
No, it wasn't that one. It was yesterday.
Yeah, it's funny because I do think the yellows have been handed out rather liberally by the officials. But soccer has done something, okay, that I did not know they did because I parachute in every 4 years and watch the World Cup. They've done something that I did not know that they have done, and I think everybody can get on board with it. If you are not a soccer fan, what I'm about to tell you, and you haven't watched and you don't care, is something that I think soccer got right. And I think you will enjoy it. We'll get to that today at 10:31, and we'll have our Champ and Chump nominations at 10:35 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Okay, for people who watch the USA soccer game on Friday, you perhaps saw this, but Tim Ream from our team got a yellow card for a trip. They looked at it, reversed it, said it wasn't a trip, it was an embellishment, and gave the embellisher the yellow card.
Okay.
So if you dive...
That's a yellow card. Okay.
They inverted it and gave it to the diver.
Wow.
Tell me the NBA doesn't need this. If you flop,
and
something gets challenged, how about you get the foul?
That'd be cool.
I mean, did soccer get this right or what?
I think they did get that right.
Ken, can you get on board with this?
Yeah, I hate flopping.
Yeah.
The issue, though, with Silver, though, is he says it because he's defending his refs, and I get that, call them the best in the world. They do a tremendous job, all this stuff. He calls it embellishment and not flopping. So I think maybe there's a difference between what the fans feel is pure flopping and what he calls is just over-embellishing a foul call. But yes, I'm on board with anything anti-flopping, anti-over-embellishment. They need to get a handle on this. And I honestly think they did during the finals, because if you watch the NBA Finals at all, it was a rough series.
Oh,
and
I know.
think when they let them play like this,
I loved it.
We all enjoy it.
Yes.
Everyone likes this. So keep with this.
Yeah. I mean, so let's... The NBA has a problem, and I think we could all agree with that. The SGA approach is there's so much backlash. And look, I don't mind people publicly supporting the people that work for them. I think AJ Hinch is doing it with Jemai, even though the clock appears to be ticking. I think Adam Silver, you do it with your refs. But you have to acknowledge that nobody likes flopping.
Nobody. I mean, in hockey, it was one of the first sports that do the embellishment thing.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Paul is next on 97.1. Hello, Paul.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Okay.
Got me away from my phone. I'm good. Yeah. I'm saying champ of the week, Jalen Chatfield, Ipsy's own, on the ice for the last 4 minutes of the Stanley Cup. Won a Stanley Cup last night. 22 minutes. He's in the mix. He's the real deal. And then my chump has to do, and I'm not, it's about set and setting. I think it's Dana White putting on that UFC, making the White House lawn look like a circus. It's just not my style.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Stanley Cup is where I'm going to go. Gator. Mike, you ready for your champ and chump?
Sure.
My champ of the weekend is Rob Brindamore.
Yes.
Congratulations, getting to lift the cup overhead, finally getting there.
I mean, and do it as a player with the same team as a coach. I believe he's only the third person to do that. Coach the team he played for Stanley Cup. That's pretty damn impressive.
Your champ is?
My champ is, it's pretty obvious, I think, if you watch Saturday's basketball game, it's Jalen Brunson. I mean, the guy is just unbelievable. I mean, you try to figure it, I'm sitting there saying, why can't they double him? You know why they can't double him? Because he's got this escapability where he's able to get through these guys. He squeaks through and makes layups, makes clutch shots. He could be, with all apologies to Michael Jordan, he could be the clutchest basketball player I've ever seen.
Wow.
With money time, fourth quarter, that's when he shows up. And Saturday, he showed up from the get-go, and because they were playing awful in the first half, and you knew when they were only down 5 that they were going to win the game.
My chump of the weekend is the Spurs. They led every game. They led every game by double digits. They lost. They led for, what was the stat? 72% of the series they had the lead.
Yep.
And they lose in 5.
Well, my chump is very close to yours. It's the leader of that crew. It's Mitch Johnson. And we always talk about experience in the playoffs. Is it overrated? Is it this? Is it that? You know what? Inexperience, yeah, it hurt them. You could see they're young, that type of thing. But you know what? Their coach was young too. And his inexperience, or in game 4 where he didn't call timeout during the big run, or 2, he could have called another one. He just looked like he had no clue. And it wasn't until Saturday's game that he decided to, you know what? I should play Dylan Harper more. He's basically he was their best player for the most part in that series, better than Wemby was.
Yeah, look, I mean, in a lot of facets, I'm mad at Mitch Johnson. I'm mad at the Spurs. I'm mad at Wemby because they're the ones responsible for unleashing the monster that is Knicks fans.
Yeah, look, my closest friends from college, a lot of them are Knicks fans, so I was kind of happy for them after a while. But yeah,
you listed them all in your show prep sheet. You wanted to. Is there anybody you want to shout out?
I don't know if they're listening. My AU boys, Wolfen and K-Baum and Sherms and Ginge. Yeah.
That's funny.
I know.
Get your Champ and Chump votes in, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Steve in Plymouth. You're next. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Just I got the Champs and Chump for the weekend. I'm going to start out with the champ. The obvious one for everybody, I think, is the USA Soccer. And, this every 4 years. It's only, once every 4 years you get a chance to root for your country on this stage. And this is why they're my champ. But then Chump, I got, I don't think anyone's mentioned this yet, at least I haven't heard it, but the Michigan State Board of Trustees and Athletic Director Jay Batt.
You know what? I talked to Doug before the show, and we're going to ask that question. And are you a Michigan State supporter, alum, or whatever?
Absolutely. My son is a part.
Okay, let me ask you a question then, because Jay Batt officially today, according to Pete Thamels, he's going to Kentucky. How does that affect you as a Spartan? And how hurtful is this to them right now? We have the president leave. You have the athletic director leave. I mean, Tom Izzo.
One is the biggest reason I think it affects me is some of the things that Jay Batt instituted in his tenure were just outrageous. Some of the things they did were good. The Spartan Ventures and everything were good. But if you're going to institute something like that, have the courage to stick it out and see it through.
Oh, so you're pissed at him for leaving. Okay.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I blame the Board of Trustees and their fiasco and all their nonsense and everything. But, why do we even have a Board of Trustees? That's another issue.
I know.
But,
I'm with you on that.
For some of he instituted the new parking policies for football games, and you can't park in certain areas unless you have tickets to the game. And he's taken away that atmosphere of college football in my eyes. It's just kind of, where you can't, if you just want to go and tailgate and bring a TV and enjoy the day and, with your friends and families and stuff, you can't do that without buying season tickets now. Wow. And it's a shame. It's just one of the policies that were enacted. And looking back at some of his recent stops, he put some of those things in place there too. Like Georgia Tech, he did some things where he removed some names on buildings of long-term families that were big-time supporters and things. The name of, this is kind of, Valenti's soapboxes. We're pricing out the little man, and this is even, it's reaching down to the youth sports and the college sports now.
But
not alone the pro sports.
But I see that you should be very happy because the Spartans signed a 10-year jersey patch deal with Michigan State University Federal Credit Union. So for 10 years, they'll have the MSU Federal Credit Union patch on their jerseys.
Having been around Michigan athletics a lot during some controversial times, I've come to realize that there's a lot of different moving parts within a university and a lot of subtleties and nuance that the public isn't aware of. I've thought about jumping the MSU Board of Trustees because it feels like, as an outsider, that they've run off a president and an athletic director. But again, I decided not to for that very reason.
Right.
Because I'm not around it. It's not a school that I cover. I obviously have a history there, but I do not know the details of what really has gone down. And I can read a lot of stuff, but I realize that there's a lot of stuff that doesn't get reported. And so I decided I wouldn't do it. And obviously others, I've seen some come in that have, but trying to be fair in that particular instance. It's a shame because it's a program in a university athletic department that if you fail at building a winner, that's one thing. It's when you get in your own way.
Which they've done. Look, with all due respect, I moved here in 1986. This is always the trustee situations from Joel Ferguson on down. There's always something. And what's happened in the last month or whatever is just, it just seems to me like it's so typical. And Batt seemed like this guy knew what he was doing. They're going to raise a lot of money, that type of thing. And now, because the guy who hired him is gone, so he decided to leave too. I can't wait.
What do you think it means for Pat Fitzgerald? What do you think he thinks?
I think he's sitting there going, what the hell did I get into? Unless, look, they could always, hire the right athletic director. Mm-hmm. Whether they can hire the right president who's going to actually choose the athletic director, that's another question. I'd like to hear from Pat Fitzgerald. I want to hear from Tom, what he has to say. I'm sure he'll be somewhat politically correct, but he's got to be pissed unless he didn't like Jay Batt.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having a great weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? In the 11 o'clock hour, an NBA insider talks about a player and what it might take to get him that Detroit fans covet. You'll hear that today at 11:20 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, for garage doors in its final season, don't settle for patched up. Call M&M Garage Doors, family owned and operated right here in Michigan since 2011. These guys arrive in fully stocked trucks, give you upfront pricing, and back every job with a warranty. We just had a garage door issue. It's exactly what happened with us. Great customer service. Right now, buy any new garage door, and they'll throw in a free opener. That's a $600 value on them. Just mention my name, Doug Karsch, when you call. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit garagedoorrightnow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. So get your Champ and Chump votes in, 248-539-9797. I will tell you, last week was some of the most lopsided Champ and Chump voting we ever had because it was coming off McGonigal's game-winning single.
Right.
And it was the Seattle series, and everybody hated Josh Naylor. It was a blowout. McGonigal for Champ and Naylor for Chump.
To me, it's. I understand USA. But
USA soccer votes
to me, it's Brunson. I mean, what he was able to do, 45 points in that game, was incredible. Considering their team didn't score that many points, they had basically nothing off the bench till 2 minutes left in the game or something. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Towns did nothing, and And for somebody in that position, point guard, a short guy who, he's listed at 6'1". There's no way he's even 6'1". Look, obviously Isaiah was a better player, but it's reminiscent of a small guy like Isaiah wearing number 11 to lead a team to a championship. And Brunson's done it. Unfortunately for Michigan fans, he did it at Villanova too, doing the same thing. He's been amazing.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Brandon in Shelby Township. You're next. Hello, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good.
So my champ is the UFC Freedom 250. It was a great event, and they said it was the first UFC event that every match ended in a knockout. And the guy that won the championship at the end, he was a 6-1 underdog, and I think he's 37, and he won the belt. And my chump is Tigers offense. I mean, they had that streak where they're hitting 7, 8, 9 runs a game, but then when it really mattered against the Guardians, we couldn't put up any runs.
Yeah, we kind of knew at some point they were kind of scoring runs at an unsustainable pace, and they would come back to earth at some point. And then they go to Cleveland, they score 3 runs into 2 games. Yesterday, a chance to salvage a game in a series, and it gets rained out, and that's scheduled to September. At which time, who knows who the Tigers are going to have? That so it's rather unfortunate. I'm trying to be realistic about what we can expect from them. I did not expect them to keep winning at the pace that they were winning.
No.
At some point, they were going to suffer something like a back-to-back loss, which isn't an unforgivable sin.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said this for a while. The way you realistically climb out of a whole 16 games under 500 is you win 4 or 5 in a row, then you play 500 ball for a week, then you win 4 or 5 more in a row, and you play 500 ball for a week. You don't just go win 16 in a row. But now they got to respond. If they got to keep digging and digging and digging, and we'll see if they're capable of doing it.
They reverted back to May offense. I mean, I'm trying to runners in scoring position. They were 1 for 15 for those 2 games.
It was brutal. I mean, runners on second and third, 1 out, don't score. Leadoff triple, don't score. I mean, there was just too many instances of blown opportunities, and it sucked because it would have been fun to keep it going and keep all the momentum going, but it just wasn't meant to be for them this weekend. Sam is next on 97.1. Hello, Sam.
Hey, good morning. So Champ and Chump, and then I wanted to comment on something Stoney said. Champ, Carolina, they deserved it. I hope they have fun celebrating. Chump, I was going to say Tigers, but I'm going to narrow it down to Jahmai Jones. He's got to get off this team.
Yep.
And then my comment, one of the callers, Stoney, said it's stupid to destroy your city, and I agree. But just imagine when the Lions win their Super Bowl, this city is going to look so different.
I'm glad you said. I'm glad you said when, not if. That's very good.
Yeah.
When
they win their Super Bowl.
The one advantage that the Lions would have is, as far as fans and not going crazy, because of when it is. I mean, chances are it's going to be 10 degrees outside, and people won't be as nuts. I don't think outside. They'll be nuts inside.
I hope not. Yeah. I don't understand destroying property as part of. I guess I never did. Even some people say, "Oh, you're just an old guy." When I was younger, it didn't appeal to me. I'm not.
So if you were a bad example, because if for some reason you were, what years were you in Michigan State? But you were never in Michigan State. Okay, suppose you went down to Ann Arbor in '89.
Yeah, I was in Ann Arbor in '89.
Okay, yeah, I guess my wife graduated Michigan that year.
Yeah,
and they won the basketball championship.
And everybody poured out onto South U. And
people went on, polls and things like that, and
Yeah, and there were people breaking stuff. And I just never got it.
I know. Would you have been out?
I don't know. I mean, I was out and I didn't do it.
Right,
I
know,
never
I
did
know.
it. I didn't do it when the Tigers. When the Tigers in '84 won the World Series, I didn't do it.
We've gotten this text more than once, too, by the way, what the caller said. Imagine, when the Lions win and if the Lions win it, it still doesn't make it right just because we win it. And I would like to say the same thing, like, Dave Detroit, if we ever win the Super Bowl,
No, because it'll get magnified. Oh, it's Detroit
again. But just
again.
you don't have to do that. I'd say that for any team that wins a championship. Don't destroy your own city. I know things are going to break it. Of course, it's not going to be pristine. I get that, but to light buses on fire or whatever, come on, man.
I don't. It sounds like I'm trying not to be like a party pooper.
No,
but
you're
yeah.
not.
But what are we? Why? I don't. Never understood it.
Never
Understood it. There's so many more ways that I would choose to have a good time to celebrate.
You go to the parade.
You know what it is?
Great time.
You know what it is? Hold on. You know what it really is? It's people that really actually don't care about the team.
That's true too.
That's what it is. I'm going to use this as an excuse to do something that they probably care more about the violence and they get to break stuff than they really do about winning the championship.
Look, I had call me an idiot. I would have they showed all, and they'll have them here too whenever. These watch parties all around New York. They showed the shots of different boroughs and things like that. If my team's going for a championship, I'm hopeful, and I'm not there. Hopefully, I'm with my friends, my closest friends, family, maybe a little party at somebody's house, going crazy with the people that I love. Okay. I'm not outside with a bunch of strangers pretending that it's New Year's Eve or whatever. I mean, come on. Does that look like fun?
Well, again, if you don't really care about the game.
Yes, that's what I mean.
I suspect there are people that we're preaching to the choir. The people that are listening to this station probably care when the Lions do win it, as the caller said. They're going to be so delirious with an unbelievable enjoyment and excitement. And look, after the Knicks won it, right? I mean,
I get it.
So, but it's the people not listening to this station that will just say, "Hey, here's my chance to blow crap up."
You can have a good time with strangers in the streets. I'm just saying, don't destroy property, because when the Wings won it last, I remember I was in downtown Royal Oak. You know what I did? I told you this story, Doug, before on the air. I poured beer on my own head.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't hurt anybody else but myself, because I was like, after that, I'm like, oh my God, I'm soaking in beer now. That was dumb,
stupid.
but whatever. but I didn't destroy. Royal Oak was fine after that, by the way, from what I remember. We all went into the streets. We all celebrated together, high five and hug and whatever. You can do that without lighting stuff on fire. And
dude,
like I said,
we had so much fun when the Wings won the cup. There was some guy, he poured beer on his head.
Yeah, see, a chair's going to get knocked over. That's cool. We'll pick it back up. That stuff is going to happen, but you don't need to destroy, throw things through windows and whatnot. So yeah, I don't care what city.
And unfortunately, it happens everywhere.
Of course,
yep, it does.
The Knicks aren't the only ones.
No.
From an unnamed texter, Champ World Cup chump Scooble comeback. So 4 2/3, 5 hits, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts.
Came out of it healthy.
Yeah, but he gave up a 2-run homer on an 0-2 pitch.
And he talked about it. He says, I didn't put it where I wanted it to put,
No, but probably the most important thing is it was I would call it a tradable outing.
Yes.
It made him more tradable after the outing than before the outing.
You are
for 2 reasons. One is health. There's no complaints about any setbacks physically at this point. And 2 is they lost the game, which gets them closer to being sellers. Champ, Troy, Chump, Hinch. It's from Chris.
Troy baseball, Troy University baseball, who beat North Carolina.
Is that what I wonder if he meant Troy? Did Troy High School win anything this weekend? Because the girls' soccer and the boys' baseball was all.
Oh, I have no
idea. I think
idea.
he probably means the Troy baseball team. They eliminated
North Carolina.
No, they eliminated Ole Miss.
Oh, is that who it was?
Ole Miss.
It was Ole Miss,
okay,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Or maybe it was just all guys named Troy who was champion.
Could be, yeah.
At least Troy Weaver wins something.
Champ of the weekend, Lewis Hamilton for winning the Barcelona Grand Prix by 20 seconds over his closest rival. Chump of the weekend are the San Antonio Spurs for choking away so many leads in the NBA Finals.
It's right there. Hey, where do you stand on the Wembanyama thing and the rest of his team, except for maybe one other guy?
Just walking off?
Walking off. I mean, normally I wouldn't care, but like LeBron walked off years ago, people went crazy. And I don't think I think it's bad. I think it's a bad look. It's not hockey, but it's still a bad look.
We'll get to it coming up here. Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, coming up today at 11:20, you'll hear what an NBA insider says. It could cost the Pistons to get one of the players that fans covet. Kind of interesting. So that'll be today at 11:20, and then you can judge, is it worth the price? In the meantime, you asked the question before the break, what did I think of Wemby and the majority of the Spurs just walking straight to the locker room? I don't think there's any other way to put it than it's poor sportsmanship.
Yeah.
However, I don't particularly care. And the reason I don't particularly care is because I actually think in a league that has gotten less interesting, it makes it more interesting. If it leads to bad blood between two teams that I don't care about, the Spurs and the Knicks, fine. There are other ways you can congratulate people on winning a championship. In the biggest moment of despair that you will have as a professional athlete, when your dreams are taken away from you, I think it's a very difficult thing to go and congratulate the people that just took it from you. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm saying it's incredibly difficult.
Look, I'm not suggesting they have a line like they do in hockey, because I think that's one of the coolest things in sports. But I don't know. Maybe I'm getting softer in my older age. But one minute I go dap the Brunson, just and then leave. Those type of things.
I don't know. It is poor sportsmanship.
Not that big of a deal.
It's not that big of a deal. But if it means, like, I like the league more when the teams seem to hate each other.
Yeah.
And now it seems like everybody's buddy. And so if this leads to some more drama, like legitimate, not manufactured drama, if the Spurs were so bitter about the way the Knicks played them in that series, that forced them to walk off the floor and they didn't want to dap them up, I mean, it could be the beginning of a real rivalry.
Well, they shouldn't be pissed at the Knicks. They should be pissed at themselves.
Of course they should be pissed at themselves.
I don't think there's any animus between them and the Knicks players. There was no really dirty stuff going on. If you want to say anybody was dirty in the series, it was Wemby.
Yeah, and it might be, again, another sign of their youth showing.
Yes.
I don't think it's an unforgivable sin, but I also don't. I'm not that worked up about it. And I think way too much was made of it when the Pistons did it, and the Pistons weren't the first team to do it.
Right. Actually, they weren't. You know who did it before them?
Well, the Celtics, right?
Yes, against the Pistons.
Yeah.
Don't people, they always clamor, the old heads always clamor for, these guys are too friendly now. They text each other, hang out with each other. There's no real rivalries. And then a team walks off without dapping up the other team. Now we get upset.
Yeah. Well, it's more old school than it is new school. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's true. But I just thought, I don't know, the way things are right now, I thought it would have been, somewhat classy. Just, hey, way to go. You kicked
Well, it's classier. I'm not going to argue with that, but
I'm not going to get on a mountaintop and scream till
neither
the
of us
cows come
are.
home, but
Neither of us are.
It was a bad look for him,
and
especially for Wemby.
If we were doing the show in New York or San Antonio, I'd be saying the same thing. I'd be like, all right, yeah, maybe it is poor sportsmanship, but I'll tell you what, it also could be the foundation of what could be a fun rivalry to watch moving forward.
Now we know, like John, if he was playing, he would have gone right to the locker room too, pretty much, I think, Jansen. But in the NFL, you see a lot of these guys after the Super Bowl, they, whether it's a hug or it's a nice game, and then they go off and let the other team celebrate. Baseball is the one sport in the major leagues where they do nothing.
Well, they sit in the dugout and watch them celebrate, right? To make to have the pain set in.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Some guys do,
exactly.
not everybody, but a couple of guys will sit there and
they don't do the lines like they do in travel baseball or whatever.
Why is it different with every sport?
I don't know.
Isn't it the same in the end? You lost to a team that you tried to, you were both same goal, win the championship, but every sport is different in how you're supposed to react after?
I don't know. I don't know why it's different.
Well, it's also what kind of makes these sports unique is that every sport is unique. That's another reason why hockey's the greatest. It's the only sport where they give the trophy to the player, not the freaking owner.
Yeah. Well, that leads to another topic we'll get into a little bit later on. But yes, to me, not a federal crime.
No, it's not.
I think you're a little bit more worked up about it than I am.
A little bit, but not too crazy.
Do you understand my point, though?
Yeah.
The game's gotten soft.
Yes, absolutely.
248-539-9797. Jay is in White Lake, and he's next. Hello, Jay.
Hey, boys. How are you?
What's up?
Well, so, Doug, you kind of deep six my chump just now. And,
sorry.
And Well, no. But you made some really good points, actually. And I'm sitting here. I'll start with my chump was going to be Wemby, and I feel like he stepped in it a couple of times. I thought the comments that he made at the end, about we lost, but we dominated them every game, and we made our own mistakes, and blah blah blah. Sometimes I think I'd rather show grace than be right, because he is right. But I just thought after you get beat 4-1, maybe don't say that. Maybe save it for a few days. I thought that was a little classless. And I was going to include the fact that he didn't dap up Brunson at the end of the game, because it did bother me. But the points you just made were actually pretty valid. And when I really think about it, I love a good, nasty rivalry in any sport. And, so I'm gonna retract that last part of my chump, based on your comments, Doug. But my champ has got to be the Canes. I'll tell you what. Not only did they win the Stanley Cup, but that game last night, the speed at which that team played that hockey game, and it was like there were magnets on their sticks. The puck movement, the speed. It's like, who knew that there was a secret seventh gear to these guys? They just so badly outskated Vegas, in my opinion, that I from the first drop of the puck, I don't think Vegas had a chance. I watch a lot of hockey, and I haven't seen that kind of pace in a hockey game, and I can't remember how long. I was blown away by it.
I thought a lot of the playoffs were like that to a certain extent, and it also to localize it a little bit makes you really realize when you watch these playoffs that the Red Wings basically play a completely different sport.
Well, I was just going to say that the only sad part for me was I'm watching these guys go to work last night, and multiple times I thought to myself, "Oh man, we wouldn't last. We wouldn't last a minute up against this." And that, that kind of sucks to see that. But yeah, they were on a whole nother level last night. I thought it was a brilliantly played game. I could have done without Brind'Amour taking his shirt off in the locker room, but hey, God bless him. He's hoisting the cup. But yeah, the Canes are definitely my champ.
So dominant performance. They go 16-3.
Yes,
in the postseason.
That was almost going to be my stat of the day, because the New York Knicks also went 16-3.
Oh wow, I didn't realize that. Yeah. The last team to take that few games to win a Stanley Cup. Take it back to 1988, the Edmonton Oilers.
Wow,
who did it in 18 games. Those are dominant runs.
Yeah. And, Carolina, Stahl wins the Conn Smythe, and rightfully so. He set the tone from the first drop of the puck of their first playoff game against Ottawa. Him and Brady Tkachuk went at it.
Yeah.
And that set the tone for them. And it also, and even you can talk about the Knicks series, the Knicks playoff run too, this whole rest, is it better to be rested or you want to keep playing momentum? Because both these teams had major segments of times off because they swept everybody for most of their playoff run.
248-539-9797. It's the kind of run you dream of as a fan, not particularly fan of either team that just won it all, so don't really care all that much. But all right, champ of the weekend is Lewis Hamilton for winning the Barcelona Grand Prix by 20 seconds over his closest rival. Chump of the weekend, the San Antonio Spurs for choking away so many leads in the NBA Finals. That's from Bob.
I
think that's
can't
an example.
argue with the chump. I don't know enough about F1.
F1?
Yeah. I mean, I know Lewis Hamilton is.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Look, the Spurs are a young team.
Yeah.
And in theory, you think it's the beginning of a long run, but it may not be. But I think their youth showed.
Yeah.
Let's see. Champ Miz for the Brewers. Chump, Hinch, and Harris, whoever thinks Jahmai Jones ever should see the field again in a Tiger jersey.
Miz is unbelievable.
Yeah, and as far as the Jahmai Jones thing, I will be shocked. They got Houston. If Jahmai doesn't really break out of it in Houston, I'll be shocked if he's with the Tigers next weekend. I think AJ covertly laid out the plan that he had 2 more series where he will get opportunities knowing the righty-lefty matchups. And he keeps saying in every interview, hey, he's got to produce. And I don't think he publicly come out and say, unless this guy does something in the next 6 games, we're going to cut him. But I think the clues.
He would never say that.
No,
publicly.
I think the clues are there.
Yeah.
What else we got here? Champ, the New York Knicks are breaking a 53-year drought, and beating the league darling Wemby, who could do no wrong. Chump AJ Hinch, stop with the lineup manipulation. If I see Vierling hitting again of Green or Dingle again, I'm done until he's fired. Also enough with Jahmai, MF, and Jones. That's from Nate in Royal Oak. Well, he's answered the Jahmai Jones question, and he did it on the air last week when the morning show had him on. They had a really good conversation. They're very pointed about Jahmai Jones, and I think he said, look, we have an expectation for what a guy in his role needs to do, and he needs to do it. And they're giving him his opportunities to sink or swim, and he is sinking. As far as the Green ahead of Vierling ahead of Green thing, I did not see any post game where he addressed it. Usually when asked about the lineup, he does a good job of addressing what he's thinking. I apologize, though. I did not see what he said. 248-539-9797. All right. People say they want this player. An NBA insider lays out what it might take to get him. And it ain't cheap. We'll get to that today at 11:20. Karsh Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Buckle up for summer markdowns on demos with less than 2,000 miles all month long. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 with $999 down. $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount, Chevy lease loyalty in a household, 10,000 miles per year. Demos may have up to 2,000 miles plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. little bit of breaking news here.
Oh, what?
Gator, who's playing in the Rocket Mortgage Classic Media Day, 2 more commitments announced today. One is top 20 in the world rankings. Siwoo Kim. Ranks number 18. He will be playing in the Rocket Classic, and so will world's number 34, Wyndham Clark. Did you see what Wyndham Clark did this weekend?
Yes, he wore a U.S. Hockey Jack Hughes jersey at the Canadian Open.
At the Canadian Open, I'm going to guess that the hole he was playing was like their rowdy party hole, which it seems like almost every tour stop has now. I don't know. I remember back at the Buick Open back in the day. It was number 17.
It was awesome.
Was just a party.
Right, and it was the Eastern time zone version of the 16th at Phoenix.
Yes. I don't know what it is in Detroit here because I've been there twice as a fan. I don't know if there is one. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't, but I haven't noticed it. Wyndham Clark appeared to be playing that hole in the Canadian Open, and he pulled out a Jack Hughes USA hockey jersey, put it on, took the showering of booze from the Canadian fans, proceeded to tee off with it on. I think he took it off, but his tee shot rolled to like 6 feet. He put it back on and rolled in the birdie putt. And I got a video from my cousin Mikey, who's a Toronto kid. Well, he's from Nova Scotia, but he's living in Toronto now. And he texted, boo. And then he texted underneath, but kind of savage to respond that way and birdie the hole. Wyndham Clark, kind of awesome, really.
That is pretty cool. So is your cousin living in Nova Scotia?
He's living in Toronto now. He's from Nova Scotia.
So he's from Nova Scotia.
Yes.
Was he growing up, was he a Leafs fan or a Habs fan?
Because he hates the Leafs.
Because Montreal, when I was a kid, one of their farm teams was the Nova Scotia Voyageurs.
Oh, really?
Yes.
No, what I'm about to tell you is true. He was always a Hartford Whaler fan. So he actually might be enjoying this. He is not as big a fan since they left Hartford.
It's very funny.
But he hates the Maple Leafs. He lives in Toronto and can't stand them.
I could see, if you're not from there, believe me, I totally agree. I have a friend here, shout him out, Jonathan Jones, who grew up like around Springfield, Massachusetts as a Hartford Whaler fan.
Right.
And he has, because he moved here, so he didn't suffer the pain of being in the city when the team left. So he still follows the franchise. And he travels, and I know he went to one of the games in the Eastern Conference Finals, and he's a very happy guy.
I mean, I can text Mikey and find out. No, you probably don't actually care all that much, but I don't think he's not as big a fan as he used to be.
Right.
He just definitely hates Toronto. But okay. So Mark Stein, NBA insider.
Oh, yes.
The Stein line.
Mm-hmm.
He was on the All NBA podcast. I think it's his. And the topic of Trey Murphy came up. Trey Murphy, mid-20s, high-volume scorer.
Pretty good defender, too.
Good three-point shooter. A player that Detroit fans have coveted. What will it cost to get a Trey Murphy? And he wasn't really specifically speaking about the Pistons, but he was kind of outlining what the cost for that player might be. And here's what he said. Okay. 4 first rounders for Trey Murphy.
Yeah.
And you can't trade back-to-back years, so it probably it would start with this year's 27.
21 they have.
No, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my apologies. 2026 first round pick. Yes, right. That is 21. My bad. So you'd skip 27. You'd have to go 26, 28, 30, and 32.
Yes.
Because those do project so far out, you may care less about that. But as he pointed out, with the current lottery system changing and flattened lottery odds, if you miss the playoffs in one of those years that you gave up a pick, the odds of that being a high pick have gone up.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're the worst team in basketball, which I guess the truth is it's probably gone down if you're the worst team in basketball. But would you give up 4 first-rounders for Trey Murphy?
Would I?
Yeah.
F the picks. Yes.
You would.
Perfect example. And he's not. I don't think he's as good as Trey Murphy. Mikal Bridges, the Knicks did it. And he ended up playing pretty well for most of the playoffs. And they won a championship. An important part of their championship team. Absolutely, I would do it. There's no guarantee any of the 4 are going to be good. Now, it would suck if Pelican, if you lost the number 1 pick or something like that because of that. Yeah, I get that. But that's a risk I'm willing to take.
Yeah.
What about you?
I mean, I'm more hesitant than you are. The money is he's under contract for 3 more years.
Mm-hmm.
27, 29, and 31 million.
Reasonable price.
Under the cap. Would they do it? Could you throw in a player?
I don't care. Give him Ron Holland, too.
Yeah.
All due respect to Ron, but,
It doesn't sound very respectful.
Well, I know. Well, it's the first person I thought of, and he's been the one everybody's talking about.
Well, look, let me put it to you like this.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get him for 4 first-round picks, you're basically keeping your roster together.
Pretty much.
And you're immediately adding what you would hope to get out of the draft.
Yeah.
So you also adding more salary right away.
Correct.
But this would be your all-in play. This would be your all-in kind of move.
But you'd also possibly make some other moves, trading, let's say, fan favorite, but, Isaiah Stewart or somebody like that. If you even want to get, another guard, unless you really believe in Danis as your 4th guard.
It would probably come with some other shedding.
Yes.
Yeah. But just so people know what the price tag looks like.
Mm-hmm.
4 first-round picks. Now, he just did it because that was the market for Desmond Bane.
Correct.
And obviously, they gave up the 4 first-rounders, and Orlando didn't make it out of the first round. So there is an example of it. Was Mikal Bridges also 4 first-rounders?
Yes,
I
believe so.
Might have even been 5. It was steep. Yeah. It was at least 4 first-rounders, though.
Kang, what do you make of this price?
So, first of all, I don't think this is something Trajan would entertain personally. But with that being said, would I do it? It seems like a steep price because it is a steep price. I would still do it because I think you have to, obviously, if you're going to make a deal like this, you have to believe in the player and be sure about the player. I think Trey Murphy is kind of like one of the more perfect players for this Piston roster. He's a 3-and-D guy. He can shoot the free throws very well as well. He's just that secondary scorer that I've been screaming for since the regular season. Which I mean by that is just someone that can create their own shot and he can shoot the 3. Like I said, it's almost 40% from 3-point range. This is like, I don't think it stunts the team too. Because the other part is, you mentioned it, Doug, it keeps the core intact, which is hard to do, to add someone of that caliber and keep your core intact, which is Asar, Jalen Duren, and obviously Cade Cunningham. You keep those 3 together, I think that's the main thing, and then you're able to add. I'm cool with this, man. I think this is the type of move I would like to see them make.
Right. I don't know if they would. And
I don't think they would.
And I'm under the impression that New Orleans ain't trading him.
Well, as he said, a lot of the teams want him, but the
Yes.
price, he's not sure anybody's going to meet New Orleans' price.
Correct. Now, to give you the Bridges deal, Bridges was traded by the Nets at the time with Keila Bates-Diop, Juan Pablo Value, and a 2026 second-round pick for Bojan Bogdanovic, former Piston, some other guy I don't want to pronounce his name, Shake Milton, a 2025 first-round pick, a first-round pick also in 2025, a second-round pick, a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 first-round pick, a 2029 first-round pick, and a 2031 first-round pick, and some other.
Is that 5?
That's
Yes,
5.
that's
Yeah.
5.
Mm-hmm.
And some of those must not have been theirs.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting Well, there you go. Now, they have other free agents they got to worry about. They got to get Duran signed, which they appear to want to do. But Tobias, Javonte Green, Wendell Moore, Danis Jenkins, Kevin Herter, Tolo Smith, some of those guys would be easy to part with, but they also wouldn't save a ton of money.
No, but they have to. I mean, I would be very disappointed if it's we're going to bring back the band again. They have to do something.
Well, it feels like they want to.
Yes.
But this would be, people. Let's just say this. We've had people that have coveted Trey Murphy for a long time.
Right.
But we haven't had a fan call up and say, give up 4 first-rounders to get him.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has gone that steep. Would you do it? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson with Stoney in for Anderson here on 97.1. That's Mark Stein talking about the price for Trey Murphy, who is a player that we got asked about a lot around the trade deadline, and implying there that it could take 4 first-rounders, which obviously is a steep price. The draft is, I believe, round 1 is a week from tomorrow. Yeah, that is correct. It is a week from tomorrow, and then NBA free agency, does that start July 1st?
Usually.
Yeah.
Or is that just the legal tampering period?
So
in that sport too.
So the one thing Stein did say in listening to the entire podcast is he expects there to be a lot of trade talk and movement coming up here. So
around draft time.
Yes. And Pistons could be involved. And obviously with 8 days to go to the draft, if New Orleans is interested in moving Trey Murphy, and it's for 4 first-round draft picks, it would probably start with this year's draft pick, the 26th draft pick. So it would feel like the clock's ticking on a Trey Murphy deal. Would you pay that price? 4 first-rounders, 248-539-9797. Keep in mind he's under contract for 3 more years. Numbers pushing, $30 million. I believe is what we had it at. Sorry.
Yeah.
He is at 27, 29, and 31 the next 3 years. Pistons would probably have to renounce some of their own free agents to make this work, but he would certainly provide a lot of that scoring and the defense that they love, but shooting as well from beyond the arc. 248-539-9797. Rodney's in Detroit. Hello, Rodney.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
What's up?
What? I would love to see that deal, and finally a GM in this town out of the 4 major teams to actually make a big splash finally. And as a kicker, to make sure the deal would get thrown in, Mike, how would you feel like moving in New Orleans if we throw you in on a deal, too? You think they would take it?
Oh, for me to go?
Yeah.
Why are you trying to get rid of Stoney, Rodney?
Well, I've been in New Orleans a few times, and obviously you can't live there every day like you do for the weekend you go there, but it's a little too hot in the summer for me.
I know.
And they don't have a hockey team. Or a baseball team.
I know. I was just messing with you.
Okay, I know. And I'm no fan of LSU, and Tulane's not relevant enough for me. So I'm going to say no.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
Look,
I didn't know Stoney had a no trade clause.
I know.
That's right.
Stoney, you got to okay this move, right? You're like Matt Geiger.
That's right. Speaking of which, you know what happened on this day in 1989?
If it's something with Matt Geiger, that would be unbelievable.
No, it's nothing with Matt Geiger, but it is something with a trade.
On this
and
day,
it is local.
This day on 1989.
Mm-hmm.
It was a trade?
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, is it the day like Mahorn got picked up by the Timberwolves or something?
No, that's
that's not a trade though. I mean,
that was an expansion.
Yeah.
Wrong sport, but
did the Tigers do something?
No, but on this day in 1989, the St. Louis Blues traded Bernie Federko and Tony McKegney to the Red Wings for Adam Oates and Paul McLean. God, what an awful trade that was.
And I was worried there wouldn't be a payoff.
Yeah. Well, also, I'll give you some positive stuff, okay?
Right. Yeah.
This day, 2004, ladies and gentlemen, the Detroit Pistons completed the gentleman's sweep of the Los Angeles Lakers.
That was a fun series.
Yes, it was.
It was a fun series.
Yes.
I still was kind of in awe. I held the Lakers in this like romantic, you can't beat Kobe and Shaq kind of place.
Oh, most people did.
And they not only beat him, they beat him soundly.
Yeah, they should have won it in 4 straight.
Yes.
But whether it was Larry Brown or them not listening to Larry Brown, the fact that they didn't foul before Kobe hit the 3 in game 2 to send the game in overtime was bad coaching.
Let's see. Doug, I would do it in a heartbeat. You figure you'll be competing for the next several years, and they will be picks in the late 20s anyway. That's from Quentin. Stuart Holland and 2 first-round picks for Trey Murphy. That's from Jordan in a shop.
Oh, yeah, but I think they would need more because I think somebody would offer more than that.
Yep. New Orleans could trade Murphy and then Zion at the deadline if he can be healthy, have a healthy first half. This would give them a war chest, and they could try and replicate what OKC built, which is the best way for a small market team to build a championship contender.
And where did Troy Weaver come from before he came here?
Oklahoma City, yeah. So, look, I mean, it feels like if that's the price, it's doable. The only question I would have is about the cap space, and not only this year, but beyond.
Well, you can always go over the cap space. You pay the luxury tax, the aprons, and all that stuff.
True.
And the Lions have proved that their owner will spend money.
The Lions, the Pistons?
The Pistons, I meant. Yes.
Oh, yeah, he's not afraid of that.
No. I don't think money's an object.
No, I don't think so either. Yes. It's interesting. It's steep, but I don't think it's a deal breaker. I don't think 4 first-rounders is a deal breaker.
No, not at all.
Chump, the city of New York for destroying their city. Champ Timothy Chalamet, after all these years, he finally won a championship. He was there, right?
Yes, he was there.
So
they're celebs who are legitimate fans traveled. And they traveled here last year. Chalamet was here. Ben Stiller was here. Obviously, Spike Lee is here. Tracy Morgan was here. I have no problem because they've been McEnroe. They've been fans for a long freaking time. No problem with them at all.
And look, I realize the financial resources aren't a roadblock to them going on the road.
Correct.
But it's one thing to show up in New York City. It's another thing to put the time and effort in to go on the road. It's still probably cheaper overall to take your PJ down to San Antonio and get a ticket there than it is to get a ticket at Madison Square Garden, courtside. But that's more of an effort. And wouldn't you like to think that everybody out there, if you reach celebrity status and somehow became a tycoon, that you would stay a fan of your team?
Absolutely.
And wouldn't you do exactly what these people are doing?
Yes.
I think it leads to a lot of vitriol and you get sick of them. But at the core, I think all of us commoners would like to think that we would do the same thing if we had, wealth beyond our wildest dreams.
It was cool seeing Jerry Seinfeld and Larry David there. They've been all games before. Larry David has talked about his Knick fandom, and also he's a huge Jets fan. I got no problem with that.
Some of them are posers.
Oh, yeah,
there's no question.
Well, Taylor Swift was a poser, but, whatever.
Yep.
Considering she had cheered for Cleveland the week before. But
right.
I had no problem with her. She wanted to go to the game. She could afford a big deal. It's not the end of the world. People making up like that's such a big deal. They didn't, I don't know.
Well, I won't question some of their fandom. Like you said, Stoney, some of these guys have been fans, since for years and decades, right? That's fine. Yeah. My issue is a couple things. One, it feels like they want everyone to know they're a Knicks fan. It's annoying. Like, hey, look at me, and I know some of that's on the cameras and the TV networks. And the other thing is though, like what I heard over the weekend, Doug, it just annoyed the crap out of me. A national show. I don't even know if it was a sports show, okay, but NBA Finals is pop culture. They went on the air and said, "I want to congratulate Spike Lee and the Knicks for winning the NBA championship."
Okay,
he's not an actual player.
Kang, that's what I was going to say. Of all the celebrities, he's the only one that bothers me, even though he's probably the biggest fan, most loyal fan, because for years, he always seemed to me to make it about him, even though he's still rooting for his team. The other ones, they sit where they sit and,
Yeah, but he gets up and gets on the court,
right.
and it's not like you don't
Reggie
know.
Miller and all that. It's been going on for years.
And the camera can't avoid you at that point when you're on the court next to the referee and
plus
the two guys
what he's
playing
wearing. He's wearing the most garish, stuff you can imagine.
And so another reason it bothers me as a whole, the celebrity. Yes, Doug, you're right. If I was rich and famous, I'd probably do similar things.
Yeah.
But I'm not rich and famous. And I feel like sports is something where the common man, that's what makes our lives better. Like the little things that we have in life is one of them is sports. The celebrities and rich people and the elitists, they have everything. Like I'm supposed to feel good for Chalamet and Seinfeld because the Knicks won because they're fans. No, man, their life is great no matter what happens. But for the regular guy who can't afford tickets, who can watch only at home or whatever, that's the fan I feel better for.
Yes.
You know what I mean? The guy who can't afford all this stuff, who actually this enriches his life watching sports.
Right. Like I felt good about for my longtime friends who were 12 years old in 1973, the last time their basketball team won a championship. Those are the people that I feel happy for. I mean, but I don't care that the celebrities go. It's fine. I'm done being the fan gatekeeper.
Let me be clear here. At no point did I say feel better for Chalamet than you do for the average fan.
No,
I'm not saying you did, but I'm just saying people are out there. Like I told you, I heard the line, congratulations to Spike Lee and the Knicks. No, I'm not congratulating Spike Lee on anything.
Yep.
No.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Stoney's in for Anderson today here on 97.1.
Hey, this month is a summer sports feast. You got the greatest soccer tournament in the world. You got our baseball team trying to get back in the race. Scooble's back. For me, every minute of it is in perfect HD. It's because 7 years ago, with blurry near vision and fading far vision, Dr. Yaldo set me up for life by inserting a tiny bifocal lens implant in each eye. Now, the whole procedure just took a few painless minutes. When I got off the table for every day since, I haven't needed contacts, glasses, or reading glasses, and have 20/20 vision for life. Sound too good to be true? Now, would I lie to you? I'm a lot of things. Liar is not one of them. If, like me, you struggle with poor vision and you're forced to depend on glasses, contacts, and those damn reading glasses that, I always used to lose, let Dr. Yaldo set you free. Whether it's custom LASIK or my amazing lens implants, go get the best vision of your life, both up close and at all distances from Detroit's master eye surgeon. Get a free evaluation at YaldoEyeCenter.com.
Coming up today at 12:30, what an NHL insider has to say about the market for Dylan Larkin, including a report that a team has made an offer. We'll get to that today at 12:30, 248-539-9797. We got Champ and Chump votes coming in on a Monday, including this one from Mark, Champ USA Soccer, Chump People of New York, unnamed texter, Champ J. Bat, Chump MSU Athletics. You missed it this morning. Jay Batt is accepting the job as athletic director at the University of Kentucky, which feels like he was pretty much speculation. I shouldn't say he was a goner. The speculation started as soon as Gustowitz left, the president that Jay Batt may follow, and now he did.
Where do you think Michigan State fans would be if Meet the New Boss is the same as the old boss? Because Larry Leach has tweeted out that Mark Hollis tells AP he's interested in the Michigan State AD job.
I think they probably like it.
Yeah.
But I don't want to speak for them. Spike Lee and the Knicks, watch, they'll give him a ring. That's from Scott. That's probably not out of the question, and that's terrible. But
or he could just buy his own.
248-539-9797. Let's go to John and Macomb. You're next. Hello, John.
How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I don't know if you guys are golf fans or not, but my champ is Wyndham Clark, who was playing in the Canadian Open this past weekend.
Mm-hmm.
They have a par 3 hole where they set up hockey boards around the tee and fans bang on them, and a lot of the players show up and they'll put a hockey jersey on and everything. He showed up, reached into his bag, and pulled out a USA hockey jersey with Jack Hughes' name on the back of it.
Yep. Yeah, we talked about it earlier in the show because Wyndham Clark, it was announced this morning, is coming to Detroit for the Rocket Classic. And so we pointed out, we talked about that story. And my Canadian cousin up there sent me a text with the video and said, boo. But he also gave him credit for being savage for birdieing the hole in the Jack Hughes jersey.
I heard he saw somebody wearing it. He got inspiration and had somebody send it to him the next day or something.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you said, I thought that was pretty, as you said, savage that he'd pull that out. And then my chump would be, and they're usually the nicest people in the world, but the Canadian fans after that, and I guess understandably a little bit, literally every time he stood over a golf shot to hit a shot, they were booing and yelling and screaming for his ball to go in the water, and made it pretty bad for him the rest of the next day and a half of golfing, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you do something like that, you're probably going to get some people that take it way too seriously. It's supposed to be in fun, and you would hope that they would. I mean, how would they get treated if a Canadian did that here and they won the gold medal? And came to Hockey Town and put on a Canada jersey with the game-winning goal scorer in Detroit? They might get booed.
Well, you just look at the Ryder Cup. That'll tell you everything right there.
Yep. But I thought it was hysterical, and it was like good for Wyndham Clark.
By the way, speaking of fans, did you see the Japan fans?
Dude, they're unbelievable.
They clean up their mess after the game.
They like literally bring, and John, thank you for the phone call. They literally bring trash bags and clean out the section that they were just in.
Yeah. And this happens all over, but we saw it at a World Cup event.
Pretty crazy.
Yes, and it's for part of a thing that he's doing. Jameis Winston was helping him out. He was wearing a Japanese jersey and was cleaning trash. Jameis Winston.
I mean, bravo
he's always
to
in
them.
during garbage time, I feel like.
Wow. Well played, Kang. Yeah, pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
We're down 50, or we need you to clean the seats.
Yeah.
Get in there, Jameis.
From an unnamed texter, I have such World Cup FOMO watching all the IG reels. The Scots taking over Boston is something beautiful to see. There's a lot of little cool stories. Was it Algeria that's stationed in
Kansas City?
I thought they were in Lawrence, Kansas. Or they were training in Lawrence, Kansas.
Right, they're playing at Arrowhead.
And they kind of got adopted by Kansas Jayhawk fans. Mm-hmm. And there was the video of the guy, Rock Chalk, Algeria.
That's
For people who don't know, Kansas is their motto is Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
I heard Algeria really wasn't good, but Bill Self managed to pay the players a little bit.
Zing.
Is Hunter Dickinson applying for Algeria?
He can be a goalie, covers up a lot of the net.
Speaking of which, the goalie that we beat, Paraguay, that guy had the biggest wingspan, which would be very useful for a keeper.
Yeah.
He had massively long arms, and I looked it up, and he's only 6'2", but he looked like a giant. I'm sorry, he's 6'3", but he looked taller than that. And his nickname, I don't know if you know this.
No, I don't.
Nickname
I'll tell you that right now, I don't know this.
is Gatito.
Oh.
And the reason is his dad was also a keeper, and his nickname was Gato, which means cat. Apparently, Gatito means kitten. So his dad was a keeper nicknamed Gato, and so he also a keeper is nicknamed Kitten. But massive wingspan on that guy.
Okay. Wow. I saw the goalie for Japan was actually born in the United States. Suzuki.
Yeah, it's a little crazy how they cross. This is going to sound weird, okay? And
That's okay. You're with me. You're with me. You're allowed
that's
to
true.
tell me.
I guess that'll pale in comparison to what you'll say probably 5 times this show.
Uh-huh.
All the players, right? U.S. citizens.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I feel like the coach should be too?
I used to agree with that, but then I remember all those years where they decided, you know what, we're going to try to get the best coach.
Yeah.
Because it happens to other countries.
Everybody
too.
does it, yeah. But I'm like, shouldn't the coach be a citizen as well? And I guess the only American coaching one of these teams is Canada's coach is an American.
Yeah, who was pissed off. Something to do with the national anthem and all this kind of.
I'm not like one of these.
Patriots.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not an anti-immigrant or anything like that. But I'm just saying, it just feels to me like our coach should also be a citizen, which you can be for a descent and come here and become a naturalized citizen.
You're saying whatever the rules are for the players should also come with the staff.
Am I wrong?
And I don't think you're outrageous with that take, honestly. I kind of agree.
And I don't want to start like some sort of holistic political discussion, as we know that this could get out of control. But I've thought this forever. Like,
I feel like everyone down to the training staff should be like.
Well, the whole thing with like this in the Olympics, where like, how the hell would, if he qualified, Chris Chelios was going to represent Greece because his grandmother's from there or something?
I mean, they have
absurd.
rules. They have rules
Sure.
that allow you to be,
Dual
expand.
citizens.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with dual citizenship.
No.
But I just.
But at least there's some like lineage there. I mean, I think it's a free for all with the staff, right? It doesn't even matter.
I think it is a free for all with the staff.
There's no rules.
Not from any country to coach your team, which a lot of people do. And it's the way it's always been.
Yeah, of course.
Shouldn't the coach also be a citizen? I don't know. Herb Brooks coaching the Miracle on Ice is sort of the standard for all of our team sports when it comes to international play.
So if Scotty Bowman wanted to coach Team USA, it would be no go.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. What was the famous one that we had for Klinsman, right? Years ago? Jurgen Klinsman?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a Bora? Is there a Bora?
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
yes, I think there was actually.
It wasn't? Yeah. Anyway, it's not that big a deal.
No, I know.
Just idle thought. Greg and Livonia, Champas, Brandon Bussey, and the Hurricanes chump his Hinch for continuing to bewilder us with his pinch-hitting selections. Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1. All right, Gator's out today. He's playing golf in the Rocket Mortgage thing for Media Day.
The last one.
Yep.
Unless they can find another sponsor.
It'd be cool. But yeah, they announced today that Wyndham Clark, who put on the Jack Hughes jersey at that hole, par 3 in the Canadian Open and got booed, but put on a show. He birdied the hole. I thought it was a cool move. Kind of elite troll job. He is committed today to the Rocket Mortgage Classic. He's top 35 in the world. Also coming off a Tiger weekend that was disappointing. Not much from the bats. And yeah, a lot of Jahmai Jones angst today. I would say this. Jahmai Jones is probably the last position player on the roster, it's safe to say. And hopefully, it can make a subtle difference. I think anybody expecting a huge difference to change out the last position player on the roster is probably it's foolish thinking. But you can, they got to be near the end.
But I think he's 1 for 30.
It's been terrible in a role in which he's supposed to be successful, right? I mean, they only use him in situations that are advantageous to him.
He's Andy Ibanez 2.0 is what he is.
Well, what he also is probably seeing the clock tick down. I thought that AJ, looking at quotes over the weekend, that defended why he's here and what they think he can provide, but then also said for all of this to work, he has to produce. And he did say on the morning show last week, for people who missed it, look, there's going to be a lot of left-handers. We're going to see a lot of left-handed starters and left-handers out of the pen in the next 2 series. And, it's important for Jahmai to produce in these 2 series. And so far, not much. And let me just put it to you like this. If it doesn't get better, sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
If it doesn't get better, I think he's gone by next week.
Yeah. But in looking at the possible starters for this series, Houston's throwing all righties. Unless they change.
He mentioned Houston's pen.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh.
And that he'd be a piece that's used off the bench.
So they could use Max Anderson, for crying out loud.
So here's the problem.
It's enough.
Here's the problem with Max Anderson is that
he's an infielder only?
Well, no, you'd be using him in spot duty. And so it's possible he would get an at-bat here and a bat there. And what they need is for him to be as ready as he can be as quickly as possible to come help this club. And playing once every 2-3 days probably isn't going to help that progression.
I guess not. But, when Jahmai Jones is hitting his OPS is 457. It's like so many times what the Tigers do is they look back at what happened the last 2 years and they only take the good and the amazing things that happened and try to work from that without realizing the crap that took place in the last 2 years as well. That got them to the point where they had the miraculous thing. It got them to the point where after a certain point of the season last year, they went down the they still, won a series against Cleveland. And then AJ, look, I've been always a big AJ fan, but his lineup decisions, and they talked about it this morning, and I agree. How the hell is Matt Vierling batting ahead of Dylan Dingler? I mean, you get to the point that if AJ Hinch was actually they do call it the manager of Spain playing Cape Verde right now in the World Cup, he'd have Jahmai Jones playing keeper. He had Matt Vierling, whether they played soccer or not. It's like the favorable stuff. He's so damn stubborn. Enough.
Well, I didn't hear his answer as to why he had Vierling ahead of Dingler. I love that the morning show challenges him on these decisions, and he comfortably answers as to why he does things. And when he does it, oftentimes you go, okay, that's not illogical.
Right.
But he if you argue and just use the result saying it's illogical, well, I mean, that's not really fair either. He's got to get more right than wrong. He hasn't had as good a year. We looked at it. Their pinch hitting decisions, and you did a lineup decision.
Yeah.
We looked at their pinch hitting results the last couple of years, and it's not like their pinch hitters were hitting 350. They were hitting closer to 250, but that was top 10 in baseball.
Right.
Like his pinch hitting decisions, top 10 in baseball, top 10 in OPS, and in this year it's bottom third in things like batting average and OPS. He's not being rewarded for using the same guys in similar roles as he's been in the past. And Jahmai Jones is a big part of that. I'll just say this. I'm not freaking out about Jahmai Jones because, again, he's the last guy on the roster. I do think this is the week, based upon his public comments. It's always true, though, that organizations and managers and those in the game are always more patient than fans and media.
Oh, there's no doubt.
They always are more patient.
Sometimes they're right being patient. Sometimes they are wrong.
Yep.
I mean,
there's no doubt about it.
It's, I don't know, it's frustrating. The weekend that took place, actually, in some aspects, it was a shame that they were rained out yesterday because they probably would have lost. And what I wanted out of the week.
That's a shame?
Well, hold on. What I wanted out of the weekend was to Skubal and Mize pitch really well. Well, Mize never got that chance. Skubal didn't pitch really well, but he was healthy. He was good enough, even though they lost 3-1. He had one stupid home run that he gave up. But, his trade value did not change, I don't think, which is very important. It probably actually went up because maybe people were kind of cautious and suspicious of this.
It's not like he got shelled.
Surgery.
He wasn't elite.
No.
But he didn't get shelled. And the most important thing is he appears to have come out of it healthy.
Yeah.
I feel like the needle moved to him being more tradable following the weekend than going into the weekend, if for no other reason he was healthy. But you mix in the 2 losses that pulls him further away from contention. But hey, I'll stick by my belief that you go to the trade deadline with the intent to buy. And if you cannot make significant moves, then you go the complete other direction and sell. And the reason is, even this Tiger team at its best, I don't think can win a World Series, although they will bring starting pitching that can make them competitive in a series against a lot of people. But to either bolster the lineup and make one last run with Skubal, and if you can't, then pull the plug altogether. No in between.
But they would have to, besides getting a bat, they'd have to get another bullpen piece,
Probably.
too, I think as well.
It's, you know what, it'd be interesting to see when the starters are all healthy, if anybody that's currently a starter can be a bullpen piece, a helpful bullpen piece.
Well, don't you think that's what Verlander's going to end up being?
I don't think they're planning on using Verlander that way. I would certainly consider it. I think Flaherty, because of his strikeout numbers, that's something that teams like to bring out of the bullpen. But.
Yes.
All right, look, Mondays mean Champ and Chump, so get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? So, Champ and Chump, who you got? My champ of the weekend was Rob Brindamore, Carolina Hurricanes. Unbelievable run. 19 games to win a Stanley Cup to get the 16 wins is the fewest since Edmonton in 1988. That is a dominant run, and Brindamore getting them to the top as a coach now. So he's my champ of the weekend. Your champ?
Jalen Brunson. I mean, he was great all playoffs, but 45 in the clincher. He's just unbelievable. In the clutch, he does everything right. Yeah, he flops a little bit and he milks in, pretends he's hurt maybe a little too much for the average fan to like, but he's so freaking good. And my chump also comes out of the NBA, and there are other candidates, but I'm going with Mitch Johnson because he's the coach. And I'm not one of those guys who goes after the coach and not the players, because there are a few players that deserve some chumpiness too, so to speak. But he oversaw it. He didn't call timeouts when he should have. He didn't use Dylan Harper enough. He's got to figure out a way to get his big guy down in the paint and things like that. He just did a horrific job. And we talk about the inexperience of the San Antonio Spurs. It showed in coaching as much as anything else.
I went with the Spurs just for unleashing the beast that is Knicks fans, and I think there's culpability, coach and players as well. They had the lead, and I think it was 72% of the time played. The Spurs were leading.
I think Victor wants a banner for that.
They had we'll get to that comment in a minute. They had a double-digit lead in every game they lost. Mm-hmm. Stoney is referencing the comment that Wembanyama said something along the lines of, "We've dominated and managed to lose."
Yeah, maybe they should go play for Kenny Atkins.
He's right. He's 22 years old. He'll probably say regretful things through his youth, and that might be one of them.
And in his defense, look, he didn't play great in the playoffs. He had his
strong defense, Stoney.
He was still very good. Hold on. No, but my defending is a lot of the backlash that he's getting for his play, and he's not that good. He's overrated. Dude, he's 22 years old and he made the NBA Finals. Everybody, forgets how long it took Jordan to even get to the Finals. Okay, so let's not write the guy off at age 22 because he lost in a 5-game, final series, which he certainly was culpable on a lot of it. I mean, the free throws that he missed.
Yep. Well, also going back to him being young and saying these things that may be regretful, later on is, I think they took it from the guy you chumped. Their head coach.
Yes.
Their head coach would come up to this podium and say stuff like that. So that's who they're looking at, and so that's where they're voicing the opinion of the entire locker room because their head coach is going up there. Well, we've given these games away or whatever it is. That's on the head coach. The team, like you said, is already young as it is, so they look to you for guidance to how to close out these games, and you were strategically terrible.
They didn't follow him in. They didn't follow him in anything, though. Really. I mean, he hugged Jalen Brunson, and his players didn't.
Yeah, but other than that, but even at the end of the game, the last game 5, when they fouled Anunoby when they shouldn't have because the clock was reset to 14, things like that. Dude, you're the guy that I know you're inexperienced, but you have to be more experienced than everybody at this point.
248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Hey, I know we just made it through the weekend, but the party never stops at Twin Peaks. That's right. There may not be any basketball or hockey action, but there are 4 soccer matchups all day today. Like Spain on the pitch right now. You got the dark horse in Belgium on at 3, not to mention local baseball team in Houston at 8:10 tonight. And the best part about the matinee and late games, the happy hour from 3 to 6 and 10 to close at Twin Peaks, Monday through Thursday. Wow, there's a lot of great deals for fans. We're talking about $5 you call it, and they really look out for fans with awesome deals like the Tito's Jack and Captain, again, for $5. Or spend a little bit more, $7 for Patron or Woodford Reserve. They even offer awesome food options at those prices. You can enjoy, get this, a shot of beer, a cocktail, and some food, all for under $20. A shot of beer or cocktail and some food for under $20. And with gas prices being what they are, we all know what they are. You don't want to miss out on a great time. The best part, it's served up by the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls. Nobody does sports like Twin Peaks, period. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, I got a bit of a question for you here.
Okay.
Stoney's in for Gator today.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be back tomorrow. What is the best championship presentation in sports? Is it skating around with the cup, which Carolina got to do last night? Is it cutting down the nets at the Final Four, which Michigan got to do in the spring? Is it standing atop the podium with a gold medal and your anthem playing at the Olympics? Is it milk being presented to the winner of the Indy 500? Is it getting fitted for the green jacket at the Masters? And I can't really think of anything else that it like, because in football here's the Lombardi Trophy,
right?
But the rest of these are kind of unique and a tradition in and of themselves. Out of all those things, because they're all cool in their own way, right?
Well, when they put the the roses on you, the horse, when winning the Kentucky Derby.
Okay, sure.
Or the Black-Eyed Susans if you win the Preakness. It's close. I mean, the milk one is funny to me.
It is funny.
I'm gonna. There's something, obviously the patriotism of the national anthem is pretty damn
winning a gold medal. Yeah,
oh, yeah. The Masters is. Mm-hmm. I don't care. It's still the cup.
You still think it's still your favorite?
It's the cup, and that's why it was so stupid what they did before game one when they showed the cup in the build on the ice. They showed the cup. Tell them, this is what you're playing for. Okay, we know that. Cup should not come out until it's actually presented. And the whole presentation is not just the players skating around with the cup. It's the fact that the commissioner gives the cup to the captain, not to some rich guy who owns the team.
Yeah, it's definitely makes it cooler.
And also the mystery of who's going to get the cup next after the captain, and then so on and down the line and things like that was pretty cool. And I thought what Jordan Staal did was great. Gave it to Freddie Anderson because he couldn't play and still obviously affected by a lot of stuff with Claude Lemieux dying, and that was pretty damn cool.
Kang, do you think one of those is better than the rest?
I think, for me personally, the Olympic gold medal.
Yeah.
Podium. Hearing the national anthem, getting the medal put around your neck by, whoever I don't even know who does it, but whoever does it.
Right.
I think that's the coolest. Representing your whole entire country. You don't have a state behind you or a city. You have a country. And I think I always like big games when they play the national anthem, it means something to me. And now the big game is actually for the whole country. So for me, it's the Olympic gold medal. Be the best.
Yeah. Great argument.
Mm-hmm.
I think for me, because it's like which would you rather participate or which would you like watching? Like the idea of getting that green jacket placed on your shoulders is unbelievable, right?
Unless you get to choose the meal the next year.
Otherwise, you don't eat for the rest of your life. No, I know what you mean.
I tell you what, me choosing the meal for the next year would be wildly unpopular.
You might boo if you win it.
I know.
Yes, we'll have kale soup, ladies and gentlemen.
The rest of the field would be like, great.
Yes.
Am I forgetting anything? Any other trophy presentation that's like kind of awesome and romantic, like all the rest of these are?
Yeah, the college football thing blows.
What, just the Crystal trophy?
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, most championships is just a presentation of a trophy. I shouldn't say most, but that's the NFL.
You know what's cool in a maybe an underrated one?
What's that?
When the Big Ten team clinches the bid to the Rose Bowl and they give the players
the roses.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's certainly Midwest centric, and both Michigan State fans have had that pleasure.
Yes.
Did you say if you win like a fight, getting the belt strapped around
no,
you?
that's pretty damn cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Wimbledon, is it? If you win Wimbledon, don't you get? It's like a giant plate, isn't it?
It's the plate, and then of course there's
a serving tray or something, right?
Yeah, and then there's the dinner afterwards. But
right,
who cares?
Yeah.
And I'm a tennis guy. To me, it means
And the British Open,
the Claret Jug is pretty cool.
that's not a bad one. Now again, that's just a trophy presentation, right?
Yeah.
And you can drink out of the Claret Jug, correct?
I guess you have to, I don't know. I don't think so.
No?
I don't know.
I mean, because that's part of what makes the Stanley Cup special.
Oh, yeah.
Is you can drink out of it.
You can do a lot of things in there.
And we're all raging alcoholics. No, I am.
Right.
But there's a celebration that you put the champagne in there, and I don't know. There's a lot of cool traditions when you win, and because like the cutting down the nets.
Yeah.
There's 2 nets. There's one at each end, and who's going to get to put it around their neck? And then now it's a deal where wherever your trophy is displayed, the net is draped over the trophy.
Oh, I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you bring the net home and you drape it over the trophy. I'm sure in East Lansing and Ann Arbor.
Well, this doesn't diminish it at all, but just like everything else in the world, in my mind, it's diminished just a smidge because it's now sponsored because the ladder companies.
Oh, Stanley?
Yeah.
Does that really bother you?
And I said it's smidge. Smidge. It's not going to be on my list of, it's not like guys getting, it's not like as bad as guys getting traded after they retire and signing a one-day contract so they can retire as a Lion.
Yeah.
It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
And that does really
that bothers me.
Yeah.
That really makes Stoning's list.
Yes, it does. Yes.
All right. Well, I was just wondering if there was one that stood out because the Stanley Cup is, to get your name on it too.
Yeah.
Right. That's the other part is your name goes on it, and they cycle through those rings, and I don't know how long your name stays on there before they just have to take that ring off and put it in the Hockey Hall of Fame. But it's a long time.
Yeah. I think they need to do a better job. And I even said this when the Wings actually won. There's too many like owners and children of owners who are on the Stanley Cup.
You think the list should be more exclusive?
Yes.
Okay.
I have no problem with the trainers on there, but I don't know. There's some people who are.
That do have a problem with it. Yeah. Well, look, I mean, whatever the criteria is, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't know that that's really going to ruin it by any stretch, but what is your level of outrage regarding this? Is it a smidge?
Yeah.
Just like the Stanley ladders for cutting down of the nets?
Mm-hmm. A smidge.
Gotcha.
What about, Doug, when you win the Nathan's hot dog eating contest and you're handed over the belt and you're just trying not to throw up?
Oh, that's an awesome one.
That's a good tradition.
That's
a great tradition in sports, yes.
I know you've thought about that a lot, Doug.
And I always work that day, and, it's the same old bit, but, they're athletes. The chestnut trained so much for that. It's incredible.
I've worked many a 4th of July where that's going on live.
Oh, sure.
Being on the air and always solo.
Has it changed at all since now you can bet on it? In your mind?
Yes, Stoney. I love to bet the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
You probably would, because you don't bet a lot. I mean, you bet a lot, but a little bit, like a little
teeny
money.
tiny little bit.
Yeah, just have something interesting, especially if it's going on live during your show.
I don't know enough about the sport that I probably wouldn't step up.
I love the fact that he called it a sport. Right up my alley. See, it is. It's awesome.
That might have been a mistake. But anyway, yes. Have you bet the Nathan's hot dog eating contest?
One time, I think. It was over. And I won.
Who did you bet on?
I think it was just the over-under on
the number of hot dogs?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Fair enough. Anyway, if you got any other cool championship tradition in sports that we did not mention,
by the
feel free
way,
to add to the list.
You know what I did not realize in this World Cup?
What's
sure
that?
It's not the first time. We're seeing like commercials here. They have a hydration break.
So I actually find this one of the most offensive things in sport right now. That they call the commercial break a hydration break. They're trying to code it. They're trying to trick us into thinking this is anything other than a commercial break. Time for the important hydration break that we never needed before, but we need it now.
How many per half do they do?
One.
Okay.
But the soccer crowd always did have this when they wanted to make fun of our sports. It's constant action. There's no commercials.
Right.
Well, now the hydration break. What a load of crap that is.
Look, I like soccer, and I love the World Cup, and but when you used the word action, There's too much the problem with the sport. There's too much midfield play where they do nothing. That's the problem. And
a lot of possession time, yeah.
Yeah, and I
slowly building the attack, Mike.
But they're not a lot of times. They're just,
Well, it depends on the score.
Yeah, but there are people that I don't like it. There's not enough goals. That doesn't bother me. Same thing in hockey. 1-0 is fine, but just give me more scoring chances. And that's the problem soccer has. And I like it. I will always watch it because I played it, not at a very high level, unless you consider junior high school goalkeeper a high level. But no.
Well, if that's not a high level, Stoney, I don't know what is. Yeah.
Come on, the Paxton Hollow Jaguars.
Legendary.
Legendary, yes.
Straight ahead, a NHL insider gives us the latest on Dylan Larkin, including a team that he says made an offer.
Ooh.
We will get to that today at 12:33 here on Carson Anderson. Stoney in for Anderson here on 97.1.
30 minutes in, a half one. Spain being held scoreless by Cape Verde.
Spoiler alert. People might be DVRing this.
Oh, yeah. All the Cape Verde ganders around
Got to
here.
be a lot of.
Yeah. Never even heard of the country before, and they're in the World Cup.
Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the week. And Stoney getting Chump votes for spoiling it for people. In the meantime, so Elliot Friedman, Sportsnet.
Oh, yes.
NHL insider.
The Adam Schefter of hockey.
On the Fan Hockey Show, 590 out of Toronto. Things are heating up in the Dylan Larkin sweepstakes, including one team that he knows has made an offer. Okay. The interesting thing about Florida is probably the most valuable thing that Florida would include would be the pick at number 9.
True.
The draft is a week from Friday, so we got, 11 days here? Because if Florida's going to be the player, if Florida's going to be involved here, the Red Wings would have to make that decision up in the next 11 days.
You would think so. Look, they also have a plethora. If they made a trade where the centerpiece is the 9th pick in the draft, with maybe other picks and other prospects, or a guy who's on the roster but not a huge significant performer, then you could also say, all right, we're going through another long rebuild again, which is, I'm going to say, possible/probable. However, the Panthers do have a plethora of centers who are really good. A lot of them are all signed for long term, though. I mean, you can go from Barkov to Bennett, Reinhardt's a center, and I'm sure I'm missing somebody else too. I mean, they're really strong up the middle. It's like I'm trying to figure out why Florida even needs Larkin.
Well, I mean, I think Dylan Larkin in Florida would look like the best possible version of Dylan Larkin.
I understand.
Yeah, and I think they understand that cast in a different role where he's not asked to be the man, that's Olympic Dylan Larkin. Everybody loves Olympic Dylan Larkin.
Right.
They got the young center Lundell.
Right. That's the other one.
Who's the other with the long name?
Lesterainen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He's another young player.
Not a mouthwash, by the way.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
He's not a player would they be able to put something together with a number 9 pick, one of those guys being the centerpiece coming back?
Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, between the two of them, they're both in the NHL right now, and so you'd get somebody play immediately. You wouldn't expect that out of the number 9 pick necessarily.
I mean, Verhaeghe's also a center. Look how many centers they have.
How old's Verhaeghe? Because Verhaeghe just scores huge goals.
30.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that you want a 30-year-old back.
Right.
But he just scores
Barkov,
huge goals.
Bennett, Verhaeghe, and Lundell, and the aforementioned Lesterainen.
Well, the question becomes...
But Lesterainen, he's a good player, but he's not what they need.
Well, what they need
grit.
And they need the number 9 pick to be, how deep do they think the draft is? Who do they think they could get there? Would it make it worth their while? And that would be an asset. And probably the thing that the fans wouldn't love is that's an asset you'd have to wait for the longest possible time. I mean, a minor league prospect has been playing professional hockey and could be a year away, but most draft picks are going to be more than any prospect in an organization that's been playing professional hockey.
Probably.
Not all of them, but
right.
But so you're asking for if you are asked to accept this trade with the number 9 pick being a big part of it, you're as you said, you're looking at a rebuild.
Right.
Yep.
And unfortunately, that's what I think they're going to get. that type of play, that type of return.
So here's the other thing: is Bobrovsky, his contract is coming to an end.
Correct. I would assume he's gonna re-sign, but who knows?
I mean, would it be a Larkin and Kosa deal?
Maybe.
And then really try to raid the organization, everything they've got?
Yeah, well, Kosa, though, he didn't even play in the playoffs.
I understand.
Augustine and I don't want to mispronounce the kids from
Postova?
Yeah. They might be ahead of them on their depth chart. So Kosa.
Well, what we don't know is how did the Panthers evaluate the Detroit goalies?
Right, or
they might be evaluating them differently.
Or how does Minnesota? Because everybody thinks if they make a trade with Minnesota, that they only because of what they had to give up to get Quinn Hughes, the most valuable piece they have on their team is Wallstedt.
But the other, so there's two parts though of this whole. Florida has made an offer.
Right.
I mean, it's probably a given that the number 9 pick is involved.
Mm-hmm.
So that means 11 days to do better than that. Or do they let it just drag out and say, you know what, we'll keep waiting for a better offer and let this one go because this one has a shelf life. It's 11 days.
Knowing the history, I think they're going to wait.
You think they'd wait?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's risk in both. There's risk if you do it too quick, you could have got more later because teams might panic. Or the other risk is you're not going to get anything.
Yeah, and if that's the case, this is a possibility that we need to talk about, and it needs to be acknowledged, and that is no offer will be good enough for Stevie, and then what?
Yeah.
And I don't want a lowball offer accepted, right?
No.
So if nobody's going to step to the plate, and I suspect somebody will, but if nobody steps to the plate with a move big enough, you just have to sort out what happens next.
Well, maybe A.J. Hinch will take over and help bat Larkin instead of Jemai Jones.
You are really sour on A.J. right now.
A little bit. Just a little bit. But it's okay. You can win my good graces back. He's a very good manager. I'm just down on him right now.
Well, nonetheless, Red Wing fans, how do you feel about Larkin going to Florida for the number 9 pick and one of those young players? Maybe Kosa gets included and you get even more, given Bobrovsky's contract situation. Or do you not want a draft pick? You want players. You want either NHL-ready prospects or very young spare parts that teams have. Because I mean, by spare parts, I mean guys who are kind of talented and young, but somewhat blocked by an organization that's trying to win now. 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump, get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. Some votes to get caught up on here. Sorry, I already read that one. Here we go. Champ, the Walled Lake Northern Knights varsity softball. They won the first team sports state championship in the history of the school. Chump, the Tigers, 2 losses to the Guardians. My champ is Jalen Brunson for his one-man show Saturday. My chump again is AJ for his refusal to try something else, anything. That's from Steve in Bloomfield.
Oh, he did try something else. Batted veerling ahead of Dingler. There you go. There's something different.
248-539-9797. Let's get your champ and chump votes in. Red Wing fans, Florida, number 9 pick and stuff, or wait for something better. It is Carson Anderson. Stoney's in for Anderson here on 97.1. Doug Karsch, Gators out today. Mike Stone filling in, 248-539-9797. Oh, let's go to John, who's listening down in Florida. Enjoy.
Well, Dylan Larkin's a fine player. He's a good player. He's not a great player. I don't, nice guy, I suppose, but I don't want him here in Florida. I don't want to give up anybody we already have in Florida to get him. So I hope you can maybe get an Irsman's ear and trade him somewhere else or just keep him. That's all I have.
Why do you think your organization wants him?
Oh, didn't you just say that a few minutes ago?
No. I'm saying I'm not saying. I'm saying you don't want him. Why do you think your organization has made an offer? What do you think's behind it? They obviously like him more than you do.
That I don't know. I was hoping you would have some insights into that. I have no idea why we'd want him here. It's kind of a mystery. That's why I kind of called. Maybe you could help me out with that.
Have you watched Dylan Larkin play for Team USA?
Oh, he did well for Team USA.
Now, you could say it's when he's surrounded by great players everywhere or he's playing on the third line or whatever. I think as long as he's a Robin and playing with Batman, I think he looks spectacular in that role. And I get that Detroit wanted him to be Batman, and it wasn't his fault that he was the best, most talented forward that they had. But if you put him next to somebody, my guess is that's why they want him. They want that version.
I understand what you're saying, John, because if you're a fan of the Florida Panthers, at center, like we said, you already have Sam Bennett. You already have Lindell. You already have Reinhardt. You're sitting there as a fan of Verhaeghe. You're sitting there saying, not to mention Lester Rennan, you're sitting there saying, what do we need this guy for?
Exactly. I don't want to give up any of the guys we already have. Where else is he going to play except center? I don't think he'd take the role on a wing.
So they probably just see it as they think he's better right now than some of the young guys you got, the 9th pick, and they're trying to win the Cup next year, would be my guess. An immediate cashing in the 9th pick. It's like the Piston trade we were talking about earlier when Mark Stein said it could cost 4 first-rounders to get Trey Murphy. Well, you don't worry about this year's first rounder at all because you're not going to likely get anybody that's going to contribute more than Murphy would next year.
Probably not.
So you're basically trading the 3 first rounders after that as the real cost. And, well, they wouldn't be after that because you can't trade back to back. So it'd be like 27, 29, 26, 28, 30, and 32. And there might be some conditions on some of those picks. They might be looking at it as they'd rather have Larkin next year than anybody they could get at 9, or, Larkin, they'd rather have Larkin than anybody at 9 and one of those young centers.
Probably. I can't figure it out unless they have some master plan. Their general manager, Bill Zito's done a really good job. I could figure maybe they have some other trade with one of their better players involved somewhere. I don't know.
Feedback coming in. I think if you're going to trade with Florida for that number 9 pick, you don't finish the deal until you're on the clock to see whatever that pick is, whether that pick is somebody you want or not, because it'd be nothing worse than making the deal and then not having the player you want available at that position.
That's true.
Okay, so the draft is a week from Friday. Your point is strike the terms of the deal. Tell Florida it's contingent upon player X being still on the board at 9.
Right.
And if he is, we'll make the trade.
Right.
That makes some sense.
Yeah. But then you're also stuck possibly as well.
Well,
if you don't make the trade, then it's draft time, and maybe some of these other teams don't want to make a trade, or they've already made trades. He said, well, Detroit's not getting back to me. We don't. They're not interested in us.
Look, a first-round pick, I get what you're saying. A first-round pick is awfully attractive, but it's also, it takes time usually.
Oh, yes, but especially at
it's
9.
not an immediate return.
No.
It's a future investment, which could totally be worth it, but it's not something you get back right away, and I think that's a tough sell for a GM that's embattled.
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys that question. I mean, does that play a role at all when what kind of trade he makes is like, hey, I need to do something now, or am I have free runway? I don't have to worry about my job. I'm going to do what's best for the organization, whether it's now or for the future.
I think I'm not speaking for Stevie here, but I think he always does what he thinks is best for the organization. Say what you want about him. I don't think he's a me guy that he's worried about, his job security. If it happens, he loses his job, it happens. I think he'll go on with his life and he'll be able to get another position in hockey somewhere. So I don't think it has anything to do with that. By the way, we are scoreless at half. Spain and Cape Verde.
Yeah, whose goaltender is amazing.
He's playing great.
Just backing up, though, as far as Florida's concerned, and this trade possibility is concerned, this is one of the reasons why I said, and I mean, this is an earth-shattering analysis, the concern about having an Yzerman make this trade is that he's doing something that I always guard against and think organizations need to be leery of when GMs are GMing for their job. Are you really making the best move for the organization, or are you making the best move for self-preservation? And I think Steve would probably find that offensive, to be honest with you. But I wonder if human instinct kicks in, a survival instinct kicks in. I need to get a great return now instead of a bigger return that will take some time. Because if I don't show results of this trade, I might be done, in which case you have to ask yourself, are you really sure you want this guy to be the one making the trade? The Red Wings seem comfortable with that. I'd like to go full rebuild. If we can take Florida's number 9 pick in a deal, I'd try to flip that and move up in the draft.
Oh, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I got no problem with that.
Yep. Could the Wings turn the number 9 pick into a first-line center or something the Wings need? That's from an unnamed texter. You could. I mean, of course you could. I don't. Look, the thing about draft picks is they're kind of lottery tickets. Everybody thinks they're drafting a great player. Mm-hmm. They think they're getting somebody who's going to be awesome. So, your scouts go out and you do. But if you look at the history of the Red Wings drafting under Yzerman, it's been a paltry return, especially outside of the first round.
First round's been pretty good for the most part.
Okay, yeah.
Danielson hasn't been so far what they expected. So, if you're talking about blockbuster trades with the Wings giving up multiple players and for anything they do, Danielson would somebody, because I was told that Danielson was not coveted by a lot of teams at the deadline.
I'm not shocked.
No, exactly. But look, Sider, Raymond, Evanson's been very good. He's not great yet. Hopefully he will be. Costa could be a mistake. Looks like they might have taken the wrong goaltender at that time. But we'll see what happens. But yes, outside the first round, it has been really bad.
There's been not much. Emmett Finney
and Johansson, right?
Yeah,
that's about it. That's not good. And what's crazy about it is he did a really good job at Tampa at those type of picks.
I know. I mean, everything he did at Tampa seems like it's better than it's been here.
Cooch and Braden Point, people like that, and
he's handled trade demands really well.
The return they got for St. Louis, he's done a really good job in Tampa. Granted, he was given Hedman and Stamkos before he got there, but he made that team a lot better. And when he left, the other, Brisebois or whatever his name is, he made it even better than when Yzerman was.
What if they can't trade him? It doesn't sound like people are blowing up Stevie's phone. How ugly would it be if Larkin is a Red Wing in October? Well, look, based upon the soundbite we played from Elliot Friedman, I don't know if I agree with the premise that people aren't blowing up his phone. He said that it's really starting to heat up.
Yeah.
But I think, yes, I think there is a possibility that they can't trade Dylan Larkin for something that Yzerman likes. And hence, they're going to have to figure out a working arrangement and continue to shop him right up to the trade deadline, which will be uncomfortable.
I'm spitballing here.
Sure.
If that was the case, do you think he'd sit out? Because how uncomfortable it'd be. He'd be booed at home. I mean, it'd be bad.
It would be bad. But you can't cave.
I know.
And then the Red Wings are backed into a corner where the circumstances have led with this trade demand getting out publicly, where teams will continue to lowball. They're not going to, and Yzerman will have to try and play hardball. Look, it could get really, really ugly, but they might have to deal with that.
Yeah.
It might.
I don't think he would sit out, Stoney, but I mean, hockey, there are a ton of injuries all the time. This injury that may come up at some point where be one that prevents him from playing, and then there's also the fact that you don't want a player, especially the captain, on the team if he's publicly, everyone knows that he requested for a trade. It's just not good for the chemistry of the team, the organization. That's why they almost have to get a deal done before the season, because otherwise it just could get toxic.
They almost have to, but they don't have to. And that's the thing that Yzerman has to take, the attitude he has to take. I get what you're saying. God knows we don't have to deal with him still on the roster and all that comes with. But 248-539-9797. Wings fans, you all continue with that. Champ and Chum, get your votes in on this Monday. Stoney's in for Gator. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, so here we go. Fourth final hour of the Carson Anderson program. Mike Stone in for Gator today.
Doug, you survived 3?
I survived 3?
3 hours? You
With you?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Just to make sure.
No, working with Stoney is very fun, in part because you never know what's going to happen next.
That's a good point.
And when they say you get to work with Stoney, I'm excited about it. So, you had something in your show list, early likes and dislikes from the weekend of World Cup.
Yes. And one of them was...
Is this a like or a dislike?
It's a dislike. I don't. Maybe it was just one game, but I always thought yellow cards meant, like dirty fouls.
Really, really egregious.
Yeah, or egregious. Yes, exactly. Not a regular, you call a foul, you guys get a free kick, whatever. I get all that. But in the game that I think it was the Netherlands game against Japan, which was an unbelievable second half. 4 goals in one half.
It was scoreless, right? At halftime, and then finished in a...
Yeah, 2-2 tie.
Yeah.
And they scored late. Most of the goals were after the 60-minute mark, I think. Anyway, whatever. But it seems that there was a abundance of yellow cards for just regular fouls. And yellow cards, they're hurtful in this tournament.
Well, okay, I feel like we should have no say on how the world runs its soccer tournament, given our level of interest. Collectively as a country.
Yes.
But it does seem awfully punitive because if you get a second one of those, your World Cup could be over.
Right.
Like to have to sit, 2 yellows mean you get a red and you're out, or you get a red, which is a super egregious, a shank. You get thrown out of the game and you have to sit out the next one. When you have 3 games in pool play and you get thrown out of the first game and have to miss the second one, your World Cup can be quick.
Yes.
Now, they're trying to, and I feel sorry for the lads. They're trying to, obviously, it's not like yellow cards are new.
Right.
You just think they're being handed out.
Correct.
Well, maybe Soccer Guy can tell us if Stoney's observation is has got some legitimacy.
Right. Yeah, give me some the real soccer fan. Because I like it. I'll even watch some Premier League stuff.
How many games? There's been 12 games played so far. How many games do you think you've watched?
Just bits and pieces of games? Probably like 7.
Okay.
Just bits and pieces.
I'm at 9. I sat down and looked at the schedule and the games I've been played and realized I've watched 9 bits and pieces at minimum of 9 of the 12. Kang, you?
If you count, hold on, let me think of that weekend real quick. I've watched 0 games, 0 pieces of bits, minutes, and I'm not even like anti-soccer guy.
You have other things going on in your life.
We had this conversation late last week, and you were intending on watching some.
I was. It was ranked. I think we ranked the NBA Finals, the Stanley Cup Finals, and the World Cup of how much you were going to watch or your interest, right?
Yep.
And I had NBA Finals number 1, had World Cup 2, and I had Stanley Cup 3. I did not watch any World Cup, and it wasn't like a protest or anything. It just, I guess I was busy, Stoney. Was washing my hair one of those nights. I don't know.
It happens.
Well, even Jansen watched.
Did he? It was by accident,
he watched.
Right?
He watched Team USA.
Well, he's a big USA guy.
Oh, I know.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, the good thing is, for those that love the sport, our team put on a show, man. We scored 4 goals. A couple of them were absolutely spectacular. Balogun is really, really good as advertised.
And we did hope Pulisic can play the next game.
But he made a couple of great passes.
Yes.
The first goal, which ended up being an own goal, but
he set it up.
Split those pair of defenders, and that was a beautiful play. Like there was some exciting plays in our game, and so I was happy as a fan of the World Cup and USA Soccer. And look, we should get out of our group. We should win our group.
Here's the other thing I've heard people complain about. Well, they kind of like the NCAA tournament. They made more teams eligible this World Cup. That's why you have teams like Curacao were losing 7-1. Well, when they tied it up that was one of the best moments of the weekend for a lot of people.
So people who missed it, Germany was a massive favorite over Curacao, and Germany scored right away.
Yes.
Curacao tied it. And for about 10, 12 minutes, it was tied at 1.
Yeah.
And that game ended up being 7-1.
Yeah.
But for a second there.
What, they couldn't keep it away for the rest of the game?
Well, look at this game. I'm sure. I don't know what the odds
are. Spain's one of the favorites.
Yes, I know. And it's 0-0 or, 0-0 at the half.
Mm-hmm.
But Spain's been the much better dominant player on the pitch so far.
Yeah, well, I mean.
What are you, Mitch Johnson of the Spurs or something?
Yeah.
Wow. Anyway.
I'm not a chump.
So are you still intending to watch any, Ken?
Yes, I still plan. It's still going on, right?
Yes.
I'm kidding. Yeah, I do plan on. I want to have my daughters watch it and see if that piques their interest more in soccer. Because the oldest one has played
piques
soccer.
Their interest. You said more.
Yeah, because
more. You want them. You hope that they are interested, or you want to see if they're interested.
Yeah. I want to see if they're interested.
Okay. Well,
I don't know. This might not be the right because it's just people kicking the ball around, and I don't know that for 7-year-olds they even care that much, but maybe you never know.
Well, did you have them watch the Olympics at all?
Yeah.
And did they get into that?
My daughter really got into the national anthem.
Really?
Yeah. She immediately stands up and puts her hand over her heart. Like I was like, all right, nice.
Cool. She knows what to do. All right. Well, maybe they will get into this.
So you mentioned Curacao. You know how we talked about the celebrity Knick fans? Were there celebrity Curaçaoans? Were there? Was Andrew Jones there or
didn't notice?
Profar. I think he's from Curacao.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't notice. There was one dude from Curacao that looked like he just got off the Blue Man Group. Like he had painted his body blue.
Oh, it's Stan Leach before every Michigan game.
Yeah, this is a bright Curaçao's version of blue is a bright blue. And it reminded me of that commercial that, not realizing that body paint doesn't wash off. I'm like, is this guy going to be stuck with the blue? Anyway, no, but our team played well. Drew some people in.
I forgot about this. The Tigers have a Curaçaoan.
Who's that?
Kenley Jansen.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. I guess we did know that.
Yeah. They won the Little League World Series in 2004. How do you like that?
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good for them. Well, they put up a little bit of a fight against Germany. And yeah, there's more teams in it now. Makes for some better storylines. Mm-hmm. I will say, watching the fans invade our stadiums.
I think it's so cool.
Right?
Yeah.
And like they're endearing themselves in local communities. I guess the Scottish in Boston is just one of the biggest love fests that's going on right now is the Scots in the city of Boston. We mentioned Algeria and Lawrence, Kansas. So look, I'm 9 of 12. Now actually I'm 10 of 13 with this game going on right now.
Now did Ireland make it? Because they would have been unbelievable in Boston.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
I got my list of teams here. Hold on. And it's alphabetical order, so I should find this out.
It should be pretty easy.
No.
They didn't. Okay.
The only I's are Iran, Iraq, and Ivory Coast.
And not Italy.
Really, I mean, how good is the World Cup without Italy or Poland? I mean, it's not. There's just something wrong with it.
Okay. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take 10 texts right now. How many minutes? Should we do minutes or games? Let's do games. How many games of the World Cup have you watched? 10 texts right now. And if you have any observations you want to make, go for it. But how many games of the World Cup have you watched over the weekend? See what our audience's the level of interest in this thing is. Sign your texts so we know who sent it. And if you have any comments, feel free. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your text next. Also, coming up a little bit later on, NFL free agents matched with a team. One to Detroit. We'll tell you who at 1:30 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. The Karsh Gator out today, so Mike Stone is in, 248-539-9797. All right, so got a sample of people who are sending over text. How much World Cup did they watch this weekend? Doug in a truck says, I watched 0 World Cup games. From Mick says, I watched about 15 minutes, not a soccer guy. Larry at work says, games, 0, approximately 10 minutes. So you didn't watch a full game, you watched approximately 10 minutes. Okay. Brett Nakar says 0, I can't stand soccer. From Fritz and Clinton Township, 0 will be, and it will be the number for this entire tournament. Matt says 2 so far, total bandwagon fan. The cup games get me, but I love them. Ryan in Livonia says 0 games, 0 minutes. Jason says I watched 0 games and will continue to watch none of it. It's soccer. Ed from Hazel Park says 0. Trey at work says I've never watched soccer game in my life, but I did watch USA Friday night, and I will again Friday. Wouldn't be interested if they weren't a part of the cup, though. No, I mean, look, it sort of has its place in American sports that the hardcore soccer fan absolutely loves it. And
Yes.
when I went to the friendly between the United States and Germany at Soldier Field last weekend, 2 weekends ago, the 70,000 people there, or whatever number of people it held, were so into it. Like, it's amazing to me how part of our country can be so enthralled and find it so exciting. And then we get most of these texts say 0.
Well, let me ask you this, since you brought it up.
Yep.
At that friendly,
Yep.
how many of the regular players from the U.S. or Germany played, do you know?
Yeah, I think most of them, but they subbed them out early. Like, they were trying to get just experience and get everyone in the game.
Because
I mean in the second half, there were guys.
So you're spending big money, because I think those tickets are pretty expensive, I imagine.
Well, it was cheaper than going to it was more expensive than going to the Cups.
Oh, okay.
It was more
Yes.
expensive
Okay.
than going to the Cups.
So basically, you're paying big money to, I don't know, see an exhibition game.
Yeah, but I guess the one thing about it was to see the guys that are going to play for the United States, and these opportunities don't come along very often.
That's true.
And so,
but the other
all my kids played soccer growing up,
Yeah.
and they all
my daughters
absolutely
did too.
loved it.
Yeah,
They loved it.
My daughter, well, one of them, the one who didn't go into equestrian, she played in high school and she loved it. Okay, here's the other thing I have. You know, I know the reason, but I don't understand why they can't adjust. Maybe it's the stereotypical arrogance, but like Michigan has held a couple of these friendlies between European teams, right?
You mean at Michigan Stadium?
And Michigan's at the Big House, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's the perfect venue, but I know the walls are a little too close or whatever. The fuel. Why can't you just for once? Who knows when it's going to be here again? I mean, it was here last time in 32 years ago, right? So push out the wall a little bit and get a game here. Or
You're saying that you would have liked to have seen a World Cup bid for Ann Arbor?
Yeah, we had it at the Silverdome, and they went over. You know, they didn't love it because it was the first time it's ever been inside.
Well, it's a good question. I don't know why we didn't have a bid here, or maybe our bid failed. I don't know. Because
I know they don't do them in Dome, like where this one being played right now between Spain and Cape Verde. It's at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, but it's open air up top, right? From what I understand.
Yeah, aren't they playing some of these games indoors?
I don't think so. Like the one at the Jerry Dome, the fans are indoors, but the field is uncovered, right? I
don't think so.
No?
Isn't Houston a dome?
I think maybe I thought it could be retracted. I could be wrong. Whatever.
Yeah.
But we should have one here.
Champ, the U.S. men's national soccer team, Chump, the MSU Board of Trustees. If I could give them 1 million Chump votes, I would.
Yeah, it's. I'm sure Rico and Mike will talk about that later. I would assume maybe they were not, but it's just another blow with Jay Bat leaving. Well, maybe it isn't. Maybe people didn't like him, but just more outward signs of dysfunction.
Well,
and you have a new football coach. You have a great basketball coach he's not going to coach here forever, but you got to get that athletic department. I mean, right now, the hockey is in really good shape, and some of the other sports are good, but you got to get this fixed.
Well, as I like to say, it's one thing to just fail, to not be good enough on a given day or whatever. It's another thing when it feels like shooting yourself in the foot.
Right.
Now, I'm said it earlier in the show. One thing I've discovered in being entrenched, really since I started doing play-by-play with Michigan football, there's a lot of subtleties and nuance that fans aren't aware of. So I don't know what else could be going on up there. So I don't really feel qualified to give a super strong opinion other than just say this doesn't look like an ideal outcome for Michigan State University and its athletic department, because it feels like the university structure got in its own way with the board of trustees.
Yes.
It led to a president leaving and a respected athletic director. Promising president athletic director duo are now gone.
Yeah.
As that report came out yesterday that Jay Batt was being courted by, and it emerged as a strong candidate for Kentucky, and then it became official this morning that he is leaving Michigan State to go to Kentucky. And Izzo actually spoke on it.
Oh, can we hear that later?
We will,
maybe?
yes. We're efforting to get it turned around pretty quickly here. Regarding the Tigers, the better MLB teams don't constantly move their players around in the lineup order like Hinch does. Too much emphasis is placed on lefty-righty matchups.
It's not even just the lefty-righty matchups. I mean, having Matt Vierling bat ahead of Dylan Dingler makes no sense in today's baseball. You know, when I was a kid, yeah, you're power hitter, and obviously, you know, Dingler's more of a power hitter than Matt Vierling. The power hitter always batted cleanup, okay? I understood that. Now, you know what? You want to get your better guys up more often, and that would have been, you know, Dingler batting third, not fourth. And they got stuck with Matt Vierling making, the last out of one game or something like that?
Champ will be Carolina for winning the Stanley Cup. Congratulations to them. My chump is Jahmai Jones. I agree that destroying your own city is stupid. Oh, this is about New York fans. I agree that destroying your own city is stupid when you win, but just imagine when the Lions win the Super Bowl, the city's going to look like Armageddon. I hope that eventually societies start to understand that it's not good. It's a terrible look. But I will argue over and over again, I don't think it's sports fans. I think it's people that don't care about the game and just use it to bring out like some of their worst. I don't think fans need to destroy stuff when their teams win. And if you don't care, you just see it as a chance to loot and break windows and light cars on fire.
Yeah, but look, seriously though, in New York, we talk about the fans. I'm sure pretty much 95 to 98% of the fans were doing the right thing, and it's always like in anything else. It's not just New York; it's every city. You have the 1% or whatever who are idiots to try to give the whole city a bad name.
Yep. You said we've got the Izzo sound. All right, this is from Chris Solari, and look.
Who's the Spartan beat writer for the Free Press?
Thank you. It looks like this came from, and we just saw this. So it looks like it came from the announcement today that the Michigan State Federal Credit Union is bought jersey patches.
Yes, they say MSU FCU.
And Izzo,
they better make sure they spell that correctly.
And the only reason I believe that is because it looked like Izzo was wearing a jacket that said MSU FCU on it. And so I believe it was Solari asked the question about losing Jay Batt today. And here's what Tom Izzo had to say. I will say this. People need to pay attention to who they're voting for.
Yes.
For Board of Trustees, Michigan Case of Regents. I'm going to guess that most people don't take those appointments or votes for those appointments seriously.
No, because first of all, unfortunately, too many people just vote for one party anyway. So that falls under that. And I've said this before, I don't understand why I even have a vote. Why am I voting for Wayne State? Why? I mean, at least Michigan,
State-funded university.
Yeah, I know that part, but I should have been. Who cares? I mean, I don't know. If you didn't go to the school or whatever, why are you even having an interest in any of these schools?
Well, I don't know, but it is something that I don't think anybody really, very few people take. Heck, we don't take voting seriously enough for more important things.
Well, I'm guilty. I would write in people's names for like Wayne State and for some of the other schools, for Michigan and Michigan State, because I don't care.
Well, that's what Tom Izzo had to say. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in for Champ and Chump on a weekend. Additionally, we've got this list of NFL free agents and the team they would most make sense for. Which of these guys would you like for Detroit? We'll get to that today at 1:35. It's Carson Anderson with Stoney and for Anderson here on 97.1. Really was a pretty good weekend in sports. Tigers with what felt like important games Friday and Saturday. Unfortunately, they lost them both. NBA Finals, Game 5. Knicks win the whole thing. NHL Stanley Cup Finals, Game 6. Carolina takes home the Stanley Cup. You got the World Cup. You got the College World Series. For the golf crowd, the Canadian Open. Heck, they just had the LPGA event up in Midland. So stuff was on, my friends. Stuff was on, and hopefully you enjoyed your weekend in sports. In the meantime, NFL, there was a list put out of free agents and the team that they would make the most sense for. So I'm going to ask you and Kang to tell me which of the following is the player you'd like to most end up in Detroit, because one of them is matched up with our Detroit Lions.
Okay.
I'll work my way through this slowly since it's the first time you're hearing it. Wide receiver Keenan Allen. Outside linebacker Von Miller. Wide receiver Stephon Diggs. Defensive end A.J. Epinesa. Linebacker Bobby Wagner. Defensive end Cameron Jordan. Outside linebacker Jadeveon Clowney. Wide receiver Deebo Samuel. Offensive tackle Taylor Decker. Defensive end Joey Bosa. And that is the list.
Wow.
Out of all those free agents, give me, I guess, who your top two choices would be. Keenan Allen, Von Miller, Stephon Diggs, A.J. Epinesa, Bobby Wagner, Cam Jordan, Jadeveon Clowney, Deebo Samuel, Taylor Decker, Joey Bosa.
Well, the wide receivers are interesting, but there's no need there per se. That would be a luxury signing. So I'm going to go with Cam Jordan.
As number one?
As number one. And number two, I'm going to go only because I think he's so great as a leader, and he'd be perfect with Jack Campbell. That's Bobby Wagner.
Okay.
But I don't think either one of them are going to be the ones they're paired up to.
Kang, what about you?
I don't like to say this often, Doug, but I agree with Stoney 100%. I was going. You're going through that list, and my 1 and 2 it's Cam Jordan, Stoney, and number 2 is Bobby Wagner. And the Cam Jordan thing is for obvious reasons. As far as someone opposite Hutch, I know we've been talking about it forever, but Wonham didn't really, do anything for me and much of the Lions fans. And Derek Moore's a rookie, so how much can you expect out of those two? Cam Jordan seems like the perfect guy to, stabilize that defensive end position opposite Hutch. And as well as lead by example. He's a Man of the Year candidate, or he actually won Man of the Year.
Yep.
And he still puts up great numbers, right?
He's never been hurt.
Yeah, he plays
He's played
all the
every
time.
game.
He's available. He's like the opposite of Marcus Davenport. The Bobby Wagner thing is, right now, Malcolm Rodriguez is your starting outside linebacker. He's replacing Anzalone, basically. It's Campbell and Barnes, right? And then,
by the way, Epinesa signed with the Eagles over the weekend.
Okay, so
Did
good
he?
thing we didn't pick him. But yeah, so Malcolm Rodriguez is a starter right now. You put some competition with Malcolm Rodriguez, and like you said too, Stoney, if anything, knock on wood, where it happened to Doug's Jack Campbell, Bobby Wagner can easily, being the veteran he is, the all-pro linebacker that he was, could probably just step in and lead that defense. At least help it. He won't be as good as Jack Campbell, of course, but Bobby Wagner, man, that guy's a stud. He's going to Hall of Fame.
He always has been. So, but you said you don't think either of these guys will sign with Detroit, Stoney, correct?
Probably
you said you
not.
don't think.
I don't think. Well, I don't think the Lions will look at Jordan the same way we do, and I don't. I think they're going to look for other people.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they're all set for now, and they're just going to wait to see what their needs are as we get closer to the season. So this list was put out late last week, which is why Epinesa's name is on it. And you said he signed with the Eagles over the weekend?
Yeah.
He was the one projected to Detroit.
Okay.
So completely undermines the list because I totally missed that news. Just so they got Keenan Allen going back to the Chargers. They got Von Miller going to Green Bay. The list was put together by CBS Sports. They've got Stephon Diggs going to Atlanta. As I said, they had Epinesa going to Detroit, and that's now been undermined by a signing with Philly over the weekend. They have Bobby Wagner going to Dallas. Cam Jordan going to Houston.
Oh, because they need more defense.
Yeah. Right? They've got Jadeveon Clowney going to San Francisco. They got Deebo Samuel going to San Francisco. They got Taylor Decker going to the Kansas City Chiefs. And they got Joey Bosa going to the 49ers. The other follow-up to this is, what do you make of nobody signing Decker at this point? Are you surprised?
No, because maybe he does it. Maybe people have reached out. Maybe he wants to wait so he doesn't have to deal with training camp too.
Kang, are you surprised?
Or see if there's anybody gets injured to a team that needs him more and would give him more money because of that.
What do you make of Taylor Decker not signing anywhere?
I'm not surprised. I mean, he was obviously very reluctant to take a pay cut, and I'm sure it was a steep one. So if he were to sign somewhere else, it'd have to be for more money than at least what was maybe offered by the Lions, and I don't think anyone out there is willing to do that. It's for someone his age, and then with all the wear and tear that he has, and especially how he ended the season last year. I know he may be a much better health-wise right now, but the way he ended that year last year was, I mean, he looked in rough shape. It was like held together by duct tape and glue, right?
Yeah. I wonder if there's any chance that if he remains unsigned and we get into the season and there's struggles at right tackle, that he and the Lions would revisit it.
You think so?
Well, I'm asking. Is there any chance?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? You
No.
think that ship has sailed?
I think so. But who knows? It just seemed it was.
I just think about how Ragnow came back last year.
Yeah.
And, he spoke over the weekend and said, yeah, that's my body just told me no more. I can't. Especially when he already had that thought. When he tried to come back, he got hurt again. Or was never really properly healed. So could the same thing happen with Decker? I mean,
I don't think so. I think obviously words are words, but I think there's too much acrimony there for him to come back.
I would think so too, except what it would imply is, okay, maybe I overplayed my hand here a little bit, or I thought I'd be signed by now. I'm not. I don't want to be done. The implication be the Lions are doing well, but the right tackle spot, they need to shore it up to make the run that we all think they could make.
But then you're going to move Sewell back to right. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. That's a good point. Yeah, Sewell back to right and Decker to left.
I don't think it's going to happen.
You're probably right. Probably right.
Would it bother you guys at all if you went to the Bears?
No.
Why do you bring that up?
Ben Johnson, I mean, maybe I don't know how bad it was when Taylor didn't take the pay cut, but maybe there was some still ill will there, and he's like, well, I'll show you guys, And Ben Johnson obviously is very familiar with him. They're familiar with each other, familiar with the division. So.
He already got Khalif Raymond from us.
Yeah.
Jadeveon Clowney finished with 8.5 sacks last year.
Did he really?
Yeah.
He just seems like, okay, from afar, kind of like a malingerer.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's how he comes across to you?
I always had that impression there. He wasn't a guy that always had his motor at, 100%.
Well, that wouldn't play well in Detroit.
No, I know.
But he didn't play until week 4. Had a single game career high 3 sacks in week 18 against the Giants, which gave him 8.5 on the year. But he has bounced around.
Yeah.
And just hasn't been able to really be the player that everybody thought he would. But that doesn't mean he can't help this team.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter what they thought he would he be better than what they have?
I think he's got the same type of injury Kirby Joseph does. That's why he's always on these 1-year deals at this point, because they don't know how long this will last. It's like, can we get another year out of you? Can we get another year out of you? So I think that's one of the reasons why Clowney's been bouncing around a lot, and he's kind of a specialist at this point.
Yep. Joey Bosa, the age of 30.
I'd take a shot on him. I got no problem with him.
More so than Clowney?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's always injured for me, so I'd pass.
Well, we shall see how it plays itself out. The Lions still have some cap space. Haven't made that move yet with their cap space, but it's amazing how this many names are available.
I know.
Although, ironically, not Epinesa, who signed over the weekend, and that's the one CBS Sports projected would go to Detroit. Your phone calls and feedback. Last chance to get your Champ and Chump votes in. 248-539-9797. Stoney's in for Gator here on 97.1. Here's an interesting text we got. Hating on soccer is an American culture thing equivalent to hating Nickelback. You mean to tell me people can get excited every 4 years for curling, swimming, and biathlon, but can't get into the most popular sport in the world?
I agree with you. I tend to agree with you.
This texter, you agree with?
Yes, absolutely.
So I have to admit, I think there's a flaw in our methodology which was 10 texts. How much soccer have you watched? You know how much quicker it is to type just the number 0 and send that over, or write out 0 than it is to say, well, I watched 9 of the 12 games, or I watched. So since we're only taking the first 10 texts, guess what shows up?
Yeah.
Now, do I think it's going to take over our airways? Probably not, but I think our methodology was flawed a little bit.
Doug, so definitely the more zeros came earlier, and we had a late wave of people that actually watched a little bit of soccer. So I will say it probably wasn't as bad as our unscientific poll.
Yes.
But it still leans towards not.
I recognized it when I looked down and I saw that these sentences were really short, and the whole concept is we take the first 10 texts, and that those were amongst the first 10 that got through. So, anyway, 248-539-9797. I've watched none. I'm not interested at all. My sons watch 4 games. It's from Vernon, Detroit.
It's definitely a generational thing.
Yeah, my kids love it.
I think it's exciting. Look, it's amazing to me that there are people, that's not as many as it may assume. You ask somebody, who's your favorite team in sports? And some people will put like, oh, I'm a big Arsenal fan or Nottingham fan, just as much as I like, the Pistons or something like that. To me, that amazes me.
Let me be clear, too. I love it. I've watched 9 of the 12 games now, 10 of the 13 games.
I like it. I get captivated by this. And, there's not 5 minutes of regulation time left between one of the favorites to win the thing and some country that I never heard of 2 weeks ago, or actually 2 days ago, whatever. So Cape Gourd.
Verd.
Did
you say Gourd?
I've been saying Gourd to myself.
Is it Cabo?
No, it's Cape.
All right, man. I don't know any of this.
It's a small country in Africa.
It's like an island, right?
Verde?
Yeah.
Verd. We both, Doug and I, checked the pronunciation.
We checked the pronunciation,
yes.
And we're almost sure we're right. But
yeah,
I mean, they're scoreless, and it's just a Spain shooting gallery.
Yes.
ESPN put out a mock draft for the NBA draft, updated today.
Oh, okay.
All right. And as we see all the time, I want your thoughts on the pick. We aren't going to go through all of it because I
pick number. So I'll give me the top 4, the Michigan guys, and who they have for the Pistons.
Okay, the top 4 are with the first pick, AJ Depanta from BYU goes to the Wizards. At 2, Darren Peterson from Kansas goes to the Jazz. Cameron Boozer goes 3 to Memphis. And Caleb Wilson from North Carolina goes 4 to the Bulls.
The Bulls, by the way, just hired a coach today, Splitter, who was in Portland, I believe.
Is it Tiago Splitter?
Yes.
Okay. The Michigan guys, who do you think the first to go is?
Oh, it's Mara.
Kang, do you agree with that?
I'll go Yaxel.
It's gonna be a Western team who wants somebody that big to guard Wemby.
At number 11, the Golden State Warriors select Adai Mara.
Yeah.
Well,
wow. They didn't learn from Wiseman?
No. At number 12, Oklahoma City takes Yaxel Lindenborg from Michigan.
He's such a Thunder player.
At number 13, Morez Johnson goes to the Heat. So the 3 Michigan guys go 11, 12, and 13.
Wow. Back to back to back.
Mm-hmm. At number 21, and this player's been projected to Detroit, I swear, in half the mock drafts I've seen.
Oh, Sturtz?
Bennett Sturtz, guard, Iowa.
Great shooter. Can he defend?
Sturtz has a number of top 20 teams interested in him, but it's unclear in which order the second wave of point guards will go and where it will start, creating scenarios in which 1 or 2 of them slip. His ability to organize in the half court and keep defenses honest with his shot helps his case to play immediately, but his age, 22, and average athletic ability will make him a more specific fit for teams. Rival teams expect the Pistons to target an offensive-minded player here, with Detroit's glaring need for shooting coming to bear in the postseason. Adding a ball handler to take the pressure off Cade Cunningham might also be prudent.
Speaking of lists in the NBA, ESPN also has the way too early power rankings.
Yep.
Right after the season ended. Oklahoma City's number 1. Number 2, the San Antonio Spurs. Number 3 is the champion New York Knickerbockers.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4 is the Boston Celtics. 5 is the Detroit Pistons.
I'm okay with that.
I'm very okay with that. To me, it's a little rich, if you ask me. But
you think it's too high?
Yeah. I think there's other teams that are going to be, well, obviously, it's way too early. We don't even have the draft or free agency yet. But I think there are other teams who has severe injuries that it might be ended up being better than the Pistons are. They're going to be in a glob of teams in the East, I think.
A glob, you say?
Yes, a glob.
I like that, Stoney.
Yeah. Do you think Knicks fans will be screaming from the? They probably don't care, but
no, right now they don't care about anything.
Yeah, that they're not ranked number one, that they're third.
I don't think they care.
Right.
No, because they weren't even ranked number one heading into this playoff, so they don't care.
Yep.
But I think that's actually some respect for the Pistons.
I
I
know.
agree with you, Stoney. I'm a little surprised they got top 5.
I know, absolutely. And speaking of which, since the NHL just ended early, or just ended last night, they're way too early NHL projections. And I'll give you the top 5 and where the Wings end up.
Okay.
Carolina 1.
I don't think they're going to be in this top 5.
Colorado 2. Dallas 3. Montreal 4. Buffalo 5. So that's
I was right.
3 out of 5 in the East, 2 out of 5 in the Wings division. Oh, Cape Verde actually having some offense and they just couldn't score. The Detroit Red Wings are down to, I think they should be happy about this too.
What's that?
18.
Okay, that's the brink of a playoff team, which I guess technically they've mastered the art of being on the brink of a playoff team.
It says Dylan Larkin's trade request was the first big shock of the season, and nailing the return on that deal will set the stage for the remainder of the summer for Steve Yzerman. It could also influence the near future for veteran UFAs such as Patrick Kane, David Perron, and James Van Riemsdyk. And I think 2 out of those 3 will be gone. And personally, I think all 3 should be gone.
Everybody thought Kane. I mean, isn't that all the reporting that Kane's the only one that's likely going to stay? Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know. I'm approaching the Dylan Larkin thing. And if you missed it earlier, we had a report, a soundbite actually from Elliot Friedman on the Fan Hockey Show, 590 Sportsnet out of Toronto, saying that he hears things are really heating up and that he knows Florida's made an offer. It's they were in purgatory, and this is an opportunity to get out of the purgatory because they didn't have a first round pick. They mortgaged some of the future to make the playoffs this past year. They just weren't getting any better when it mattered most, which was crunch time to make the playoffs. This is forcing them to stop down the road that they've been going on and try to correct the ship as best they can and turn this into something better. And what we might find out is that there's something just about Dylan Larkin that just wasn't going to mesh here.
Correct.
And it might be it might work better for him somewhere else, and Detroit might be better off if they can get the right kind of players that can just make them overall a better hockey team.
I think it's best for both sides, to be quite honest with you.
Well, I think it's yet to be seen if it's best for the Red Wings. I think it potentially could be, but
right. I think it's time to break up what was here to a certain extent, unless you can somehow get something really, really good, and you think if you keep most of your guys, that'll be good. But I don't think they're going to be able to get what they need anyway. So.
Well, we've often cited that the Matthew Stafford trade request and the Grant Hill signing with another team, then signed in trade, helped jumpstart 2 really good eras of Detroit sports. So we shall see how it plays out. Interesting that the soccer response we got today, we just had yelling and screaming outside of our studio.
Yeah, when Cape Verde almost scored a goal.
Almost scored, and the office for the next show was going crazy.
Yeah. I guarantee there's a little wager going on.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I don't blame them. Right now, we're 2 minutes left in extra time, and we're scoreless. This is even if it ends up this way, this is a huge result.
Yeah, I mean, I think Spain is the overall favorite.
Yeah. Okay, Doug, I forgot to ask you, who do you want to win besides the United States?
I mean,
or Canada.
Given my time, my relatives would be Canada, or my time in Australia would be the Aussies.
Oh, that's right. You have a big decision to make on that.
I really don't. I'll be rooting for Team USA, but
I'm kidding.
But if we're not going to win it, I hope the United States and Australia gets out of the group.
I always root for the South American teams because I always think, for the most part, now Spain's and France have gotten a little better at that, but I always believe, from a spectator point of view, South American football is more exciting than European football. Yes.
Well, here's something that I'm not. I thought I would see the day where the next show misses crosstalk because of soccer.
Well, especially because of Cape Verde. If it was Italy, I could
it's the
understand
only
it.
plausible possibility that would ever be offered up by anybody is if it were Italy and Valenti was like locked in.
Yeah.
Maybe Valenti's vacation in Cape Verde.
He's talked about now wanting to go. Those guys are on deck. Gator will be back tomorrow. Stoney, thanks for sitting in.
My pleasure.
Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1. Mike makes crosstalk about once a month.
What?
Mike makes crosstalk about once a month.
Maybe the PD would say something to him.
What's that?
Maybe the PD would say something to him.
Ooh. Well, that is a lot too, but it's not out of disrespect.
I know.
It's out of, I'm not out of time.
Oops.
I'm Jeremy Otto. Bang! Bang! That's me. Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Reports started linking MSU Athletic Director Jay Batt to Kentucky over the weekend, and 4 hours ago, the university made it official. According to Pete Thamel, it's a 6-year deal with the Wildcats. Batt's tenure in East Lansing lasted just over a year and ended less than a month before his co-created Spartan Ventures NIL effort was due to launch. Kentucky will have to pay Batt's $2.5 million buyout, which was cut in half after President Kevin Guskowitz announced he was departing for Clemson. Tom Izzo spoke about the university's retention woes earlier.
illegal cockfighting.
Oh, after they parted ways with Alan Haller last spring, Izzo was named the That's not happening there, is it? Was named the interim athletic director. Cuskwood said the next interim will be named in the coming days. The Tigers start a series with the Astros tonight, similar to Detroit. Houston has struggled to stay healthy this season. Is it the lawnmower cutting the grass? They're getting their ace pitcher, Hunter Brown, back tomorrow in Game 2 as well. Tonight, Troy Melton will face Kaiwei Tang. 8:10 the first pitch here on 97.1. Spain and Cabo Verde tied at zeros in the World Cup.
Because
at the
I have a
Corval
black...
House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
People, we have just witnessed one of the funniest things in my career in radio. It's Rico on soccer, watching Cabo Verde or Cape Verde or whatever this small neighborhood off the coast of Africa is called.
We call it the CV.
All I call it is entertainment as Rico became shoot the puck guy. Quote, go get it. Go get it. Close quote.
They're just standing around like, just be aggressive.
It's survival mode.
Okay, and you saw all of a sudden they got a little aggressive. They got a couple shots on goal and almost stole this damn thing.
We almost passed out as they had a chance to beat Spain twice late. Look, the real secret is Rico betting for a tie at halftime. That's why he was this into it. We have no evidence that Rico's heritage can be traced back to Cabo Verde. Where do I go to get that, to find out where you're actually from?
That's a good question.
Is it 23andMe or Ancestry.com, or is it just going to say Africa?
Yeah,
now, that doesn't do me any good.
Well, I think 23andMe just says Africa
black.
Plus, whoever came into the quarters. So
I got to know. Because I'm telling you on soccer, we could do a video series. It'd be like Mystery Space Theater 3000 of you just watching soccer. The funniest damn thing. Go get it. I'm like, Rico, they are attempting to, quote, go get it. You can't just bull charge everyone with the ball.
They weren't trying hard enough.
Okay.
They were just standing there, just pass it, and be aggressive.
Do you know why I like that? And I'm being serious with you? Because I didn't have to look at Matt Beardley or Jahmai Jones or anything. I enjoyed watching the World Cup more than the Tigers this weekend. I actually was so thrilled when they canceled yesterday's game because not having Tigers baseball is more pleasurable than having Tigers baseball. Now, how do you want to do this? Because I can go any direction you want today. I do want to talk about the World Cup because the USA played out of their minds Friday night. I wonder if people might, especially with the Tigers being such egregious ass, maybe they'll dial into that. I mean, right now, let's check that Pistons off-season hotline. Nary a rumor. The Red Wings, I think you'd rather get hit in the skull with a garbage can. And the Lions are a little far away. I can talk Tiger baseball stuff, but I also want to mention the bet that I made with Otto. So how do you want to play this? Do you want to go right into World Cup, or do you want to do the Otto files?
I'd like to do the Otto files.
Okay.
Because as soon as it happened, and the Tigers game got postponed to September 4th.
I received your text.
Then it was, wait a minute. The Guardians won 2 in a row.
I said the bet was there's no way you'll get a 3-game sweep in Cleveland, that you won't lose all 3 games. Otto, who's, king of bonerific positivity, was then like, well, yeah, listen, you're being a cat enthusiast. Right. I'll make the bet with you. If you get swept out of Cleveland in a 3-game set, I'll buy your groceries this week. And Lord knows he's got 7 kids in a shoe. It'd be an expensive bill. But I wanted to teach him a lesson of like, no, if you're going to get on the air, say something, believe in it. He comes up with the positivity, then they lose. We don't hear from him for 2 weeks. And then he's the same guy dissolving and evolving in these updates as if he works for the team. So look, they lost the first 2. So how do we play it? Because I want to do something almost like out of spite for Jeremy, but I still love Jeremy. But it's not a 3-game sweep. It can't be the full chalupa.
It's not a 3-game sweep, but
Jeremy's joining us, by the way.
I'm back. I've been summoned. A sweep.
Jeremy, how do we play this? Outside of, I never want to hear you come in and act like you work for the team again.
But stop. Here's the thing. You said though, regardless of even if they got swept, that wouldn't bother you though. That wouldn't affect your viewpoint. I thought.
No, because I think they're ass. That's the difference. I don't like this team. I don't enjoy their existence. I don't like watching them. And look, Jeremy, the fact I have to do a Jahmai Jones show today, of all the wonderful things I have to talk about in sports, including Rico being legendary soccer commentator during a Cabo Verde game.
Was that recorded? And I didn't hear.
No,
I heard you guys yelling down the hall.
There was such an innocence to it, and Rico was so excited. No, Jeremy, how do we play this? Now, what I'm willing to bring to the table is this. I want to broker a deal.
Okay.
You were lakeside all weekend.
Yes.
You were on a lovely camping trip with the family.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a 3-game sweep.
No.
But it was an embarrassing 2 games. 2 hit Friday, then you lose with Scooble on the mound, and I got to look at Jahmai Jones with 2 men on multiple times, and a game ending with Vierling because AJ wants to show us how smart he is instead of putting Dylan Dingler or Riley Green up there. I digress. What if I offered this?
Mm-hmm.
How old are your kids?
I have a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 10-month-old.
Holy mother of God. Okay, so you got 2 of these things, don't even snack. The 5-year-old, I got it. So
what do you mean? The 10-month-old, they have the baby puffs.
All right. Here's the deal. What I will do is this. Look, I don't even want to know.
The 3-year-old definitely snacks.
All right.
He loves snacks.
So here's what I want you to do. I want you to call your wife in the first break.
Okay.
Have her form the snack list.
Okay.
And what's the beverage list for these things?
Sippy cup.
No, I'm like, are we into apple juice? What's the story?
They are kids, not things.
Yes.
Whatever. Until they're potty trained, they're things. They're all their liabilities.
Would you like to potty train the one?
No, absolutely not. They're liabilities, David. That's all they are. Liabilities to the structure, liabilities to upholstery, liabilities to any hard surfaces, liabilities to their clothing. They are just outright, it's liability A, B, and C. That's it. They do not get identity until they're potty trained. Now, let's get back to this.
Wow.
Would it be,
What is this Bird Box boy, girl
thing? Listen, what if I did this?
Mm-hmm.
Because maybe they do get dummied by Gavin Williams. Maybe they don't. The 2-game sweep, I'd like to pay a portion of the bet out of goodwill.
Okay.
I'm not even going to come on the air and try to screw you over by saying it's not a 3-game sweep and then give you nothing. I don't want to do that.
And how did this? You were betting against Rico, right? Because he said that they might get swept. I don't even. How did this come about? I don't even remember how.
You were doing your Tigers pregame show routine of selling this ridiculous positivity.
I said,
and then yet you wouldn't say that they won't get swept. So I'm like, to hell with it. Let's do radio content. What if I offered snacks/beverage package?
Okay.
Now you've got to formulate the beverages.
Okay.
So can you put a list together and that's the payoff? Is that what we're doing?
Sure, that's fine.
I'll do it.
Oh, you know what?
But there's a trade-off.
Oh, never mind.
No,
you get the snacks at the Costco.
I can do whatever Jeremy needs. Now, I don't know. Hey, buddy, I've never heard of whatever these little liability puffs are, whatever the hell they are. Listen, you are not allowed to come in here. It's the deal points now.
Okay.
You are not allowed to come in here and do your Logan Reefer reset. Do not come in here and sell me how good this team is, ever. You're banned until they're above 500. You are banned. I will grade every update. You are banned. Banned. You're going to be doing media for the Kremlin, except different. You do not come in here and sell fantasy. Now,
no. Let's define what is fantasy. Now, he's the update guy, Mike. He has to talk about what happened in the game.
All you do is you just do Gus Johnson 2017 Holiday Bowl. Tigers play tonight. All right, over.
Tigers on a 6-game winning streak. Tigers won their 6th game in a row.
And you know what I want him to say? And there's still 8 games under 500.
Every time? Every update?
Every.
What?
Because I'm done. I'm done with this. I'm done with people like you.
See,
you want to sell this hope? I hate it. Stop. They're terrible.
I think
hope is fun. Hope is good. What's wrong with hope?
That is the compromise.
If we have no hope, what are we?
No. At the end,
you think Cape Verde had no hope before that?
None. They can't even believe what they just did. What do you think? Cabo Verde Sports Radio's out there saying they're going to win the World Cup?
They are
no. Second of all, wait a second. Woo! There is no Cabo Verde Sports Radio. Do they even have indoor plumbing on Cabo Verde?
Yes, okay. All right.
Okay,
Don't get yourself in trouble.
That just feels like that's something. I haven't figured it out yet.
What? It's 10 islands. They don't have sports radio.
Do they?
No way.
They have fans.
Do they?
Yes.
No, they
They're
don't.
rocking those jerseys right now.
No, that's like NFL Europe. They paid people to show up in Cabo Verde gear.
I would have went there. I would have worn my Pele jersey.
Have any damn fans? Listen.
I would have had a Pele jersey on.
We can get into it.
Play for them. You know, here's the thing. When you do your updates, no matter whether they win or lose, you have to say where they are standing-wise in the division.
Dead last.
Every update?
They're on a 6-game winning streak, but they're still 8.5 games out of first place.
Let me say for the record, I don't have to pay this bet off because I know I'm in the right. I'm trying to show goodwill because generally I like Jeremy. And I think this is fun.
I didn't know if it just gets postponed to the very first game.
Oh, we put it all on the September 4th game?
Right.
That would be kind of fun.
Do you want to put it all? Because at that point.
All right, I tell you what. Then Jeremy gets to pick. He can cash in on a third of the bet right now, and I do snacks and beverages for the liabilities. But every update.
After September 4th, you're
no
saying?
more Bally.
After September 4th? Is that what you're
now,
saying?
September 4th, you wait to cash in.
Okay.
The whole bet is on the line.
Yeah.
And you operate as you want all summer long. But if they lose that game, you're not here to deliver the updates. You're done. You're not doing afternoons no more.
Wow.
I banish you to the morning. You're out.
Wow.
How about that? That's risk it biscuit.
Can you actually make that call?
I can. That's drama. That's a bonus.
So would you like trial by judge
or trial by
jury, and we let the callers decide?
Why don't you ponder it? Don't make a snap decision.
Yes, it's a very,
we can let
very
the
high
caller,
life decision here.
We can let the callers decide this. Call in 248-539-9797.
How big is the how big is the snack list?
I don't know.
Is it egregious? I mean, are you living in snack land with all these kids?
No, not really.
He's going to be taking some trips, I'm sure, this summer. In order to keep kids quiet, it's all about the iPads and the snacks.
That's right. And Nona is here to provide. Or you can show everybody how big your brass is, and you can risk it for the biscuit.
And this is all relying on the one game September 4th. So
you have no idea who's hurt.
I'm actually getting fired though. Like that's
no, you're not getting fired.
No, you would just be reassigned.
How about this?
See how you like dealing with Jansen every morning? You're getting grunted at. God, you deal with Gov every morning. See if that's worth it. Jeremy, why don't you take some time and think?
I need
We'll
some
talk
time.
to the people. I don't want you to make an egregious decision.
Okay.
Just chill out, relax. I'm showing some good faith. I'm giving you some options. And, just until the Tigers are 500, I don't want to hear about it.
You should probably call your wife. Phone her. See what she thinks. You got snacks in hand.
Just take snacks and beverages.
Snacks and beverages in hand.
We're going to come in with like gallon-sized apple juices for the village that is Autoland.
But I feel like I'm not accurately doing my job if I take the first deal. All I have to say is the Tigers play today. Like I have to fill a minute and 30.
And you have to mention they're in last place.
No. You just have to mention. You could talk Tigers.
Yeah.
You could say whether they won or lost. But in the end, you have to say they're standing in the division. So they go on a 6-game winning streak. Tigers just won their 6 in a row.
But they're still 7 under 500.
And at the end of that, you could talk about Skubal just pitched his 5th no-hitter.
And he's going to get traded.
And the Tigers are still 6.5 games out of first
No
place.
open-ended positivity.
It has to end with their stand. Now, if all of a sudden they come back and they're a game out of first, you get to say that.
You do whatever you like.
It totally resets. Like it never goes back then. If they hit 500, then it's over.
Then you can come on the air dressed as paws, doing what you like to do. Think it over. We're up against it. I hope you had a wonderful camping trip.
Yes, it was great.
And
yes.
we're putting some options before you. So we'll talk about it. We will get to the baseball because honestly, I enjoyed the fact this team didn't exist yesterday. I watched the World Cup and it was relaxing. Watching this team is not relaxing. It's infuriating.
Because even when they're winning, You're always
You're
know.
losing. We'll get to it next. 97.1.
What if you had the most reliable fiber power Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included.
You're fired.
No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that'll fix and find problems even before you notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that protects you from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile for free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after 12 months. Regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
We're off to a tremendous start. Both Rico's Cabo Verde bet, but also, I just want to be clear. I thought we offered Otto the easiest out of all. Mind you, I don't have to pay to bet up because the bet was based on a 3-game sweep. But I did it for a reason. This shows you he can't bear not fanboying for his team, which I have no tolerance for. Like, honestly, if I ran a radio station, anyone who fanboys, gone. Exiled, like Napoleon. I'd send you to some rock in the ocean. No fanboying. Just do the job. He can't bear having to say that they're in last or having to say how many games under 500 they are. He could cash in the snacks and beverage portion for the family for the week, grocery haul. And he'd rather risk it for the biscuit and have to deal with John Jansen in mornings, getting grunted at. September 4th.
Well, by then, Michigan football will be happening, and John won't be grunting anymore. He'll be happy. No, but the fact that all he could take the bird in hand.
It was right there for him.
And all you have to do is just end every update with something factual. It's not like it's his opinion. It's not anything that anybody can get angry at.
Right.
And you have to, whatever it is, but the Tigers are still X games out of first place.
All this stuff where they win a couple of games in June and no one wants to say how many games under 500 they are or how far out they are. No, I'm not dealing with that. So if you want to do the update, then we're going to do the updates. You don't get to agree with the news. Then you're not watching the news at that point. So I'm fascinated what he comes back with. But yeah, look, as far as the baseball stuff, and we'll get to your calls, and we got a couple of people who want to rap about the World Cup. I'm happy to. I watched almost all of it this weekend because I do like soccer. I just don't have time for it in my real life like I used to. I used to follow it more intently. But look, it's fun, okay? And a lot of sports right now, it's not fun. The World Cup's fun, and we'll get to it. But from a baseball perspective, look, I don't know what to tell you about this weekend. They get 2 hit on Friday night. Then I got to watch Saturday where AJ and Scott Harris want to show you how smart they are again. And I got to watch a game that features Jahmai Jones, 2 men on, 2 out, 2 men on, no out. He does Stugotz. And then the game ends, and it's Matt Vierling in the 3-hole. Not Dylan Dingler, who's also right-handed, or Riley Green. This is now the 3rd time in 3 weeks a game is ended because of these faulty lineups, and you don't have your best players there. Why does Matt Vierling get 5 at-bats and Green gets 4th? Where he was in the order. So I don't know what to do about it. Do I think that all of a sudden their season's totally over? Well, no, because Jose Ramirez is now dead. And the AL is egregious. But you know what? Here's my point. I don't care. I don't want to be the smartest dumb guy in the AL. And that's what this is. The intent was to be a World Series team. They are clearly not a World Series team. And I'm just done. Can they claw back and do things? Sure. Yeah. But the bottom line is the injuries and all the crying about it, it's not the pitching. Their pitching has been fine, is fine now, would continue to be fine, even with the injuries. Do you realize they haven't given up more than 4 runs since May 25th? The pitching is fine.
No, it's the optionality. That's
the issue. They don't have real ball players. And henceforth, they're effed.
Yeah.
But David, what are the texts saying? And I've got a deep dive on the Jones thing and Hinch's quotes. It does feel this is a Harris problem, not a Hinch thing. I think Hinch is telling you, I don't have Major League Baseball players. This is what I'm given, so this is how it's built. I got to play it this way. If I'm Hinch, I'd quit before putting Jones in the card again and putting the lineup in. I just wouldn't do it. And I have data to back that up.
But he can't quit, but I get what you're saying.
I just wouldn't deal with it. It's not fair to him, honestly.
No, it's not.
But go ahead, David. What do the texts have to say?
Why does Mike sound like Donald Sterling? Snacks and beverages and clothes. Laughing out loud.
I give you snacks and beverages and clothes and sippy cups.
Mike's casually threatened to relegate Jeremy to the morning show, and Rico is rooting for a country I've never heard of. Look what our GMs have done to us.
We are off to a great start this week. Shout out futures-related packages for Dylan Larkin.
Poor Jeremy comes into work today, and he's walking in, and a rake was sitting there waiting for him. Pay this man his money. Don't make him move to mornings. I respect Otto. That is from Ken.
We love Jeremy, but it was a litmus test.
Ken, he had the opportunity to take the bird net. Now, he was texting with his wife, so we'll see. Maybe she's the brains of the operation, and she's like, dummy, just say the Tigers standing at the end. You know how much these kids cost to feed?
That's right.
Yeah, we're not waiting to September.
And remember, let's say the Tigers win the September 4th game, Jeremy gets nothing. Nothing except a demotion.
Satisfaction.
No, except a demotion.
No, he still gets the satisfaction because they didn't get swept. So he could say, ha, nah.
Got it. David, go ahead.
Guys, you're leaning in my direction. I think there's a chance AJ sets the lineup to shed light on how bad the players he actually has.
Yeah, and I can bring up the quote, and we can do it next. I just didn't want to start the week angry. We were having fun, and honestly, I enjoyed just watching Rico watching the World Cup. It was tremendous.
I found the magical elixir. Put a little something on the game. And now you care about this.
Unbelievable.
You were amazing watching
because, David, they were just standing there.
They were surviving.
Okay, attack.
They can't.
If they moved up just a couple feet, it would be wide open for Spain.
But don't back up.
Rico, that's all they have.
That's all I'm saying. They're backing up. Like, where are you going?
This isn't Mexico versus Spain. They don't have the talent.
Rico, you have to think about it in terms of, like, if a collection of 10-year-olds took on the Oklahoma City Thunder, that's all you have.
No, they made the World Cup, okay? So, therefore, you're good enough.
Okay.
Okay?
David, go ahead.
I will hear none of this from you.
Jeremy, take the snacks and the drinks for the liabilities. You'll lose this bet, Jordan, in a shop.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you.
Someone has texted in and says, I know Hinch would get hired tomorrow, but how do we keep defending him? I know Scott Harris gave him terrible roster, but he's making some of the worst decisions a manager can make.
I'm not defending him. I'm trying to establish that there are things that are out of your control, and no matter how much weight AJ carries with the franchise, you are essentially asking him to do what? Go above the president of baseball operations to an owner who doesn't know anything about baseball and demand what? You want to fire that bullet over Jahmai Jones? This isn't a movie. Wow. I think it's ultimately on Scott Harris to provide his manager with better. Now, I can't defend Vierling hitting third. I can't defend more of these games ending where guys like Vierling and Jones get more at bats than people like Green and Dingler. No, I can't defend that, and I won't defend that. And I've gotten all over AJ for that. I'll read you the quote. We'll get into it. We were just having fun with the World Cup and the Otto bet.
One more here on Otto. Mike and Davison says, maybe Otto has another kid coming and he's looking to cash in better come September.
Wait a second. He's got one kid that's 10 months old. Is he seriously back in the breeding shed
They did just go camping.
Dude, American Pharaoh doesn't go at this pace. What does he have, 4 breeding slots a day?
They just went camping.
Well, he got to wait 6 months.
He's young and virile.
Bro.
Young and virile.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? 4 kids under the age of 5.
Get it all out the way, Mike.
Yeah, including your savings.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
He'll get free snacks if he listens to me.
Bro, for a week. 18 years, and you're telling me he's got a 4th kid on the way?
I'm just saying they went camping. I don't know what happened.
He's saying the texter says maybe. There's
right.
No confirmation.
We don't know what happened. All I know is the kids went to sleep.
Mommy, why was your tent dancing? All righty, let's go.
Mommy woke up humming
Stop
and singing.
it right now. We go to... Oh, my God. That's actually a rare bird. FanDuel. I'm trying to segue away from that as fast as possible.
Plus 300.
Hey, Cabo Verde, right? You want to do crazy things like Rico, it's your business. Just don't be a goofball about it. It's FanDuel. They have the super sub promotion as well. So if a prop bet, which who the hell, this is what kills me with some of these. Who's betting prop bets on goal scores? There are like 6 people in this state of Michigan that might know any of these players. Fine. If that guy gets subbed out, you get another player you never heard of. And if he scores, your bet still wins. Do whatever you want. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. Let there be goals. It's 21 and up, present Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. We will get to the baseball aspect of the weekend. I do have a Dylan Larkin update. I don't think people are going to like that. I got a question for Rico on how he even bothers with Michigan State. I feel so bad for you.
Got a Texas Tech update
Yeah, we do.
well.
But the biggest update is poor Jeremy Otto having a midlife crisis. Let's get to the people. Bob's in Ann Arbor. Bats lead off today. Bobby, what's good, buddy?
I'm doing well, Mike. How are you?
Good, man. What's on your mind?
Okay, so let me start off with this, okay? I thought November 27th, 2021 at Michigan Stadium, when Michigan finally beat Ohio State, would be would be the best atmosphere I've ever been a part of, sports wise. Until I went to Germany versus Curacao yesterday in Houston.
Oh boy!
When I listen, hear me out for a sec, okay? Yeah, it was a bad financial decision, yes, but here's the thing: when seeing the fans from both Germany and especially Curacao, they are a country with a population would barely fill up half of the Indy 500 Speedway. They came out in full force. Their passion, how much it meant to them, just to be there. Like they didn't really care about the result, just to be there.
No, and for a moment they were tied at 1.
Yeah,
for a moment.
By the time, and leading up to the game, I got there a little later. So sorry, a little earlier. Leading up to the game, the fans were filling in, and the people from Curacao were all singing in unison, chanting, these beautiful songs. Same with Germany. Them just chanting in unison. There was something palpable in the air. That was just so powerful.
Well, there's a meaning to it. There's a meaning to it.
Describe it.
Well, because for the rest of the world, Bob, it's all they have. They don't have 6 professional leagues like we do. And I mean, you could say F1 or you could say something other minor league. I've always comped it to, it'd be like having the NHL, the NBA, the MLB, and the NFL wrapped into one thing. And that's what the game is around the world. And that's why it's fun. And it's like, did you see the clips of the Scottish fan base singing at Fenway Park?
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
That's cool. It's just different.
Did you see the South Koreans partying in Mexico?
I have not.
Oh my God, they are having a blast. But the thing is, by the time we got to the Curacao national anthem, I was crying. The thing is, I don't particularly care about either team. I do watch soccer, but I don't really care for Germany. I didn't really know much about Curacao, but I actually was moved to tears, and that's never happened to me at a sporting event. I didn't even cry when the Lions made the playoffs.
So, Bob, you're saying this atmosphere was bigger than Michigan, Ohio State when you guys beat them in the snow?
It is not even a comparison. It's a different order of magnitude.
Wow. Yeah. No, what Bob's saying tracks. I mean, like I said, I've gotten to go to one game in Europe 20 years ago. It was an amazing experience. It tracks, Bob. It just means different. It hits different to these people.
The thing is, I like Liverpool. I've been to Anfield before. And yeah, it's very palpable there too. But something about the World Cup specifically.
Well, you just said it. It's the world. It's it's the only thing in town. It's once every 4 years. Now, do I like that they expanded this tournament and places like Curacao or Qatar or even Cabo Verde? It's kind of absurd.
You will not slander Cabo
I'm
Verde.
just
Not
making
today.
a point. If you didn't expand it, they don't get in. That's all. It's a little bit silly to expand the World Cup, but fine, greed. There you go. You win. Let's go to Duke 97.1. Duke, what's good, buddy?
What's up, man? How you guys doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
I kind of just want to agree with the last caller, man. I mean, the World Cup is a whole different thing. I mean, I'm your local Buckeye here. I'm a Buckeye here in Ann Arbor, as you guys know. But
We well know you're a brave man.
yeah, man. But just last year, I went to the game, and it was a great time. But still to this day, the greatest sporting event I've ever went to was a World Cup qualifier versus Senegal, Egypt in Africa. It was insane. The whole stadium was packed 2 hours before the game even started. Fans would, drums, everything. But yeah, it's a great atmosphere. What I wanted to call in about was, first, I want to talk about the cooling break or whatever they call it.
Utter ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
It's outrageous. I can't. I'm someone who watches soccer every day.
I got one British buddy whose head exploded. Like literally, he could not be angrier about all of this.
It totally messes up the flow of the game.
Kills it.
Soccer is a sport where these players are accustomed to running. I mean, they're running close to 10 miles a game.
They're world-class athletes. They don't need a break every 20 minutes. The game survived for 150 years without it. I think it's an absurdity.
Why is there a cooling break in an indoor stadium?
Just don't even start. I know. Because the whole thing with soccer, the only comp I could offer you is it's like playoff hockey. And when you get a game going end to end, when you get a flow of a game and there aren't a lot of stoppages and some of that is dependent on the officiating, that's why it's called the beautiful game. When you're doing artificial breaks so you can get 10 million more in ad dollars, you again, it's just greed on greed on greed. It has nothing to do with hydrating anything other than FIFA's wallets.
I completely agree. Also, to all gamblers, I suggest you stop betting on these bigger name teams. The World Cup just doesn't work like that. It just happens every year. You'll see these smaller nations come shock you because they may play a certain style of football that Spain does. Like Cape Verde, I know them very well. They're our island neighbors in Africa. They're really good. They're actually a really good team. They're known for what they did today, which is play defense the whole game pretty much.
Rico had it. Rico couldn't take it anymore.
Duke, I just needed a shot on goal. Like, it shouldn't be 23-3.
If you want any hope of getting a point, it had to be that way.
When you play a team like Spain, you don't have a choice. You have to play like that.
Otherwise, you end up like Curacao and you lose 7-1.
Exactly.
Exactly. I get it. I'm just saying.
I'm going to tell you. I'll tell you this one thing. All right, Duke, I appreciate it. My one buddy who loves soccer. This ain't for me, but you're the one who just laid a bet on Cabo Verde. Do you know the bet he likes? Both teams to score. He picks games where he believes both teams are capable of getting on the board. Oh. And it's a different set of odds. You don't care who wins. You don't care if it's a tie. Can both teams get on the ledger?
You're rooting for both teams. Literally.
I'm offering that to you.
So it's the opposite of the under. You're actually going for the
over. It's not the over.
No. It's
because
not
the over in many of these games will be set at 2.5.
No. I'm not saying it's one where you're rooting for both sides. Okay, Mike, your team just scored. Now I'm rooting for David's team to score.
It's the orange slices, everyone has fun bet. But when you get into over-unders, that's a different thing.
Oh, no. The over-unders, it's all of a sudden I'm just putting out a brand new jersey.
Can both teams score? And oftentimes, you get plus odds on it.
Oh.
So and you got to pick your spots and learn stylistically who's who and all that. But like that's what he targets. Don't look at me.
It's not. It's interesting because it kind of feels like first 2 days of NCAA tournament where you got your heavy favorites going up against teams that nobody ever heard of before, and before you know it, there's Duke struggling to get out of the first round.
Correct. And again, Spain I think lost their first game in South Africa, the World Cup, and they went on to win the damn thing. They didn't lose today. But look.
See, that's the only thing I don't like about this, the tie.
Well, the problem is because they expanded this and now 3 teams from each of the group make it through, it has taken a lot of the drama. It used to be only the top 2 per group advanced. But again, #greed. So here we are. In the old days, this would have been a really bad result for Spain. Today, the old Larry David.
You just go into the locker room.
For Cabo Verde, this is winning 10 Super Bowls.
Gotcha.
To register a point.
So they're going to get a parade when they get back?
The street's not long enough for a parade.
Okay, you know what?
10 little dots in the ocean.
Fine. They'll use boats. They'll be on boats and jet skis.
David, they're doing the duck boats like Boston. Right. They're going to just circle the islands.
There you go.
David, a couple of texts, and then we're going to move to Can We Say That? And I have the AJ quote. I got some stats. We'll get into this cursed baseball team top of the hour. Go ahead.
The hydration break is classic U.S. network influence.
Yep.
No surprise the commercial break was ready to go. We ruin every sport eventually.
Everything we touch in sports, ruined.
Hydration break sponsored by?
Whatever they wanted. They found it.
The point is, nowhere on earth has this ever been introduced. Now you're taking soccer. The beauty of it is they have a presenting sponsor. You go commercial free through 45 to 50 minutes of action.
It's wonderful. It's like watching the Masters when there's a long stop set and you relax and you watch it. Only here do we have to be Apollo Creed in an Uncle Sam top hat and go, whiz bang pow, we got a new idea. It's not about hydration. It's about greed.
One of my favorite things is the Japanese fans all cleaning up after themselves in their sections of the stadium. It is beautiful.
All right, we'll get
you
to...
You saw who helped him, too, didn't you?
Jameis Winston.
Famous Jameis.
Oh, God. Okay, warm weather is here. Everybody's on the road, including distracted drivers. Call David Femininio, the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. So don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. I love this segment. It's Monday, 75 and sunny. We had a weekend of great sports that the Tigers were intent on ruining, but we get to ask the question, can we say that? David? Rico, begin.
Michael?
No.
Michael, David, can we say that we witness history in watching the Knicks win the title? Because they had a plus 283-point differential throughout the playoffs, and they went 16-3. They were never in an elimination game at all.
I'm going to say no. Only reason is they played a dunce cap Eastern Conference, and then you played a daycare center in the final. And your experience versus the Spurs' inexperience, also having an idiot for a head coach. Look, dominant run. I can't rank it among the greats of all time based on who you played and, candidly, who you didn't. This is the worst Eastern Conference I've ever seen, and they benefacted. They were the benefactor.
Yeah, and I think that's why we can say we did see the history, because we'll never see anything like that again. The East will be stronger, and whoever they face in the West will be stronger.
And let me say this. I'm not taking anything from the Knicks. I'm asked a question as to whether it's the greatest whiz-bang pow I've ever seen. I can't say yes to that. They dummied people. They did their job. Hell, even in the final, as much as I hate the Knicks, I was actually rooting for them because I was so angry at Mitch Johnson and Wemby. So, yeah, and you know what? Jalen Brunson, for all the slander he takes, I don't think he's a bad guy. I think it means something to him. He's old school, not just in the way he plays, but the desire to win, the desire to be something.
Yeah, 45 points. Okay, you guys aren't doing anything. You know, we can win this thing tonight. I'll just step up. I'll make all the baskets. Just get me the ball.
Also, can we say that interviewing a player moments after winning a championship is stupid and that Lisa Salter should be sent to the sun? The guy can't speak. He's emotional. Take your microphone and shove it. Get away from him, Lisa. He can't talk. Oh, you look emotional. Can you tell me what you're feeling? Lise, what do you want from me? I just won the Larry O'Brien. I can't talk.
See, I'm not going to blame Lisa. She's just doing what the producers in her ear are telling her
to do. Then to hell with the producer, too.
She needs to say, you know what? I'm not doing this to him. Let him have his moment. But, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Good Lord.
I also don't like the fact that they're showing Wemby going to the locker room when the team that won is celebrating. I don't need to see Wemby go to the locker room. Show the Knicks.
Yeah, but you know what, David? It's the juxtaposed the sad Wemby. It's you know, it's why we like the what you call it on the pizza cart. I mean, eating pizza. So
next,
can we say Tigers got handed a break again with Jose Ramirez being out till the All-Star game?
100%. And again, but injuries, you don't. No. There's certain guys when they get hurt, it irreparably changes a lineup. Ohtani, Aaron Judge, J-Ram, Bobby Witt Jr. J-Ram is that. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He is one of the 5 to 6 best players in the game. And Cleveland relies upon him in a way that is almost unnatural. Yeah, they caught a break. Now Cleveland's job over the next, call it 30, 40 games, can they go 500? I think that's the best you can hope for. When you take a J-Ram out of that lineup that's filled with youth, it's irreparable. Sorry, I don't view Kerry Carpenter the same way, who's not even a full-time player. Yeah, you could say that.
You can definitely say that. He is the heart and soul of that team and of that lineup. And I know for some it doesn't matter, but when you're in Cleveland, in that stadium, and he comes up to bat for a big at bat, that crowd, it's wild. So that matters for the home field advantage, and that's going to be missed.
Guys, just always something being said, and it's always the same person coming out of Minnesota. Can we say that Justin Jefferson won't be a Viking this time next year? I don't know if it's going to be the trade deadline.
I think it's solely dependent on the quarterback play. I think the guy wants to win. I think the guy in that organization, if you don't think there's players in that room still upset at the way the Darnold thing played out, upset that they had basically a no-show job GM, look, if Kyler Murray resurrects his career and they play well and they go 10-7 and they make the playoffs, there won't be a problem. But if this is going to be idiot QB A and idiot QB B, and Jefferson's out there basically talking to his diamond necklace, then I will agree with you. This is solely dependent on Kyler Murray.
I totally agree. Mike has said it all. He's right. It's the quarterback position. That play is important this year.
Mike, sorry to say this, but can we say that Giannis is going to end up in Miami, not Boston, before the draft?
Your betting favorite today on all markets are the Boston Celtics. So I'm going to say no to it because the Celtics have something that Miami doesn't. They have an all-NBA, NBA Finals, pedigreed star in Jaylen Brown. Now, I may not want JB because I'm tired of him and I hated his Game 7 antics. But I think if you're going to involve a third team in order to get Milwaukee what they want, you're going to have a hard time doing that with Miami. Miami has a more one-to-one package led by Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero is not the gum on Jaylen Brown's shoe. But I do. I think Giannis is going to be a Celtic. And I think the Celtics absolutely have put their hat in the ring, and Jaylen Brown's the centerpiece of it.
I'm still holding out hope that he goes to Miami. I just do
because it's a road to nowhere.
Want Boston to get him. I just don't want that. I'm sorry, I can't see it.
Watch the Celtics get both Giannis and Trey Murphy just to break your balls. Because the other thing you keep hearing now is the Celtics are throwing other players out there, including a Derek White, who's on an insanely good deal.
Yeah.
Had a down year shooting, but Derek White is one of the better two-way guards in the sport. Always leads the league in blocks for a guard. He's a damn good basketball player. You know, a Derek White, Trey Murphy swap. You get Giannis by dealing Jaylen, getting a third team in. All of a sudden, you've remade the roster.
David, I got time for one more?
Sure do.
All right, I'll make this one quick. Guys, can we say that hockey got it right and the best team was the Carolina Hurricanes this year?
Sure. Rod Brindamore went to Michigan State, so there you go. I know you're happy. Yeah, it's fine. You know what? I'm happy for Carolina is that they basically never broke through. They were always the bridesmaid and never the bride. They finally got one. So good for them. I've had enough of Vegas being successful. Go away.
No, the best team was Colorado. They just got hurt at the wrong time.
Makar got hurt.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Wrong time. So
he's another one of those irreplaceable guys.
Correct. It was over after you lost him.
All right. That's Can We Say That? We'll have part 2 a little bit later on in the show. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. It's now official. After just over a year on the job, MSU Athletic Director Jay Batt is departing to be the AD at Kentucky. Per Pete Thamel, he's inked a 6-year deal. Basketball coach Tom Izzo frustrated earlier talking about President Kevin Guskowitz, specifically saying he was one of the best university has seen. Oh, man. Ex-AD Mark Hollis told the AP he would like to return, quote, I would be interested in talking to Michigan State about it. I care for the university. I want to help it in any way I can, end quote. MLB released their first update for All-Star fan voting. Kevin McGonigal, the third-ranked shortstop. Dylan Dingler ranked fourth at catcher. Riley Green is fifth in the outfield category as well. Tonight, the team starts a series with the Houston Astros. Troy Melton on the mound for Detroit. 8:10 the first pitch right here on 97.1. Yep. In the World Cup, it was the start to group play today for Cabo Verde that would have been tough to predict as they played to a scoreless draw with Spain. And Spain and France entered with the highest odds to win the whole thing. Cabo Verde had one of the lowest odds. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I'm sorry. Me and Rico were conversing about something separate
Otto,
there.
Have you heard from the wife?
I have not had the chance to
That's
reach
fine.
out yet.
Take your time.
Yes.
Take your time.
Okay.
We have baseball things to
Take
get
the
to.
deal, Otto.
Just leave Jeremy alone. He's had a very stressful day. He had a busy weekend. Jeremy, take your time.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I want to read something to you.
No.
Okay. That was rude. That was very rude. Otto deserves better. That pithy little remark. Jeremy, get out before he says something mean again. So, okay, you lose both games in Cleveland. I'm just at a point, I've told you guys, and it's a free country. I don't really want this team back in it because I can't stand them. I can't stand watching them. It's not enjoyable. And before you freak out and you tell me, oh, you're a bad fan, stop for a second. If you don't like the food at a restaurant, do you keep eating there? And then if you don't, you're considered a bad patron? No. They're 13 games under 500, and even more annoying, they're not fun. 2 hit on Friday, and then Saturday was kind of the Scott Harris, A.J. Hinch Mensa convention with that lineup, where I got a look at Jahmai Jones come up to the plate, 2 men on, 2 out, nothing. 2 men on, nobody out, nothing. I got to watch the game end where Matt Vierling's in the 3-hole at the plate. Not Dylan Dingler, not Riley Green. Matt Vierling ends with 5 at-bats. Riley Green ends with 4. And I'm tired. So I want to read this to you because the Jahmai Jones thing, we've been all over this for a year almost. It's laughable. Whatever the guy did in April, May, June of last year is null to now. And I'll give you an example. So Jahmai Jones is now the new Wen Seal. You know, pick your 4A player. Right. This is like bobbing for apples with this team. New week, new 4A Bull Durham All-Star. And he becomes the pinata for the public.
The Akil Badu, gotcha.
Right. The Nook Logan. So, well, since April 25th, Jahmai Jones has had 53 at-bats. He's 4 for 53. Also, on the year, Jahmai Jones has one job. What's his one job, Rico?
Bat against left-handers.
There are 7 players on this team with 50 at-bats or more against lefties. 7. Jahmai Jones is dead last in OPS amongst the 7. So you have one job and you suck at it. But here we sit. So I thought the morning show did a very good job last week talking to AJ, but here's AJ's quotes after Saturday. And I'm telling you, maybe I'm reading a little too much into it, but here I am. Ready? It's been a tough year for Jahmai, and he continues to hit the ball pretty hard. I know yesterday he didn't, but overall, if you look at what he's done, he's hit the ball hard. and he's a real threat. Different teams have handled it differently. Some teams have gone at him with left-handed pitchers and left them in for him to hit. Some, like the first day here, they went to the righties to avoid the pinch hit for our left-handed hitters. I know he's a real threat. We believe in him. He's doing a ton to figure out the timing and ability to get on the pitches he needs to. Part of the strategy of having a weapon off the bench is to have a counter move to anything they do. We did it yesterday with Colt Keith. He came off yesterday and hit the ball over 100 miles an hour, but it went to the center fielder. Carp came in, had a couple good ABs. We need Jahmai to do his part to fully function the way the strategy is designed or how the roster is built. Continue to give him opportunity because we believe in him, but clearly we need production in order to continue that and walk into those situations that we know are coming because we've seen him deliver on the biggest stage. I don't know how long that lasts. I don't know how rosters are always in flux. We're going to continue to work with him because we still believe in him. Okay, my opinion, that's a Scott Harris issue. While I will not let AJ off the hook for the lineups are ridiculous. And because here's the best part. AJ's not an old school baseball manager. I'm going to bet my best guy cleanup. No. That's not where baseball's been for 15 years. You're actually going to bat your best guy in the 2-hole. You're going to put your top guys in the top of the order. Oh, but optionality, and we've got to set it up a certain way. Not when you have Casper the Ghost as your left-handed killer. It's ridiculous. The numbers on Jahmai Jones have been so bad for so long. Why would he keep doing it? Well, this is how the roster's designed.
Yeah.
That's a shot to me at Harris.
No, yeah, Mike, it is. I mean, those numbers are horrific. And
well, you know, like 4 for 53?
Yeah, well, I guess it could be worse. Could be 3 for 53. But yeah, you're here for one thing, and you're not even doing that one thing well, which then begs the question, why are you still here? Why are you not the one that gets sent down and everybody else is getting sent down? What do you really contribute to the team?
Nothing.
I mean, is he this great leader in the clubhouse?
And I want to say this. Why are the rules different for McGonigal than Colt Keith? You're not sitting McGonigal against lefties. You're not taking him out of the game. Colt Keith hit lefties in his rookie year. And I'm not telling you he's great at it. But a 256 lifetime batting average against lefties in about 120 at-bats, and I've already paid this kid, and I view him as one of my better players, I'm tired of Colt Keith coming out of the game. The Kerry Carpenter thing, too, it's like, dude, what did I say to start this offseason? Take your pick between Riley Green and Carp and get rid of one of them. Mm-hmm. Because they're both kind of the same guy, and we know Riley's got a better upside. Riley's got a better pedigree prospect-wise. You stick with Riley, trade Kerry. What? I don't even want Kerry out of these games. If the guy I'm bringing in is so lousy, you either stop doing it or get new guy. And you know my deal.
Right.
Cleveland exposes you for what you are. Right? They play the game better than you. They're better defensively than you. Their pitching's better than you. Their bullpen's better than you. And that's why they beat you. Yes, you got last laughs in the playoffs this year. They got the last laugh the year prior. The point I'm making is Cleveland is built to beat you like this. And the idea that AJ still wants to defend this, but I think there were a couple of shots in there.
I think there were some shots, Mike, but could it be that AJ just does this optionality thing? I hate to say it because it worked once.
Yeah.
And it'll work again. God, we just got to trust and believe instead of just thinking, a few years ago, that was an anomaly. Probably will never happen again. We got damn lucky.
Yep.
But instead, it works. And it has a history.
The end of 24 and the beginning of 25 has the potential to be one of the most damaging things to this franchise that has ever happened because they started to smell their own farts. Okay? And they thought it was Chanel. And the collapse of last year or the start of 24 became null because of what you're saying. Magic. Well, now, in the absence of that magic, we are so far from magic. What do we have? We have a lineup that, as you zoom out, it's bad.
Yeah.
And like the Zach McKinstry hope casting or whatever Javi's cosmic 45 games was, it's all done. Jahmai Jones, done. What are we left with? We're left with a team whose president of baseball operations decided, I'm not going to add a right-handed bat. This is the top 10 offense. I don't believe how the year ended. And these are the results, because it's not the pitching. I'll say it again to people. In your 6 games against Cleveland this year, do you realize you haven't given up more than 3 runs? You're starting pitching. The starters aren't the problem. The lineup is. And it's just, look, I'm not doing these shows every couple of games they win or lose. It's why we got on Jeremy so bad Friday. I get so annoyed with people who are smart in the rest of their life and turn into complete idiots when it comes to the Tigers because of hope or clutching their meatballs. Enough. There's things you want, and then there's what you see in front of you. We all want the Tigers to be good. They are not. At least little Doug Jr. spelled insurance right. He did not. They're not good. It's okay to just say it. Okay? It is what it is. Here, other factual statements. George Clooney's a lot better looking than I am. Okay? It's factual. I don't want it to be that way. I didn't ask for this nose, but here we are. The point I'm making is you have to live in reality.
It's a beautiful nose. You
It can be. Depends how the light
you
hits
can
it.
give George a run for his money.
All right. Well, especially lately when he dyed his hair, he looks like a creep. I digress. I want to hear from the people because ultimately, how much of this is on Scott Harris versus AJ? Because the lineup card gets filled out by the manager. The problem is there's only so much the manager can do if the president of baseball operation refuses to call up right-handed help or, God forbid, go get someone.
Okay, can I play the Stoney card and say a little bit of both?
100%, but I need 51%, 49% scales of justice. You know how we roll.
I know. I'm going to actually say this is more on AJ because AJ does not have to put him in the game. AJ can just take over and say, yeah, you know what? You're hitting well. I'm not taking you out of the lineup.
That would
Scott
be
Harris, I don't think, is picking up the phone and saying, AJ, what are you doing? Take this guy out, put this guy in.
No, but he's the guy who commands who gets called up and sent down.
True.
Now, does AJ have a role in that? Look, would I like AJ to go into Scott's office and flip the table and make demands of who's up here? Yeah, I would, but that's also not realistic. I think you can have conversations.
Right.
But look, I'm leaning your way because here's the bonus part. The groceries, we don't have to like them, but man, you still got to do the best job you can serving them. When he's putting Riley 5th or Dingler 4th,
Right.
and I got to look at bums hitting 3rd, finishing with 5 ABs, and the best players are getting 4, no binder justifies that.
That is not a Scott Harris thing.
Oh, but we have to lengthen the lineup. Then get real effing players. That's how you lengthen a lineup.
Now, that's a Scott Harris thing. But what you do with the groceries, that's all on AJ. And right now, I don't really care for it.
Honestly, this is my problem.
Because if Colt Keith gets out,
I don't
are you
care.
angry?
No.
If Carpenter gets out, are you angry?
No, because at least I went down with my best players. I went down swinging.
Jahmai?
I can't take anymore.
You're angry.
And Matt
No,
Vierling,
no,
I'm
right,
very angry.
right.
I don't want to see it. Matt Vierling on a real playoff team hits 8th. At
Face of
best.
franchise.
No, he's a 4th outfielder. 4th outfielder face of franchise. This is my problem. They continue to buy into guys who primarily haven't done anything since the first half of last year. Rico, I say it again, pull the numbers on a 162 game sample size. That's not being unfair.
It's not.
Gotcha radio. Oh, he's 2 for his last 16. No, that's baseball.
No.
When you are 4 for 53 or dead last in OPS against lefties, or I got 120 game sample size, when are you going to get out of your binder and get in the game?
As much as I hate to do that, it's apt here because I don't like it when one season ends, you get a fresh start.
Agree.
But when you look at it,
But when it ends one way and starts the same way, you can begin a connectivity level
you can.
to it. That's
You can.
all.
No, you can't.
I want to hear from you guys. And again, I'm being open with you. I hope Houston wins tonight. Give me the sweet release of death. I don't want to watch this. I'd rather watch Egypt versus a random country that's not real in the World Cup. Why? Because it doesn't anger me. This team angers me. 248-539-9797.
Hey, what time does Wakanda play?
The way they expand the World Cup, I wouldn't be shocked if Wakanda's there in 2030. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. The brand new warehouse, absolutely phenomenal. I mean, but everything's in stock all the time. Yeah, now they have more of it and more products, including a full window program as well. Nobody outperforms them in service, selection, or price. Nobody. So if you're a contractor, stop in, get some samples, or you can go to the website anytime. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Okay, David, we'll get to the tickets. I started the week with ticket text. It's texts. Whoops. Who cares? What's the overall with people? And then I'll get to the callers. The Jones thing is definitely a talking point, but it's the Harris Hinch dynamic. Who do you blame more for these lineups? Is it the way they're laid out? I think there's blame there. I'll never understand Riley or Dingler hitting sub 3 in the order. Not when your lineup's this bad. And I got to look at the Veerlings and Jahmai Joneses of the world. The other side of it was Hinch kind of putting it on Harris. When he says, hey, that's the way the roster's built, or we're going to stick with it because this is how it's designed, and it's like, in order for us to succeed, I need this guy to do his job. Well, it would be easy to just not care about Jahmai Jones. Well, he doesn't have any options left. Who cares? Who's taking him?
Right. That's
anyone who claims him, there should be Sarah McLachlan softly playing in the background.
Right.
Like you've adopted an abandoned puppy. Who the hell's taking a guy whose one existence in life is hitting lefties and he can't do that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he's not getting claimed on waivers. No.
Carry on. David, go ahead, buddy.
We all knew the team needed to add a bat, at least one, but Scott went smartest guy in the room. Look how that worked out. I put more blame on Scott. That is Nick at work. Jones is the reason we didn't add a righty this offseason. Look how that went. Wow.
If that's reality, then this thing is really far gone. I mean, you're talking a level of delusion that for smart people, and I do. A.J. Hinch and Scott Harris are intelligent guys. I think the problem is they're just seduced by their own, brand.
100% Harris. He goes and gets these recycle bin players and expects Hinge to use them. They'll never be legit contenders running the roster this way.
Anyone seen Scott Harris? Anyone heard from Scott Harris? Any appearances on the Benetti Fun Hour or anything? And is he around? Is he alive? Can we get a comment for a team that is 29-43 now, or 42, whatever it is? Where is he? It's not unheard of for GMs to speak in times of strife. It's not.
Players play their best when there's continuity and cohesiveness. So I blame AJ. Play them in the same position game after game. Someone else texts in, Rob texts in and says, Veerling hitting third, not Green. Guess who came up bottom of the ninth to tie it? Veerling, not Green. AJ needs to go.
I mean, it's the same principle. We talked about it a few weeks ago in Chicago. The game is ending, and I got to look at a Veerling or a Jahmai Jones, and you know who was on deck? Riley Green. Look, it doesn't mean that it'll work. It's just it's not working this way, and I don't know what Riley's done or what Dingler's done to get one at bat less than these lousy players.
No, it's more like he's hoping that one of these players can get on base, and then that's the difference between a solo or a two-run knock by Riley Green.
See, the problem is I do not blame AJ for this. I blame Scott Harris for this, and I think we were told that is when Scott Harris spoke at the end of the year and he talked about what kept him up at night was the change and how the lineup was so great, top 8, and then it was nothing. And he says that's what kept him up at night. I think everything that offseason told us that he believed,
of course he did,
that the top 8 was what they really were.
Which they weren't.
Correct.
But, David, I think you're right. He got seduced because they made the playoffs 2 years in a row. So, obviously, it works.
And this is the problem. Look, I'm just being straight. Like, Are they done? No. I mean, J-Ram's dead. This division blows. The AL blows. I'm not. That's like saying I won the ACC in football. Who cares? The idea is we want to win a World Series. Does anyone on the globe think this is a World Series team right now?
No.
And my problem is if they get closer and they don't trade Skubal and they don't trade Mize and they don't trade Torres and they don't restock the shelves, I think that's very damaging long-term for whenever baseball comes back. We knew the terms of engagement. We're going to go all in, and we're going to try to be the best team in the American League and just get to a 7-game set against the Dodgers or whoever. Okay, well, it hasn't gone that way. And what my fear is if they do one of these fake comebacks against whatever cavalcade of sub-500 teams that's on the docket, or you play Cleveland again with no J-Ram, or 6 against the Yankees with no Judge, whatever it is, I'm not interested. So, yeah, if you're asking me, I'm just ready for it to be over. I got plenty of other things to talk about. And unlike this team, they don't upset me. Watching this team is taxing. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? So, I agree with you. I'm done with the team. I was going to buy back in because Scooble came back, but then after watching that game Saturday, I'm good. I'll see you next year or 2 years if they don't play next year.
But who do you blame more specific to the question today, which was, the Jahmai Jones that you blame Harris? Okay.
100%.
You want to elaborate for me?
Okay. That's a lie. More like 70-30. And then just a little comment. I know you were talking about hydration breaks. Just wait until they reach your sport, the Kentucky Derby, and then, in the middle of the race, they start announcing hydration breaks.
Nothing would surprise me with the greed of American sports right now. They pause it 3 furlongs in. Hold on a minute now. We got to do a little hydration. It's hot out here.
You pick up where you left off.
It's bad. It's a joke. And again, any real soccer fan would tell you that's not just, a me thing. It's an absurdity. Even watching the games this weekend, the ebb and flow of these games is what the game is about. It defines it. When you have these artificial hydration breaks, you are letting them off the hook. Imagine an extended period of hockey where there's no penalties, there's no icing, and it's end-to-end action, and we just put a hard stop to it. Hydration break, middle of the third period. It's an absurd notion. All of it.
It is.
But it's greed. That's where we're losing the plot with sports, man. It's crazy.
We've lost.
Okay.
We're not losing.
Rico's right. We're going to go past tense with that. Let's go to Chuck, 97.1. Chuck, really?
Chuck appreciates your phone call. Your time is valuable.
I'll go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Yes,
hey,
Jason.
Chuck, thank you for letting me get ahead.
Jason's up in the batting order because Chuck is Jahmai Jones.
Exactly. Or Matt Burling. Okay, so I lost my mind on Saturday. I was at a party, and I flip on the game, and I said, wait a minute. I go, why is Matt Burling batting? And I realize he's batting third. And then I realize he has one hit. And I'm like, you guys got 8 or 9 hits today, and you could only scratch out a run. And you have this bum batting. To your question, right now, I blame A.J. Hinch 100% for what's going on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, Harris gave him a bunch of garbage based off of 3 guys, McKinstry, Torkelson, and Baez, having career starts to their year last year. That's his fault. But if every day the best players, as you guys have been saying, Colt Keith, Harp, all these other guys should be playing every day in a position on the field and batting. And if you want to make one of them DH, fine. But the best players that get paid should be playing. And this Burling and Wenzel Perez and Jahmai Jones garbage is 100% on A.J. Hinch. He pulls the strings day to day. And if it comes out down the road that he was doing this just to stick it in Scott Harris's face, I might understand it.
Yeah.
But there could be no other explanation as to why you would play these guys and put them in positions that could make the team ultimately.
There's the key. If you're going to have your optionality, A, you have to have 2 players worth it, but B, it should be a little lower in the order. And Vierling hitting third, Jason, I'll leave you with this. He has played 91 games since the start of 2025. He is hitting .209 with 5 home runs and an OPS of .589. Okay? That's almost 400 at bats. I think we're good here.
Right, you would think he had 20 home runs.
I know.
Over that stretch.
To hit third,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what you've put up over a year, year and a half. Come on, man. You got to get out of your binder and get into the game. Yeah, and if the guy were red hot over a year, you live the fever dream. 97.1.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're going to be guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. So lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after 12 months. Regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Let's get to the people. Talk a little bit of Tigers now because I do want to get to the World Cup, Team USA. We got a Larkin update. We also have, I'm laughing at it. Honestly, Beaumont Tower could collapse tomorrow. I wouldn't care. But MSU in flames. What a clown car. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Rob. He's in Ann Arbor. Robbie, what's the good word, brother?
Hey, buddy. Hey, I blame AJ 90%.
Okay.
I mean, think about all the guys we've even signed or talked about signing, Bregman and Valdez. It's always his guys, but I truly believe that he tells Harris, like, oh, we're keeping Jones. I can make him do what he did. And, we know about his lineups and stuff, but it's all the coaching staff. They've messed up with Keith. Keith don't know when he's batting, how many at-bats he's going to get, where he's playing, and it goes for Carp and everybody else, man. It's just AJ's got to go.
Well, look, I could only make that statement if I know that he's the one making the call. I mean, look, the lineups being what they are, man, I'm with you. But who shopped?
The smartest guy in the room.
I know. Well, both of
game,
them.
man.
Both of them do. I mean, I'm at a point now too, and Rob, this is just a personal thing for me. I'm so tired of these post games, and AJ's just got an answer for everything. And at a certain point, just say we got our ass kicked or we stink. Like you can't explain it all away when it looks like this.
Right.
Like we got two hit. We were terrible tonight.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not asking for Hal McRae to like throw his desk in the air and hit a reporter with a pen. You got to pull up that YouTube one. You remember that one? Mm-hmm. A writer walked out of the room, he was bleeding on his face, looked like he was at a UFC fight. I'm not asking for that. But at a certain point, stop explaining it away.
Yeah, but Mike,
what?
No, because at that point, it's when he faces reality. He sees what we see. That's why he doesn't get all the blame.
Then say what we say. It's not good enough.
But it gets to the point where, okay, they're on the roster and they're going to get a check no matter what. I don't have to put you in the game.
That's where I blame Harris.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's where he's frustrated. He always has an answer because he's trying to justify why he's doing it instead of just stop doing it.
Go to Hunter, 97.1. Hunter, how you doing?
Mike, oh, God, dear God.
Are you okay, man?
No. My problem is Scott Harris isn't the general manager of the Detroit Tigers. There's a man named Jeff Greenberg.
Right, but you
listen.
You know what I know.
What is his job? I mean, why do we give Brad Holmes, when he makes a great draft or a great free agent signing or whoever, but nobody in this town knows the actual GM.
No, because the GM's not the one making the decisions. And if you look at Greenberg's ascension, he was an assistant. He was a pro player personnel guy. He even went to hockey for a year in an associate role. It's a title. Scott Harris runs the deal. Okay?
Right.
It's like if Dave Dombrowski's the president of baseball operations in Philly, I can't tell you who the GM is. You know why? Because the guy don't matter.
But, Mike, do we congratulate Chris Spielman and Rod Wood when they make a great draft? So why are we like Scott Harris signed, the pitcher this year? Well, why are you signing it? Well, we don't. Oh my God, I'm going to take pills.
No. I mean, Hunter, listen, Hunter, look. When you go out and you land a Framber Valdez, it's okay to say, hey, I like it. Nice move.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at that. At least Scott Harris tried. But you've just got to start looking in the mirror. This town has a blind spot for this baseball team. This town offers this baseball team way more excuses than they offer the Lions. Way more. Always have.
You think so?
100%. Because there's this goofy, sappy, childish romance thing in this town. Oh, 1960. You see it in real time with grown-ass adults who are smart in the rest of their life and act like complete boobs when it comes to the Tigers. You see it. Nobody does that for the Lions.
I don't know, Mike. Lately they do because it's always, it was because of this injury. It was because of the guys were hurt. And it's like every NFL team come week 17 is injured.
If the Lions were 2-7 to start a season and were in dead last, would you have people caping up selling hope? No way. This baseball team's been in a basement for over a month.
Okay,
and there are still people doing it.
I see what you're saying now. Okay, because I'm like, you just described Detroit sports across the board.
Well, maybe that's my problem. I know.
But because I guess they had the more success lately, they have a higher standard.
I guess.
But you'll get the same thing for Wings fans, Tigers fans.
Wings fans are at a real... Now, look, we know that has shifted. And it's actively shifting. I think 2/3 are against Steve, 1/3 is with him. This Larkin thing, buddy, if the rumors are true and the best stuff they're getting offered is future-based packages, we'll get to it a little later, that first of all, That's going to trigger a rebuild of the rebuild. And second of all, Steve Yzerman, who shouldn't have a job, has to trade Alex DeBrincat. That's where you're going to see it go 90-10. And only the cultists will be left. No. And those are the type of people who believe a space cow is going to come pick them up in a flying radio flyer wagon.
Probably Jeremy again.
That's not nice. No, Jeremy only capes up for the Tigers. I don't hear him doing that with the other team.
My bad.
David texts. We'll get to more to people. Go ahead.
I'm with Rico. I blame AJ. Don't play the guy. Why don't you play the best 9 players?
Who's he supposed to play?
Keep them in the game.
Okay, that's fine. And that's where I'll get to the AJ thing, that there's no world I ever want to see Vierling hitting third. I agree with you.
Right.
But they have a thing. Look, why is Torque allowed to hit all the time? He sucks. Why?
And that's just it. It's random. It doesn't make sense.
They've made a decision on Colt Keith and on Kerry Carpenter. And look, the Keith one I can defend a little. It's not like he's hitting 089 lifetime against lefties. You've paid the kid. And Colt Keith on basis is a good hitter. Just let him try.
Mike, how do you get better hitting left-handed pitchers? You actually go up there and bat. You don't sit him down. And that's what I'm saying. Like, as you said, you paid him. Let the kid work this out. You already know what you're going to get with Jemai.
And the funny part is they give McGonigal the rights to play every day. And look, McGonigal's a very advanced hitter, but he's still a rookie. It would be viewed as blasphemous if he were taken out of the game because they were bringing in a lefty.
Yeah, well, they see their meal ticket. He ain't leaving them.
No, and I'm not calling for it. I'm saying it's just so uneven. And I don't know what Colt Keith did to anybody.
Dude,
but if you're replacing Colt Keith with Jemai Jones, man, I got nothing for you.
Jemai is almost the automatic out. Like AJ could just hold up one finger and tell the ump, just go ahead and put an out on the board. Does he really need to bat?
I don't know, man. And look, they'll invariably, they'll probably win in Houston tonight just to annoy me. I don't know. I just, dude, what are they, 10 games out? They're 13 under. What do you want me to do?
Keep saying it, Mike. It's a good year for the Tigers to be bad.
Why? Oh, because the AL?
Yeah.
And J-Ram's dead. So maybe they got more odds. I don't know. Hey, look, if you like them to make the playoffs, I think they're plus 600 to do it. Go ahead. Do whatever you want. It's not for me. Distracted driving's an epidemic. You look around, you see it every day. Your morning commute, your afternoon commute. Fact is, you're on the road, you're at risk. Nobody wants to talk about life insurance. That's a conversation that centers around you being dead. That's not positive. But you call Mike Prepare National Benefit Plans, he'll help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. And look, what makes Mike and National Benefit Plans different? Well, starters, he's going to shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He'll guarantee you the best possible rate, and you're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 states over. 30 years of experience. Cash in on that. Call Mike Prepara, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, we'll get to the calls. We'll get to Can We Say That? We got a little Dylan Larkin update. We also got to check in on Rico's mental stability based on MSU being the clown car from Uncle Buck.
No. We're going to stop you right there. My mental stability is not based on MSU. So
No,
don't
I didn't
put
mean
that,
it.
don't-
I
no,
didn't
no,
mean it that
don't
way.
let people believe what you say. So
Okay.
don't put that out there.
David, can we do breaking
We
news?
just want to check on you.
No.
That's all.
You don't need to check on me. I'm fine.
I just want to
They
know
don't
if
pay
you're
my bills.
Are you where I'm at? Like
What,
now
the-
that you know it's essentially the clown from Uncle Buck, are you just ready to just totally be done? Do you want to embrace peace?
Mike, I have peace. I don't have to go out there and do self-hate to have peace.
Okay. I like it though.
I know you do. I don't need I don't need to put something down in order to have peace. You just
I
move
put
forward.
it down because there's such an effing joke. They should be ashamed. The problem is the people that run that school are too stupid to feel shame.
Right. You
It's
can't-
an embarrassment.
You can't put out every house that's on fire. Some you just got to let burn down. And
That's
walk
what I'm
past.
rooting for though.
And you just walk past.
How does it burn down?
The house?
Yeah. You got to outlast a board of trustees that again, it's the clown car from Uncle Buck.
Right. It's
How do you fix it? I don't know. At least Michigan, as goofy as their regents can be, those regents will die before letting anything bad happen to the school.
Right.
I mean,
there's a unifying factor.
Right, that's their weapon.
Michigan above all.
Right. These people are us above MSU.
No, me versus MSU. Me above MSU. Yeah.
It's
Me.
fascinating.
Right. Like you have somebody one of the suing for $25 million because nobody wants to play and nobody wants to hire her. Nobody wants to play with her. It's like, maybe it's just you. Maybe it's not racism. Maybe it's just you.
Uh-oh.
Did you ever think about that? Like, take a look in the mirror. It just may be you.
Look, we can just get this done right now. It's very simple. MSU lost their president because the board of trustees, it's completely unsustainable. And then they just lost their AD. Now, what's interesting is we're in the modern world of college where it's all garbage. Nobody stays anywhere
Well,
anymore.
you had an interesting stat. with
Yeah,
that.
the longest tenured president in the Big Ten is 5 years. 5.
Yeah.
It goes along with the players kind of being hookerish.
Yeah,
Well,
there's-
that's what school administrators have become.
Right. There's no lifers anymore. People are like, well, Jay, I was like, yeah, Bat was probably going to leave within 3 years anyway.
Look at his resume.
Right.
And the point is, that's also a big problem because the way it's supposed to work is you do have a unified front. And look, this has been Michigan's strength. Without Santaono and Ward being cultists and their regents being cultists, they don't survive 23. But they just gaslit everybody and drove the bus down the road. It's actually commendable if you understand the way of the world now. The whole point I'm bringing up with MSU is how bad does it look that once again, and the Board of Trustees, this has been going on since I was a student and before. I mean, Rico could
Joel
tell
Ferguson days.
the DiBiagio and Mary Dean Baker and Perlis wanting to be the AD, but the board, the Joel Fergusons. Now, I'm not even going to dignify the people's names. It's a clown show. To lose your president and your AD in the same year after you've had, what, 5, 6, 7 presidents in the last decade? There's part of me that says this is the new world. The other part of me says, then what's the point of the new world? How do you run a school or how do you run an athletic department if you are not there to see 24, 36, 48-month rollout of major agendas?
I think this is the new norm, Mike, that if you get somebody to stay for 5 years, give them a Lifetime Achievement Award. You put them in the ring of fame because
It's like a football player being out of
Yes.
school for 4 years. It's unheard of.
Right, you're
But it still doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. But that's just it. It's like, okay, because if your athletic director or your president is good and they raise enough money, then somebody else is going to go out there and take them and say, okay, we'll come and do that here. Right. There is no. I want to be here.
And I'm not mad at Kentucky in the least.
No.
Kentucky needs to continue raising massive amounts of money to not only support their basketball program, but they do have designs on being a real SEC football program. What's Jay Back good at? Fundraising. The whole point I'm making in all of it is, look, while I appreciate Izzo's comments, man, I just wish he would go be happy and retire and go to the beach and go to Grand Haven and enjoy himself. This whole idea, you can't outrun it.
You know he can't do that.
I know.
No, because he's that type A personality, he has to fix it before he leaves.
He's not going to.
Right.
He can't fix the board. He's not going to be the AD, or not at least a good one. And he's sure as hell not going to be the school president. So the point I'm making is, look, the one time MSU was any good in football over the last 40 years, they had alignment between the school president, the AD, and the coach. You just hired Pat Fitzgerald, who I don't know if he can coach his way out of a paper bag. The bottom line is, his opening statement, I took the job because of alignment. Cutscene. President's gone, AD's gone, and you're sitting there like Will Smith at the ending of Fresh Prince. Where everybody go?
At least the Fresh Prince had a 10-year run.
It's a clown show. And again, I don't know how anyone cares. I sure as hell don't know how anyone donates. Look, what are you donating to?
That's a good point.
I mean, it's an absurd notion.
You're donating to hope. You're donating to, well, this person can do something. And probably, look, the donations probably aren't going to come in for a while. Good thing you got the pledge of the $400 million. Now, how much of that you actually have liquid? Not $400 million. Just so people know. So
Rico's running the books. Can you imagine if Rico Beard was the bookkeeper of Spartan Ventures? Well, I want to live in that world. You got your little visor on, like the banker.
Yeah, it's public information.
No, I
You
know.
can find that,
I just love if you were the one doling out the money.
Right.
It'd be fabulous.
Yeah, you didn't get one check for $400 million. Let's put it like that. Some of that comes after he passes away.
No, I mean, I'm busting your balls. I think back to the way it was and how much I used to care. And it's like, I can't even believe, it's like the Truman Show. I feel like I'm watching a TV show of my life where you could tell me tomorrow, MSU like burnt to the ground. And I'd be like,
No, now it's almost getting to the point where it's like a lottery ticket where you're hoping you can scratch off right AD, right president, right coach. Yes.
Nah, and
then you become Indiana.
Boom,
overnight.
The only ones who can succeed in this are cults. Because you need people to lay down on train tracks in the name of the school.
But see, I don't even think the cults exist anymore because you don't get the benefit of the doubt where we're going to stick behind you.
Michigan does. Right now, Indiana, you think anyone's going to get in the way of football? Anyone's going to put their own agenda ahead of Cignetti in that school? You know, Texas, name them. You know the players.
Right.
And it's fine. But, like, look at Georgia. You don't hear any politics coming out of Georgia. You don't hear any issue coming out of Georgia. Half their players can't drive down the block without crashing their car. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Football above all. MSU doesn't have that. I mean, it's what it is because of the Board of Trustees.
Well, and MSU always tries to be self-righteous and we're better than all of this.
Which is such a joke because no one cares.
Right. Just go ahead and do dirt and do it like everybody else.
Would doing things the right way get you? Cutscene. You're at the bottom of the Big Ten shoe. Good for you. 248-539-9797. Okay, there's your segment in MSU Depression. We move forward with Can We Say That? Next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. MSU Athletic Director Jay Batt has officially been announced as the next AD of Kentucky. According to Pete Thamel, it's a 6-year deal. Batt's tenure in East Lansing lasted just over a year and ended less than a month before his co-created... Are you just going to do this the whole update? Because I feel like you're going to be happy with none of this content. Kentucky will have to pay Batt's $2.5 billion buyout. Tom Izzo spoke about the university's retention woes earlier. Audio thanks to Chris.
What the they're doing.
Audio thanks to Chris Solari. 3 Tigers are in the top 5 in All-Star voting at their position. Kevin McGonigal 3rd, Dingler 4th. That's the news. What do you mean there it goes? That is the cold, hard news. Read it.
Here's the news. They're in dead last. They stink.
Play some drops. They'll start a series with the Astros tonight, 8:10 the first pitch. You can hear it right here on 97.1. Troy Melton will face Kai Wei Tang. The Mets have claimed Zach Short off the waivers there. At the Cornwall House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
A big weekend of sports that the Tigers tried to destroy, but we won't allow it. We have thoughts. Can we say that?
Wait a minute. I'm talking now.
All right, I know you're going to end
They
up turning this.
don't know what the they're doing.
You're going to turn this back around to me, but
what? MSU's the biggest joke in college sports? Yes, we can say that.
Can we just let me finish this?
Yes.
All right. I was going to say, because you were asking what I was watching, and I'm like, the latest Brandon Ayuk video that he put out is he's walking around in a robe and boxer shorts.
Is Brandon Ayuk on the BOT?
He might as well be.
Honestly. Please go ahead.
David, I'm going to lean this towards you because I got a feeling I need you and Bobby because
By the way,
we've lost Mike.
Otto did it again in that update. The Tigers have 3 players in the top 5 of All-Star. But dude, just say it. They're in last and they lost both games in Cleveland. Move it along. Go ahead.
So hold on, Rico, since we're talking about it. A new video today? Because he had one over the weekend.
Oh, yeah. One over the weekend, yes.
What?
In the robe. Yeah, he took down the other video where he was talking about the whole, I'm cut with the belt and all of that. He took that down, but he replaced it with this one saying, coming to an end zone near you. Whatever team takes him, is this a 1-year deal?
No team takes him.
It's just going to be cancerous in the locker room.
No team takes him.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Oh, okay.
I think, listen, someone just took Zach Short. Okay? I mean, if Zach Short can make money playing sports, then damn it, there's hope for everyone. Ayuk's playing for somebody this fall.
I stand down. You're right.
Okay. Can we say the Spurs youth got exposed, both players and coach?
100%. Total agreement. This is part of why you generally got to cut your teeth, go and lose before you win the ultimate prize. They're too young. I would fire Mitch Johnson. He served his purpose. Now you got to get a real coach in there. He just got Mike Brown ran circles around him.
Yeah.
So yes, we can say that.
And that was Mike Brown too.
Yikes.
Yeah, and that's why I get more upset with a player like De'Aaron Fox, because I know he had never made the finals, but you're a veteran. You have to be better than that.
His decision-making was terrible.
They brought you in here to, when things go awry, to kind of slow things down, settle things down, and be a veteran. He was bad.
So bad, yeah. I think they're going to be trying to get rid of him.
Oh, for sure. He'll be a Chicago Bull.
Yeah, the fan base is just going to boo him. Guys, can we say that Darren Patterson may be making a huge mistake? Mike, I don't know if you've heard Darren Peterson. I'm sorry, Darren Peterson.
I'm like, who's
Darren
Patterson?
Darren Peterson. Maybe making a huge mistake.
About what?
He's only working out for one team. and one team only.
Oh, God, we're doing this again.
Told everybody else, don't even bother.
Cool.
Mr. Peterson said, I'm only working out for the Wizards. I will be taking number one. I mean, it's great self-visualization.
Except you're not going number one. A.J. Dybonza is.
He's trying to convince the Wizards, you're about to make a huge mistake. Watch this workout.
Yeah, cutscene. Guy who took himself out of games because he had gas. Listen, NBA, wholly unserious product.
Costing himself a draft slot or two?
Maybe. Look, I told you, I just have concerns. If I'm a GM, I could defend my selection of Dybonza all day long. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I have a hard time taking Peterson and defending it. There are so many questions about effort, about the seriousness of like what.
Right. And then you pull this.
And then that's where I would just be like, I'm not dealing with this.
Because I would think, you know what? I'm not going to work out for everybody. I'll work out for the top 5 teams.
No problem with that.
You know, I know that I'm team number 10, probably not going to be there. That's a waste of your time, waste of my time. But just one team.
Right. Saying you're not going to work out for the team at 8, I'm not mad at that. Not going to work out for anybody but who got number 1. Son, come on.
I don't see him coming to Detroit to come work out for Trajan.
No. When LeBron didn't want to work out and you knew you were going to be number 1 pick, or if you're a no-brainer like Zion at the time, Unibrow, fine. Wemby, fine. That's not this.
Yeah.
That's not this.
Yeah, that's a dumb decision. Whoever's on his team that advised him, he should be firing him right now and do some last-minute workout.
He actually is being advised by MSU's Board of Trustees.
And here's the thing. You're right. If I'm number 1, the Wizards, why would I take anyone other than A.J. Dybonza? We seen what he can do. We seen what Darren Peterson looked like. We didn't see him, is the point. Don't take him.
David, I don't think that he can go in there and do anything that would change their mind.
Agreed.
Like, they'll probably think, you're a great player, and you're going to be really good in Utah.
Is he aware they just acquired Trae Young? Or am I on crack? Just move on. I've had enough of stupid today. Move on.
Can we say that the new A's Stadium in Vegas may become the new launching pad, like Coors Fields used to be? Don't know how many home runs got hit.
Yeah. Nah, but that's not the same place.
Yeah, they'll play in a different place.
I'll say no. They'll do something to doctor the balls. They'll play enough games indoors with the windows closed, like Miller Park or whatever. I'll say no. I mean, it was a fun one-off. It's like the night the Yankees and Sox played in a cornfield. They did the Field of Dreams game a couple of years ago, and it was like 7 billion runs. I'm going to say no. That a new $1 billion stadium, it can't be that way.
Yeah, because of the humidity, there will be more than usual in other places, but they'll find a way to limit the home run ball, yes.
Can we say there will be a new NBA champion next year?
No.
There's no repeats.
Well, you won't see the Knicks repeat, but over the last 8 years, there's been 8 champions. I think one of those 8 teams is winning it next year, and I think it's the Thunder. I think the Thunder will answer the bell. They'll either have Jalen Williams or Sam Presti's going to do what Presti does, and I think they bounce back and they win it all next year.
Yeah, I can go with that. I can see where you're saying.
You know what I mean about the 8 years, the 8 different teams.
Right, so it could be a Boston.
I don't think it'll be 9 years with 9 different teams. But no, I'm with Rico. It won't be the Knicks.
No. If it is another 9, if it's a 9th team, it will be the Detroit Pistons.
David, can we say the Pistons should hang?
He did that to be provocative. He didn't even mean that.
It won't be if there's a 9th team, it won't be the Pistons. It won't be.
I had one on here as a joke and said, can we say the Pistons will hang the "We Swept the Knicks" banner on the opening night?
If I have another person come up to me and tell me we would be champs because we would have beat the Knicks, don't come up to me and say that to me anymore. Okay?
Remember a couple of years ago, if you did the transitive property, which is something idiots do, Navy was your national champion in college football. Okay? Just keep that as a reminder, you dopes.
Can we say that George Pickens is making just huge mistakes, not showing up for the OTAs in Dallas? He signed the 1-year deal. He got the franchise tag, but now he's not really happy. And Dallas is saying, look, we're not negotiating with you right now. Show up.
Where we're at. You handed him $30 million on a 1-year deal. He wanted a long-term deal. I think this will all go in the rearview mirror because the bottom line is he knows I got to produce. I got to play. I got to be there. I think this is more just not wanting to bother with OTAs. And I'm not trying to be flippant, but this is where the NFL's at.
Yeah, I hope that's the case because he should have seen CeeDee. I mean, I know he wasn't there when this happened, but CeeDee Lamb struggled to get a deal down in Dallas. They traded Micah Parsons because they didn't want to give him a deal.
Kind of what they do.
So you might want to show up. It doesn't matter. You're not getting your deal.
All Dallas has got to do when he has a little anger or he wants to do a little pouting, just pop on the game tape against the Lions.
You're exactly right.
Oh, boy. You want to know why we didn't pay you? Right here. Oh, is that you walking through a route? Mm-hmm. Oh, is that you picking your nose? Oh, wait. When CD got hurt and we were desperate and needed you, you were rolling around on the floor. Okay, yeah, get your ass to practice.
Can we say if you want to win an NBA title, you need to get traded from the Timberwolves? So maybe that's what Anthony Edwards needs to do because the Timberwolves have traded away Cat. He won a title in 2 years. Traded away Love. He won a title with Cleveland. Traded away Wiggins. He won it with the Warriors. And KG was the first one that they traded away, and he won the title with Boston.
I mean, they're a loser organization, but the problem I have when we do stuff like that is individually, those are really nice players. Now, analyze what was around them. And analyze, again, I'm not going to go crazy on it, but yeah, the T-Wolves historically, they're trash. They're a bad organization. They're basically the Sacramento Kings with an upgraded logo. I mean, it's just what it is, man. And they had their moment in the sun. They had it going. They had a couple of runs. You got to go all the way back to KG to when they would just make the playoffs. And then what was the conversation then? They had to win a playoff series. Mm-hmm. They really have no history. To me.
Now you got Edwards there who, maybe.
Shout out Tom Gugliotta. Wow. We're taking it all the way back.
Wow. Finally, based off of their 4-1 victory this weekend, can we say the U.S. will finish in the Final Four of the World Cup?
No. I think the round of 16 would be their ceiling. But this is a good U.S. team. And for the first time in my life, they have a real high-end striker up front with Balogun, or however you say his name. I mean, again, I understand he was born in Brooklyn, but that's because they wouldn't let his mother board the flight. She was pregnant with him. She wanted to fly home. Congrats, you're a New Yorker. But look,
bing bong.
He's got the Euro pedigree. He has the highest upside of any striker of my lifetime. Please don't sell me on, Landon Donovan or Jose Altidore. This kid's different. They have real players. And again, I don't think they'll ever win a World Cup. Our best players don't play soccer. They play football, basketball, they do other things. But this is a good team. And that win over Uruguay or Paraguay, whoever the hell they played, that was a top 10 FIFA rated team or top 12 rated team. They dusted them. They dropped a bomb on them. So that's a hell of a nice win. So I'll say the round of 16. They'll get into the knockout.
Okay.
Win a game. I don't know. Is that acceptable?
That's acceptable. You know what, David, real quick, can we say that the parade for the Knicks on Thursday
carnage
may be the most attended parade ever?
Yeah. Especially it's summer. Yeah. I still don't know why you win an NBA championship and you burn buses. I digress. Yes. And I would be nowhere near there.
And the bus driver kept saying, that's coming out of my pocket. Why are you doing this to me? Like, what are we doing?
2 words, David, societal decay.
But, they got it up on Instagram and all of that. So
perfect.
That's all that matters.
That's just super.
All right. That's Can We Say That 97.1. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. All June long, Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign, supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit. For every pet that is loved and cared for, there are so many that just aren't as lucky as yours. So stop into Hamilton Chevrolet right now, drop off some pet-friendly supplies into the bed of that Silverado sitting right in the middle of their showroom. You can find a wish list under the About Us tab at HamiltonChevy.com. Your donation is going to make a difference. Then while you're there, you can talk to Andrew and the sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the June Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, $269 a month for 36 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. You walk in there with $995 down. You'll drive off with the Rico deal. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make sure you drop off some pet-friendly supplies while you're there. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
David, you just had a quick piece of news here. What did you just say?
Yeah, so the Big 12 Board of Directors met today to discuss what they were going to do with the Brendan Sorsby situation, and they have come back with no decision as of today, but all options remain and includes, says, quote, universities should not field players who have bet on their team.
No, I mean, again, it's just a collection of feckless losers. How hard is it? It takes a supermajority vote. You could ban them. You could sanction them. It's right there in your bylaws. And what? You're worried because the AG at Texas, who's stumping for votes and is up for election, is going to what? You have your bylaws. It holds up in court. I don't care. Look, whatever, man. But Rico made the best point of all, and unfortunately, it was off air. We're sitting here watching Egypt and Belgium. And Rico just made a point. There was an Egyptian player off a rebound. He's got an open net.
Point blank.
And when I tell you, zzz, I mean, this thing missed the net by 50 feet, and he's like 10 feet away.
No.
And all Rico said was, that's the type of stuff Sorsby can't do. And I go, what, kick a ball? He goes, no. That miss is so brutal. It's so suspicious. That's the type of thing that we're questioning random Egyptian dude. What are you going to do if it's Sorsby?
Right. At this point, we're looking at the Egyptian player saying, man, he is going to be kicking himself because it was a point-blank shot, David.
You said he needs to check his account.
Right.
Yeah, let's get it right.
No, it was a joke like, oh, you need to check his account to make sure he's not betting for Belgium. He, point-blank, he's right at the net, ends up centering the ball. Again, his own teammates are like, what are you doing?
In Egyptian, of course.
But the thing is, he can get away with it. We can make jokes. Sorsby does something like that, we're not joking. If he throws a pick and the receiver's nowhere within 15 yards of the DB for a pick six.
Look what we did with when I pulled up the West Virginia game from last year and I showed you those couple of heinous turnovers and you're like,
right.
Huh.
But we've seen it before where a quarterback and a receiver are on the wrong page and the quarterback kind of does the no-look pass and the receiver's not there. He ran the wrong route.
Right.
The receiver could run 20 wrong routes. We're never going to blame the receiver. We're going to always blame Sorsby. First question in the press conference, is he betting on the team again? You know he's a gambling addict. And then Texas Tech will probably get mad at their own media. They'll get mad at everybody who brings it up.
Well, no.
If you happen to bring it up.
Their media is going to be bought.
Yeah,
and Fox will be bought because Gus and Joel are two useful idiots.
That's just unfortunate.
Right. They couldn't say the word cheating. They couldn't say the word scandal. They termed it Michigan dealing with adversity. They're useful idiots. They'll do whatever they're told. That's all those two are. So when Texas Tech is invariably on Fox, they're not going to talk. Those are, oh, Brendan Sorsby had an eventful offseason. It's not eventful. He's Pete Rose. Just say it.
But yes, that's what he can't get away with. Now and that's what, kid, for your own mental stability, take a year off, go walk away, go do in the supplemental draft, do something. You don't want to do this to yourself because you don't get to come back in the middle of the year saying all the mental pressure and I don't know how I'm going to handle this. You knew what you were doing when you walked into this season.
Well, I beg
of you,
it's also
don't
the
do
folly
this.
in the ruling.
Well, that
I know.
I know as well.
We'll go to DJ 97.1. Deej, how you doing, buddy?
What up, though, my dog? How
What's
you doing,
going
guys?
on, DJ? I'm surprised you didn't do the walkout like the little kids do at the World Cup. You didn't walk out with Belgium today. How are you even here?
No, not. Listen, man, I have never watched 5 minutes of soccer a day in my life. It just I can't do it.
We
I
found
don't know nothing about it.
the one event DJ does not want to be at.
You know what, DJ? I watched it. I had money on Cape Verde. It's fun when you got money on it.
Oh, well, that's anything. No, I ain't mad at you. Money talk, BS walks. And no, I'm with you with that. Yeah, I'd really be interested if I had some money on it. You're right about that one. So check this out, dog. So listen, one thing I've learned as a coach, man, former players, low level, and just watching sports, players is what make coaches and GMs, man. So in this instance, I have to give 20% of the blame to A.J. Hinge and the other 80% to Scott Harris and the GMs, whoever it is, or management for not giving him the horses. Mike, this is a reference for you. You a horse guy. You done got me into horse racing, not as much as Kenny, but I done been to Kentucky Derby a time or two, and I absolutely love that 2 minutes. Dude, I don't care who the jockey is. If that horse ain't a thoroughbred and ain't got the juice, the horsepower in his legs, it don't matter. You understand what I'm saying? So if Scott Harris is not bringing in the horses, man, A.J. Hinge is out there doing the best he can with what he has, and that's not to say that he hasn't made a mistake or two here and there. The Jahmai Jones things, I get it. But at the end of the day, you got to have the horses. He ain't got the horses.
No, and no, DJ, it's a great point, and that's been my issue with Scott Harris from the beginning. I don't believe in this style of baseball, and I don't like that they've been seduced by it. But DJ, here, I'll even bring it back to the horse comp too, is like with this Jahmai Jones thing. When you're looking at horse racing, and let's say you're going to have a day at the track, you're going to bet the races. You look at the past performances. You're in the business of making excuses for horses in order to justify betting them. That's how you can get prices. But once you've got enough bad data, that horse becomes a toss. I ain't using it. How many lines am I going to draw into Jahmai Jones's past performance before I go, I can't bet him. I can't do it. I'm willing to get beat by him.
So that becomes an issue of where they always say business can never be personal. You got to take all personal past performances or whatever out the equation and stick with the here and now and make a business decision for the organization. He's not helping. Mike and Rico, I'll give you this. Throughout the history of sports, I can name one instance in particular, well, actually two, but one just off the top of my head, where a coach, he inherited some horses, and when none of us thought that the coach was really a good coach, but he won a Super Bowl. Do you guys think at a pro level Barry Switzer was a good or great coach?
No. He was the benefactor of Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson's fight.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've seen that too many times in sports, so I lean more towards putting this on Scott Harris for not giving A.J. Hinch the horses.
Yeah, because ultimately, when the only right-handed bat you have to play this style of ball you have is basically useless over the last 150 games, or when you really drill down this year, like 4 for 53 since late April, yeah, ultimately, AJ has two choices. You can just play your horses, or what? Kick and stomp your feet, demand this guy's gone. I don't know, man. The problem I think they're both kind of aligned a little bit. I mean, I know his statement that we read earlier in the show. It feels like he's kind of like, why don't you ask the president of baseball ops? What do you want from me? This is how this thing's built. Yeah. But at a certain point, you're the one batting Vierling third.
Yeah, and that's where I can't give. I lean more 51% him because you don't have to put these guys in the game. They could say he's on the roster. Great. Don't have to play him. He's just going to sit there until you realize he's a paperweight. Get me somebody better.
David, text communications, please.
It is Scott Harris 100%. These people blaming AJ are out of their minds. He gave them crap players. That is from Richard.
Crap players, but AJ keeps playing the crap players, especially late in the game.
And the groceries, hey, just because Scott Harris shopped for him doesn't mean they need to hit ahead of Riley Green and Dylan Dingler.
Right.
That's the other part of this. It is a combo meal, but it was just, who do you blame more?
Yeah. David, you buy the groceries, it's expired milk. You see it's expired, you don't have to drink it.
Delicious. AJ Hinch is a good manager as long as he has the horses to manage, but he can't manage a subpar team into success.
He kind of has.
You're right.
And the problem is you can only do that for so long.
One more here says, fire the manager who took a team to the playoffs and won 2 wildcard rounds with less talent. People need to wake up.
Yeah,
KJ.
I think KJ's got a point. You can be critical of AJ without saying he should go. I mean, if I had a choice of who should go first, it'd be Scott Harris. The roster construction is preposterous. It just is. But whatever, neither's going anywhere. And the team's not going in. Who are we kidding? Cleveland just lost their version of Ohtani. This is the worst American League of my lifetime. The best thing that could happen to all of us would be this team just go 15 out and we could be done. Therefore, it won't happen. And they're going to win just enough games to keep you just close enough to where Jeremy Otto walks in here pantsless to deliver the Positivity Express. And then we got to worry about this Skubal thing. I don't want to worry about Skubal thing. I'd have him pitch one more time and I'd be done. But that's not how it's going to roll. You've already seen the reports that came out last night. Oh, they're going to wait till the All-Star break. They are in the fetal position begging to not have to trade Skubal. Begging. Mm-hmm. Which means this team's going to have to lose more in order to get their heads in the right place. Or win enough that it takes away all question. And you know that it's not going to happen.
No, they're going to be right there in purgatory where it could be either
There you go. There you go. Hey, in other good news, I got a Larkin update I want to share with you.
Fun.
Chair to the spine. We'll play some audio for you next. 97.1.
Fanatic Sportsbook is turning up the heat with squad bets available across the MLB. Just tap into the Fanatic Sportsbook app and build your custom squad, combining players' stats into a winning bet. You pick a market, and then you go ahead and you can pick the strikeouts, you can pick home runs, you can pick hits, total bases, and you just set your target. And here's what makes squad bets different. We all know one bad game can sink an entire parlay. Not anymore. With squad bet, when one player slips up, another can step up. One player can't bust your parlay. Keep your bet alive all the way to the very end. Track it live, cash out whenever you want. Squad bet, only with Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
All right, I want to give you this update real quick. But, you know, obviously the Tiger thing, you guys do what you want with it. They'll play tonight in Houston, whatever. I don't enjoy watching them. I don't know what you want me to tell you. But I want to play your latest Larkin update. And this is kind of what we talked about at the start and kind of why out of a Latte Larry, Mocha Joe spite store, why I was thrilled that Larkin demanded a trade is I want Yzerman on blast. I want Yzerman to expose himself for either the genius that he truly is or the complete sham that this has been for 7 years. I want accountability. And it's kind of bleep or walk. And I dig it. Well, this is what's happening now. Now, David, I don't want to butcher this guy's name. What is it? Pagnotta, whatever it is? Kenny's not here today.
Correct. David Pagnotta, yes.
And where's this from?
So they were hosting a podcast called The Sheet with Jeff Murrick.
Sure. So the point is, it's blown up and it's gotten a lot of publicity. So we'll just take it that it's a popular thing. But he had his latest intel on the Larkin trade packages that you're kind of getting. And remember, just because Larkin has a list of teams doesn't mean teams aren't calling and making offers. So here's the latest. You can file this under the hate to say we told you so files. Take a listen to this. So, once again, why does Steve Yzerman have a job? If you have to trade Larkin and DeBrincat, you are signaling a rebuild of the rebuild, which means you'd be 2 years away from being 2 years away. And why would Steve Yzerman be allowed to do that?
Exactly. Because that means you're going to be
terrible next year.
You know what? No.
Call it what it is, if that's how it plays out.
You're going to reach the 10-year mark.
But do you agree with me, short of an 11th hour star-for-star challenge trade, if trading Larkin is to get kids and prospects, you do not have a choice. You have to trade DeBrincat. That's the whole point I'm making. And then, look, I know what the next thing is. Oh, well, then what are you going to do with Mo Sider? Listen.
See, that wasn't my next thing. My next thing is, if you're going to do that for prospects, why are you letting Steve make the trade?
You're nailing it. And that's my problem in all of this. This is a failed rebuild. So you get two ways out. Now, Larkin demanding a trade took away one of your ways out. One of your ways out is you're going to go all in. You're going to weaponize the prospects you got. You will make a stunning trade. It wouldn't be your captain, most likely. And you try to jetpack this thing forward. When Larkin demanded the trade and gave you very few options, your leverage went out the window. Any of these fans trying to stump for Steve, acting like, well, we'll just make him show up to camp. Yeah, brilliant strategy, Spank. Have an $8.5 million player pissed and not suit up, and you do what this offseason? What message does that send to free agents? Other guys who have no movement clauses? You're living in a dream state you think the strategy is to go to training camp and Larkin's here.
Well, I've heard, just keep him on the team and don't play him.
Brilliant.
And your end game for that is what? Exactly. It's like you can't bring him back at no cost. You're going to have to figure it out.
It's got to be done by draft night. And the problem is all your leverage goes out the window. So Yzerman can either be David Blaine and pull off a laser beam eyeball move, right? Or it's this. It's what we said from the beginning. When you go to a contender, they're not giving you their first line center. That makes no sense. And if their second line guy is the one being offered up, how good is he if they're willing to move off of him to get Larkin? And then ask yourself, okay, they don't want to give you the guy.
Right.
And they don't want to give you the guy next to the guy. They want to give you the other guys. And then picks and things. All those things shift the window, the timeline of it all. Because now if I'm entering a rebuild, how am I going to pay DeBrincat? And if I'm DeBrincat, no matter how bad I wanted to come home, why do I want to be here now? I didn't come here for this.
Exactly. And that just gives Yzerman more runway to say, well, I was this close. Guys, it was going to work out this year, but Dylan upset the apple cart. Give me 3-4 more years. Only here could he get away with actually saying that with a straight face and not being laughed out the room.
I'll say this. I mean, it's not hyperbole. If they trade Larkin and what they get for him is prospects and picks, and it's followed with a DeBrincat trade, good luck. Good luck selling tickets. Anyone who shows up to that, it's free will. You can do what you want to do. I just question your intelligence level. I mean, who the hell is going to be amped about a rebuild of the rebuild with the same guy doing the build? Oh, and by the way, we're going to trade Kosa too.
At that point, if you're going to go to the games, do it a la carte. don't buy the season tickets because they'll be a lot. It'll be more.
They can do whatever they want. It's free country. I'm not in the business telling people what to do.
Okay.
I can question their intelligence for what they do, but I'm not going to be the one telling them what to do. You want to buy it, buy it. But who would be amped about a rebuild of the rebuild? And it's the same conductor on the train that derailed.
You wouldn't.
That's craziness.
You wouldn't.
But that's where they are if the return on that deal is not essentially a challenge trade. And that's the problem. These teams are not going to offer you that. They don't have to.
And then, of course, he's not going anywhere, but you then question, why is he allowed to – why does he get 3 more years?
Who, Yzerman?
Yeah.
Because this
I know, but I'm
it's
saying
a
that's
ghost
what
ship.
That's what it boils down to. If new guy comes in and says, all right, I'm going to make this trade.
I'm going to tear it down. We're going to do it my way. You buy into it as mad as you are.
Yeah.
This has been a sham the last 7 years. What's it resulted in? And as for all of the ballyhoo drafting, who's coming to save you? Who? What's in Grand Rapids? Now, you want to talk about the goalies, I'll live with it. This Slovakian kid or whoever took Kosa's job, and then Augustine, that's fine. But, guys, prospect goalies spin the wheel, man. There's a trailway of broken dreams of high-rated prospect, goalies.
Well, I've been told Kosa was good, but he never made it up here.
Because he's not good. They're getting rid of him.
So, to keep the streak going, flow chart.
Yeah, got you. Okay. David, any text before I take care of business?
DeBrincat may not extend this summer, which will definitely guarantee a rebuild. Yzerman should not be here for that.
No, and if you're DeBrincat, there's no motivation to extend here because ultimately you'll go to free agency. I mean, what's the point? I mean, if I'm him, I'd politely go to the team and go, guys, listen, look me in the eye and tell me this is what we agreed to when I signed here. Things have materially changed. I love being home, but Guys, I can't do this. Now, look, if DeBrincat wants to sit here, never win another game, but raise his family here, God bless. The same way I'm not telling fans what to do, I can't tell the player what to do. I can tell you what I would do. There's no world I'd sit here and play for the modern equivalent of the Hartford Whalers. It doesn't make any sense. But if that's what he wants to do, and he can pick up the kids from school, God bless, go do your thing. But I'm just telling you, if I ran the team, I'd have to look up his movement clause. I'd be trading him. He wouldn't have to ask.
See, I think he just walks in there and he can pick up the kids, whatever. I can't be here.
I can't do this. This is truly morbid. David, go ahead, and then I'll take care of business.
A text comes in and says, yeah, why should Yzerman be here again? Someone please answer me that.
Nope. And I would love for the Red Wings to answer that. I would love for ownership to answer that, but you're never going to get that answer. So you just sit and wonder. All right, warm weather's here. Everybody's on the roads, including distracted drivers. People flying up north like there's no speed limit. Boom, crash happens. Problems? Yeah, there's a lot of those. But when the insurance company's 3 steps ahead, that's your main one. Call David Femininio, the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com.
Michael, David, can we say that we witnessed history in watching the Knicks win the title? Because they had a plus 283 point differential throughout the playoffs, and they went 16-3. They were never in an elimination game at all.
I'm going to say no. Only reason is they played a dunce cap Eastern Conference, and then you played a daycare center in the final. And your experience versus the Spurs' inexperience, also having an idiot for a head coach. Look, dominant run. I can't rank it among the greats of all time based on who you played and, candidly, who you didn't. This is the worst Eastern Conference I've ever seen, and they benefacted. They were the benefactor.
Yeah, and I think that's why we can say we did see the history, because we'll never see anything like that again. The East will be stronger, and whoever they face in the West will be stronger.
And let me say this. I'm not taking anything from the Knicks. I'm asked a question as to whether it's the greatest whiz-bang pow I've ever seen. I can't say yes to that. They dummied people. They did their job. Hell, even in the final, as much as I hate the Knicks, I was actually rooting for them because I was so angry at Mitch Johnson and Wemby. So, yeah, and you know what? Jalen Brunson, for all the slander he takes, I don't think he's a bad guy. I think it means something to him. He's old school, not just in the way he plays, but the desire to win. The desire to be something.
Yeah, 45 points. Okay, you guys aren't doing anything. We can win this thing tonight. I'll just step up. I'll make all the baskets. Just get me the ball.
Also, can we say that interviewing a player moments after winning a championship is stupid and that Lisa Salter should be sent to the sun? The guy can't speak. He's emotional. Take your microphone and shove it. Get away from him, Lisa. He can't talk. Whoa, you look emotional. Can you tell me what you're feeling? Lise, what do you want from me? I just won the Larry O'Brien. I can't talk.
See, I'm not going to blame Lisa. She's just doing what the producers in her ear are telling her
to do. Then to hell with the producer, too.
She needs to say, you know what? I'm not doing this to him. Let him have his moment. But, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Good Lord.
I also don't like the fact that they're showing Wemby going to the locker room when the team that won is celebrating. I don't need to see Wemby go to the locker room. Show the Knicks.
Yeah, but you know what, David? It's the juxtaposed the sad Wemby. It's why we like the what you call it on the pizza cart. I mean, eating pizza. So
next,
can we say Tigers got handed a break again with Jose Ramirez being out till the All-Star game?
100%. And again, but injuries, you don't. No. There's certain guys when they get hurt, it irreparably changes a lineup. Ohtani, Aaron Judge, J-Ram, Bobby Witt Jr. J-Ram is that. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He is one of the 5 to 6 best players in the game. And Cleveland relies upon him in a way that is almost unnatural. Yeah, they caught a break. Now Cleveland's job over the next, call it 30, 40 games, can they go 500? I think that's the best you can hope for. When you take a J-Ram out of that lineup that's filled with youth, it's irreparable. Sorry, I don't view Kerry Carpenter the same way, who's not even a full-time player. Yeah, you could say that.
You can definitely say that. He is the heart and soul of that team and of that lineup. And I know for some it doesn't matter, but when you're in Cleveland, in that stadium, and he comes up to bat for a big at bat, that crowd, it's wild. So that matters for the home field advantage, and that's going to be missed.
Guys, just always something being said, and it's always the same person coming out of Minnesota. Can we say that Justin Jefferson won't be a Viking this time next year? I don't know if it's going to be the trade deadline.
They get solely dependent on the quarterback play. I think the guy wants to win. I think the guy in that organization, if you don't think there's players in that room still upset at the way the Darnold thing played out, upset that they had basically a no-show job GM, look, if Kyler Murray resurrects his career and they play well and they go 10-7 and they make the playoffs, there won't be a problem. But if this is going to be idiot QB A and idiot QB B, and Jefferson's out there basically talking to his diamond necklace, then I will agree with you. This is solely dependent on Kyler Murray.
I totally agree. Mike has said it all. He's right. It's the quarterback position. That play is important this year.
Mike, sorry to say this, but can we say that Giannis is going to end up in Miami, not Boston, before the draft.
Your betting favorite today on all markets are the Boston Celtics. So I'm going to say no to it because the Celtics have something that Miami doesn't. They have an all-NBA, NBA Finals, pedigreed star in Jaylen Brown. Now, I may not want JB because I'm tired of him and I hated his Game 7 antics. But I think if you're going to involve a third team in order to get Milwaukee what they want, you're going to have a hard time doing that with Miami. Miami has a more one-to-one package led by Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero is not the gum on Jaylen Brown's shoe. But I do. I think Giannis is going to be a Celtic. And I think the Celtics absolutely have put their hat in the ring, and Jaylen Brown's the centerpiece of it.
I'm still holding out hope that he goes to Miami. I just do
because it's a road to nowhere.
Want Boston to get him. I just don't want that. I'm sorry, I can't see it.
Watch the Celtics get both Giannis and Trey Murphy just to break your balls. Because the other thing you keep hearing now is the Celtics are throwing other players out there, including a Derek White, who's on an insanely good deal.
Yeah.
Had a down year shooting, but Derek White is one of the better two-way guards in the sport. Always leads the league in blocks for a guard. He's a damn good basketball player. You know, a Derek White, Trey Murphy swap. You get Giannis by dealing Jaylen, getting a third team in. All of a sudden, you've remade the roster.
David, I got time for one more?
Sure do.
All right, I'll make this one quick. Guys, can we say that hockey got it right and the best team was the Carolina Hurricanes this year?
Sure. Rod Brindamore went to Michigan State, so there you go. I know you're happy. Yeah, it's fine. You know what? I'm happy for Carolina is that they basically never broke through. They were always the bridesmaid and never the bride. They finally got one. So good for them. I've had enough of Vegas being successful. Go away.
No, the best team was Colorado. They just got hurt at the wrong time.
Makar got hurt.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Wrong time. So
He's
that
another
was
one of those irreplaceable guys.
Correct. It was over after you lost him.
All right. That's Can We Say That? We'll have part 2 a little bit later on in the show. 97.1.
Brought to you by Victor's Home Solutions. It's now official. After just over a year on the job, MSU Athletic Director Jay Batt is departing to be the AD at Kentucky per Pete Thamel. He's inked a 6-year deal. Basketball coach Tom Izzo sat down with WILX and was asked if he's ready to be the interim AD again.
Say it!
XAD Mark Hollis told the AP he would like to return. Quote, I'd be interested in talking to Michigan State about it, end quote. Elsewhere in college sports, the NCAA has asked the courts to adjudicate the Brendan Sorsby case by August 29th. If the courts were to wait until the February date, the NCAA filing reads, quote, the season will be over, the temporary relief will have become permanent, and this lawsuit will have delivered to Sorsby everything he sought.
Illegal cockfighting.
Yes, the team tonight, the Tigers start a series with the Houston Astros. Troy Melton on the mound for Detroit, 8-10 the first pitch right here on 97.1. Ex-Tigers, ex-Short has been picked up by the Mets off waivers. In the World Cup, it was a start to Group G play today. Cabo Verde drew with Spain. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock, and I know we have some people who want to rap about Scooble. We will get to you. So just sit tight for a minute, boys. I'll get to you. I want to mix in the World Cup. And no jokes. I make jokes about soccer dork. Now, that fan I don't like because they don't even realize that they gatekeep their sport so hard that nobody even wants to get into it. The World Cup is great. The European Championships are great. It's fun. It doesn't upset me like the Tigers. I watched basically everything World Cup this weekend. Thank God for iPads or outdoor TVs or etc. Like I was outside but still plugged in. Yes, I watched the Tigers Saturday. Yes, I wanted to launch a TV into the sun. But the World Cup. The U.S. playing Friday night played one of the most comprehensive games that U.S. soccer has played in modern era. I don't consider 94 modern. That's now 32 years ago. That 94 team was magical. But they played awesome Friday night. And they beat a very good Paraguay team. They did. That's not they didn't play Iraq or Jordan or Cape Verde. They played a real team that has legitimate pedigree. And again, while they're not Brazil or Argentina, they're good. The U.S. dropped a bomb on them. Here's my question. And I'm not going to be presumptuous to think that you guys watched. It was game one of the World Cup, and many people just won't even give it a chance. Cool. But in case you're not aware, you pretty much hate your hockey team. Your basketball team seems to be in some form of rumor coma. Your baseball team angers everyone. I'm pretty sure Mother Teresa would drop an F-bomb, even if she watched the Tigers. And the Lions don't play. The World Cup is an opportunity to have some fun. And everybody, even if I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, you got to like America at some point. I mean, it is the greatest place to live in the world, period. But I'm just asking the question, the U.S.'s performance Friday night, the idea that this team could make a run, this is a good version of USA soccer. My biggest misgiving with the U.S. has always been two things. A, they don't do anything against real teams. And B, they have no legitimate high-end talent, specifically up front. They've just never had real talent. Like Balogun is different, not only from a pedigree standpoint, but from an upside standpoint. Look, Landon Donovan was a tryhard. Jose Altidore was more sizzle than steak. They just haven't had
somebody that other teams would covet.
Yeah, like that type of player. And I do upgrade Balogun because he comes from a different place. Like, oh, he was born in Brooklyn. Not really. It's because his mom wasn't allowed to board a flight. She happened to have the baby, okay? Like, he's not really here, but he's here. Look, he could have played for England, he could have played for Nigeria, and he could play for the U.S. He chose to play for the U.S. Pulisic has been good for a while. He's had some bad spells with the national team, but has pedigree. I think he plays for AC Milan right now, played for Chelsea. They have some players, and they do play a good brand of soccer. they're not great defensively. They are going to get up and down, and they're going to try to score. I just would like to know, look, the USA plays Friday at 3 o'clock. Are you going to watch? Are you going to just at least give it a shot? Or is soccer just something that is just so far from your understanding and you don't feel like dealing with soccer dork that you just go, F it, I'm not doing this?
See, I think soccer dork actually wants you to watch their
No, they
game.
don't. No, they want to tell you how much better than you they are, and then they want to flash some meaningless supporters club card as if they get loyalty points and they get to play someday. No, soccer guy is evil. Soccer guy is the worst fan on the planet. They're worse than hockey guy.
No, see, I always thought soccer guy was better than hockey guy because hockey guy, well, can you pronounce this name? I don't.
Soccer guy's even worse.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Oh, you can't call it a game. It's a match.
Oh, you know what?
Oh, you can't call it a tie. It's a draw.
Okay.
It's not 0. It's 0.
Okay.
And then,
you
that's
may win.
before you get to the announcers. And look, I love JP Dellacamera. He's been fantastic for seemingly 40 years of my life. He's the only American announcer anyone knows. The British guys, my God, do they like to hear themselves talk. They're basically a different version of Benetti.
I mean,
it never stops.
Okay, but think about this. There's really not a ton of action going on in soccer. You kind of have to.
You don't need to fill all the space with triple word scores. That's the other problem with soccer. Why can't it be like, oh, that was a nice shot. Oh, that was an enigmatic effort. You're like, wait, what? Hold on. I need it. What does that mean? My God.
It's good.
Thank you. What an inglorious challenge. You're like, okay, dude, it really, it's not that big of a deal. It's side out and it's a throw-in. But I want to know from you guys, okay, are we taking the World Cup serious? Because the U.S., I think, has an ability maybe to get to the round of 16. They can make a run. No, they can't win this thing. That's an impossibility. But they can make a run here. This is a better version of Team USA, probably than anything they've rolled out in the last 3 World Cups.
Yeah, based off of what happened Friday, I'll give it a shot. Because
watching soccer earlier when it was Cabo Verde against Spain.
They just wanted it more.
I wish I recorded Rico because it was Mystery Space Theater 3000. Rico on soccer. I don't even care who's playing. It was hilarious.
I needed more aggression.
Dude, that's not how it works. I digress.
Just going to sit back.
Yes.
Yes, you're playing defense.
When you're an island nation that no one's ever heard of and you happen to be 0-0 with Spain in the 75th minute, let me tell you how this goes. You turn into Bo Ryan's Wisconsin. Right. You are just going to pack the box and you are just going to pray and hang on for dear life.
Okay. We'll enjoy that tie. But
buddy, it's all they have. They just got electricity on the island 7 years ago. Now they're going to point in the World Cup. Things are going great.
Could have scored. That close.
But I would like to know, because to me, it's a Friday, it's the summer, it's 3 o'clock. How do you not give it a run? I mean, the U.S. so far, I can't even give Germany credit for their performance. You played Curacao. Shout out Andrew Jones. The U.S., of any of the real matchups, has played the single best comprehensive game of anyone.
And I'll give it a shot because in previous years, they've just been embarrassed. I saw they scored 4 goals the entire tournament last time in the entire World Cup. They did it in 1 game. So, okay. You look like you're going to be entertaining. I'll give you a shot.
Okay.
Don't fall on your face.
No, but they have some high-end talent that I don't believe they've had in years past. They have a style that it's attractive. It's something that gives you a chance. And look, I understand. Soccer can't work in the United States because people's attention span are that of a squirrel. You're going to struggle selling a product that ends 1-0 or 1-1 most often.
2-1. Wow, that was a blowout.
Occasionally you get a game that's a real good time and it's 3-2 and you go, damn, that was awesome. But no, it's a struggle. And the problem is domestically, we don't have a product anyone cares about. And please, let me save you the 10 cents at the public phone to call. Please do not sell me on MLS. Please do not sell me on Detroit FC. Stop. We're talking about internationally relevant product. We don't have it domestically. Okay? Stop.
But you know why? Because domestically, all our best athletes are playing other sports.
Because we care about other sports. Right. That's the bottom line. Right. In these other countries, they do not have the NHL, NBA, NFL, and MLB in their backyard. Right. Soccer is all of that.
Imagine LeBron out there with Justin Jefferson and
Yeah.
They dominate. But
Yeah, I
here-
mean, I'd love to see an MLS team here, but that starts another big fight between Soccer Dork A and Soccer Dork B. So we're not doing that. It's simple.
You mean here in Detroit?
Oh, yeah, please. Please. There's some people that, we don't want that. We're independent. Okay, fine. Be independent. Nobody cares.
Oh, Detroit FC.
Yeah, that's great. Go play the Hartford Yard Goats. Nobody cares. The point I'm making is
Great hat.
it's a phenomenal hat. The World Cup is fun. It's once every 4 years, and the USA is not without hope. Are you going to give it a shot? I mean, you had Costa talking about going to a sports bar Friday.
He's actually going to a game. I thought not the USA game, but
Where's
he's
he going?
He's going to one of these World Cup games. I don't know exactly where.
Is he?
Yeah.
I'm being told he's going to Toronto for a game this weekend.
Yeah.
That stadium's a dump. I saw an MLS game up there years ago. What a dump. Stadium's awful.
But yeah,
But kudos. Go enjoy yourself. It's Toronto in the summer. It's a nice place. No problems.
Yeah, but going to a sports bar. Like I said, I'll turn on. I'll watch. I'll see.
I just want you to give it a shot because ultimately, seeing you as into the Spain game earlier, mainly because you bet Verde to tie, kudos to you. The point is,
I can't believe I was excited for a tie.
The point is, you
0-0.
You are American. Maybe you get into it a little bit. Listen, my team's not in it because they're a total embarrassment.
Wink,
So I'm.
How far can I go until I can just tap out and be like, I tried? Half?
No.
Okay. Whole game?
Why would you do that?
Just saying.
It's Friday at 3:00 and you have it off. What the hell else you got going on?
I got Juneteenth celebrations.
What's the Juneteenth celebration other than you don't have to work? No, I want to hear this. Is there a Juneteenth like Comic-Con? Is there some kind of is there a gathering you're
I'll
going
be
to?
watching Wakanda versus Zamunda.
That's not okay.
You should go to Toronto then to celebrate Juneteenth because on Saturday, I know it's not Juneteenth the next day, but Ivory Coast versus Germany.
Yeah, I'll join cookies. I don't know.
No, you're not.
What?
You do not want to be. He won't let you near him after what you did at the Michigan State CMU game. You turned
Correct.
him into a meme.
I did not turn him into
Now
a
he'll be an
meme.
international meme
I
at
did
the
not
World Cup.
I upgraded his seats.
Yeah. And then Eagle has landed, and you embarrassed him on national TV.
Embarrassing. He was the one dressed from head to toe in Central Michigan gear. Wasn't me.
248-539-9797. I'm happy to talk about the School Bowl stuff if you want, but I would like to know, did you watch the USA Friday night? Or are you just willing to give it a shot Friday? David, you want a couple of texts, and then we'll get to business?
Yeah, text here says, for me, this is like watching the Olympics. I don't know the rules for half of the sports, but I'm going to cheer for the United States no matter what. That is from Dan.
The difference is at least this is a sport that the world acknowledges. Nobody's here to talk about cross-country skiing or ski jump or luge or any of the other nonsense at the Winter Olympics.
Very entertaining to watch that during the
Okay, you enjoy that.
It takes everything I have in me to watch my granddaughter's soccer game. No way am I watching this.
Okay, that's not a fair comp. Really?
Not even close.
My God.
Zach says, just not interested. I did try to watch the U.S. first game. 5 minutes in, the flopping just took me right back out of it.
Okay.
They do it in the NBA. I don't want to watch it there.
Noted. We'll talk to the people. We'll do it next. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They're here to ensure you stay cool this summer. $79 AC tune-up and a free on-check when you tell them you heard it here first. And if you're looking for an upgrade, now's the time. You buy a new furnace or AC, you get half off installation. And the experts, they know comfort's not going to wait. So same-day service and 24/7 availability is vital. All work backed by a 5-year warranty, and they offer flexible financing options to fit your budget. So call the pros at Mastercraft today for all your plumbing, electrical, and generator needs. And for every power failure or seasonal shift, Mastercraft, they've got you covered. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, I'm getting to the people. We had a couple of guys who wanted to talk Skubal trade options. I mean, you can call back or, I mean, what do you want me to tell you? They're not going to deal them before the All-Star break unless they lose some more games. That's what it feels like. So you make a choice. Do you want them to win and crawl back into it? And then you're in a real hellscape of a choice, or just lose and free my summer. I leave it to you. They're probably going to win too much to do the trade early thing. Because the AL, again, worst AL of my adult life, and this division's a joke. And now no J-Ram, guess what? Cleveland ain't running away from anybody. And the White Sox lost 105 games last year. Pardon me if I don't believe they're just going to turn it around and win 90-plus this year. So, yeah, you could screw around and stay relevant, even being bad. So I don't know what to tell you. We'll go to Caleb, 97.1. Hi, Caleb.
What up, Mikey V? What up, Rico?
What's going on?
Watch the World Cup and ignore MSU, by the way.
We brought it up earlier, Caleb. I don't even know what to say. I lobbed it out there to see what Rico's opinion is. For me, that whole place could burn to the ground. I don't care. I'm just done with it.
Yeah,
it's a clown factory.
It's crazy. Luckily, I didn't even notice. I got to watch your guys' segment because you guys are who I didn't even know what was going on because I've been so locked in. But I'm like the casual of all casuals when it comes to soccer. Like, I tune in during the World Cup.
Yep.
I always, every summer, I'm like, oh, I'm going to get into it. Never do. But let me tell you, Friday night or Friday afternoon, this game is on. Took off early from work. I'm actually going to the Tigers game afterwards to see Nelly. I mean, the Tigers, yeah, it's all for the after-game concert. Trust me.
Well, I mean, it's the perfect musical artist because, well, his career is over the way their season is.
Oh, whoa. Calm down there, Mike.
His career's not over, Mike, but sure.
Who the hell's bought a Nelly album in 20 years? Go ahead, Caleb. We'll deal with this later. Carry on.
But yeah, I don't even care. Like, the Tigers are complete backseat. Like, I've had it on all day. I don't even care if I get there at the third, fourth inning. Like, I'm locked into the World Cup because I feel like it's the only thing. Because the Lions are so far away, and, you know, say what you will about them, but at least we have hope for them. But the World Cup's the only thing that's on that's exciting right now.
No, and that's the point. It's unique. It's here for a short time. And the U.S., look, Caleb, the only thing I could say, the reason it's been hard for this to ever take off here, the U.S. has never been in it with a real chance. They've never, because our best athletes do not play the sport. They migrate to other sports, but they've got a shot to make some noise here. And obviously, they're going to get through the opening round. I think they have chances to win knockout games. And that's been the thing that's really limited Team USA. So, yeah, Kay, I think you're right to do it. It's 3 o'clock on a Friday. And if you had the ability to get out of work and listen, Nelly will be there. Don't worry. Watch the game.
Unless it's a nice day out.
What else does Nelly have to do?
I'm just saying, unless it's a nice day out, and then you can go hang outside.
Caleb's going to
Also, final remark. I know you guys got haters out there. We love you in Detroit, Mike and Rico. You guys are the greatest show.
Caleb, if you don't have haters, you never attained any success. It is what it is, brother.
That's true. You're living it up. You guys are living it up.
Caleb, appreciate you, brother. Have a good time Friday. And you enjoy Nelly. You're the one fan left.
Actually, I gave a good show a couple years ago.
Good for you.
Nelly is done.
Thank you. I mean, honestly.
His last album was 2021.
Why don't they just have Rick James play Friday night?
He did.
Like I said.
He'd be much better.
Rick James hologram, Nelly. One's free, one's not.
You know what?
I'm just say it with your chest.
You like nothing. You like nothing.
I like plenty of things.
What? Like you shoot down every artist.
No,
like, this guy sucks. This group sucks. This guy sucks.
Let's back away from that for a minute. Just like when I checked on your emotional state with State, you got all butthurt about it. I'm not going to get butthurt about it. But hold on. When teams trot out has-been musicians, why do I have to like that?
You don't, but Caleb was going to enjoy it.
And I encourage him to do so after Team USA.
Nelly.
And by the way, it's a last place baseball team. That's kind of my leading indicator. Last place into Nelly, yikes. That's a tough combo.
The only thing you could think of is hot in here. That means he's done. He's done nothing since then.
What about Juvenile? I heard he's back in the mix.
And don't forget Air Force Ones. No,
exactly. He's done nothing.
I think it's a part of some Major League Baseball has
it's
a
the
concert
Sounds of
thing.
Summer thing.
Yeah, it's
I'm
a Major
just
League
saying.
Baseball thing.
Like it's never a modern artist.
No, Mike, it's because
Same thing like the Pistons. They had Sheila E. and her drum out there. I'm like, are we real? What is this?
That's fun.
In all fairness, yeah, it's the equivalent of the state fair.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
But he gave
Up next, the Four Tops.
He actually gave a good show. That's all.
All right, listen, are you going to be going to Sounds of Summer Friday?
No.
You have the day off?
I'm good.
What about World Cup Rico to Nelly fan Rico?
Probably not.
Okay.
You know what? As Steve Eiserman so eloquently put, no and no.
Rico wins. We go to Rob, 97.1. Rob, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, guys. I absolutely love listening to the show. I live on the west side. I'm from the east side. And all I got to say is it's nice to finally have a sports talk show in the afternoon that has a lot of stuff to listen to and be able to call in compared to the one we have over here. So thanks for that.
Appreciate you, man.
And
Thank you.
I appreciate it. You're very welcome. And just want to comment, Mike, I'm like you. Yeah, like the last caller was talking. Yeah, the U.S. hasn't really had much to play for in the World Cup. I mean, shoot, I remember when I was 9 when the U.S. played at the Silverdome in '94.
Mm-hmm.
And, it was a good game, and yeah, they scored 4 goals. And a lot of the guys that we have on our team that are, okay, yeah, they're not superstars over here in the U.S., but you look at them overseas, Pulisic plays in Serie A, a couple of the guys play, Weston McKennie played in Premier League.
Yeah, and Balogun could have stayed in England, but he got paid almost $50 million to go play for Monaco. He was
right, and the other thing is too, Balogun wants to play for the U.S. and I think the new coach, has a lot to do with it. And people don't think we're going to go very far, Rico. But at the end of the day, look at how they played against Senegal. Senegal's in a group with France. That Senegal and France play, I think, tomorrow or Wednesday.
Yeah.
And they played well against Senegal. Yeah, we lost 2-1 in the friendly against Germany, and people say, well, Germany scored 7 goals the other night, but they played Curacao. So I do think we got a chance to probably go, like you said, make some waves in the knockout stage, maybe go to the semis.
It would just be something fun. It would just be something. It would be interesting. And look, all we're going to be talking about the next few weeks is what? Skubal trades, Larkin trades. Right. Is Trajan Langdon awake? At least this is in real time, something we can all just get behind and just enjoy for a couple of weeks.
And
maybe.
It is. And after the 4-1 game, Rob, I'm like, okay, maybe they'll do something because normally they don't. And it becomes a waste of time. The women win. The men don't.
And it takes literally that one bet you did today. Yeah, it was a tie for them to tie, but that's all it takes for you to get into it. And with Mike over here getting behind you saying, dude, you got something to watch on Friday. It's exciting. A lot of these games have been exciting. So it's definitely great to watch, and shoot, we're probably going to see Messi and Ronaldo play the World Cup for the last time. I don't assume they're going to play in another 4 years.
No.
But I definitely think it's great for sure, fellas.
Yeah, and just enjoy it. It's Friday at 3, and you just hey, look, I don't have the day off. You guys do. If I had the day off, it's a part of my day. You just relax. Take your iPad outside. Yes. Dude, I watched the World Cup all weekend. I like the World Cup. I like soccer. My issue is, unlike when I was younger, I don't have the time I used to have. You have to have real effort to follow. Like, for instance, the team I like in Italy. It takes a lot of effort to follow them or to keep up on stuff. I don't have that. I don't have that in my life anymore. But I love it. Even growing up, World Cup 94, he was just telling that story. Buddy, every game. And I it was from World Cup 90 when it was in Italy.
Were you in high school?
Yeah, I was 13. Yeah. My first year of high school. But back then, dude, that was the golden age of this stuff. From World Cup 90 in Italy to, and Italy lost on penalties. Then in 94, and Baggio airmails it against Brazil in the penalty. But those teams, the World Cup was huge, man. And it was fun. I remember I had a poster as a kid. And it was maybe the top 12 players in the world. But on the poster, it was Valderrama from Colombia, Baggio for Italy, Jurgen Klinsmann, Dennis Bergkamp. It was just different, but you were a kid. You had more time.
You still got the poster?
No, man. That was, God.
I thought
I
maybe
think
you
I got
it
that thing in
framed.
like 92.
I mean, I thought you got it like the jacket you got framed. I thought maybe you got the poster framed.
No. But I mean, it just, look, and also too is like, man, I grew up around, the old heads, as you like to call them. These are Italian guys who would have a satellite dish so they could watch RAI and watch the Italian games from Italy. Like that, it was just, that was a part of it. But I wish I still followed it. Buddy, you know it. It's just, you only have so much time. Now, if the Tigers would just go away, I'd have plenty of time.
Depends on they won't.
No. They're going to win a bunch of games. And I know we're going to have to do a to trade Scooble or not to trade Scooble 248.
No, they will win just enough and lose just enough.
Yeah.
Just stay.
Just to jackhammer your balls.
So
Purgatory.
Let me give you this text real quick from Soccer Dork. He says, World Cup is the best. And do you realize it is mathematically possible for the U.S. and England to play in the knockout round on the 4th of July?
That's right. And you know what?
250 would be
We
amazing.
cannot allow them to get their revenge.
How long does this thing go?
5 weeks. Because your college football scumbags expanded this thing.
The 4th of July.
Hey, Saratoga opening day on the 3rd, and America tells England, blow it out your ass again on the 4th.
All right.
Woo!
Everybody shooting fireworks.
97.
Okay. Well, you know what?
How long does this thing go on?
And that's not even the end. All right. Well, you know what?
Oh, man.
Thanks to Mike. I got something to do. It'll be a great day. Maybe I'll go down in the basement and watch some World Cup Team USA. I can do that because Matrix Basements hooked me up. They took an empty space, and that was just a storage area for me, cleaned it out, came up with this awesome design, and now I got the basement that I've always wanted. They do the same thing for you. You've been thinking about it for weeks, months, let's be real, years in that paralysis. MatrixBasements.com. Let their award-winning design staff come up with design that is made tailor-made for you. You're going to love it. It's a strong return on investment. That comes with a finished basement as well, if you're thinking about the money-wise. But I'm telling you, you're going to love it. Your family will love it. Your friends will love it. Go to MatrixBasements.com right now. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.
I want to play your latest Larkin update. And this is kind of what we talked about at the start, and kind of why, out of a Latte Larry, Mocha Joe spite store, why I was thrilled that Larkin demanded a trade is I want Yzerman on blast. I want Yzerman to expose himself for either the genius that he truly is or the complete sham that this has been for 7 years. I want accountability. And it's kind of bleep or walk. And I dig it. Well, this is what's happening now. Now, David, I don't want to butcher this guy's name. What is it? Pagnotta, whatever it is. Kenny's not here today.
Correct. David Pagnotta, yes.
And where's this from?
So they were hosting a podcast called The Sheet with Jeff Murrick.
Sure. So the point is, it's blown up and it's gotten a lot of publicity. So we'll just take it that it's a popular thing. But he had his latest intel on the Larkin trade packages that you're kind of getting. And remember, just because Larkin has a list of teams doesn't mean teams aren't calling and making offers. So here's the latest. You can file this under the hate to say we told you so files. Once again, why does Steve Yzerman have a job? If you have to trade Larkin and DeBrincat, you are signaling a rebuild of the rebuild, which means you'd be 2 years away from being 2 years away. And why would Steve Yzerman be allowed to do that?
Exactly. Because that means you're going to be
terrible next year.
You know what? No.
Call it what it is, if that's how it plays out.
You're going to reach the 10-year mark.
But do you agree with me, short of an 11th hour star-for-star challenge trade, if trading Larkin is to get kids and prospects, you do not have a choice. You have to trade DeBrincat. That's the whole point I'm making. And then, look, I know what the next thing is. Oh, well, then what are you going to do with Mo Sider? Listen.
See, that wasn't my next thing. My next thing is, if you're going to do that for prospects, why are you letting Steve make the trade?
You're nailing it. And that's my problem in all of this. This is a failed rebuild. So you get two ways out. Now, Larkin demanding a trade took away one of your ways out. One of your ways out is you're going to go all in. You're going to weaponize the prospects you got. You will make a stunning trade. It wouldn't be your captain, most likely. And you try to jetpack this thing forward. When Larkin demanded the trade and gave you very few options, your leverage went out the window. Any of these fans trying to stump for Steve, acting like, well, we'll just make him show up to camp. Yeah, brilliant strategy, Spank. Have an $8.5 million player pissed and not suit up, and you do what this offseason? What message does that send to free agents? Other guys who have no movement clauses? You're living in a dream state if you think the strategy is to go to training camp and Larkin's here.
Well, I've heard, well, just keep him on the team and don't play him.
Brilliant.
And your end game for that is what? Exactly. It's like you can't bring him back at no cost. You're going to have to figure it out.
It's got to be done by draft night. And the problem is all your leverage goes out the window. So Yzerman can either be David Blaine and pull off a laser beam eyeball move, right? Or it's this. It's what we said from the beginning. When you go to a contender, they're not giving you their first line center. That makes no sense. And if their second line guy is the one being offered up, how good is he if they're willing to move off of him to get Larkin? And then ask yourself, okay, they don't want to give you the guy.
Right.
And they don't want to give you the guy next to the guy. They want to give you the other guys. And then picks and things. All those things shift the window, the timeline of it all. Because now if I'm entering a rebuild, how am I going to pay DeBrincat? And if I'm DeBrincat, no matter how bad I wanted to come home, why do I want to be here now? I didn't come here for this.
Exactly. And that just gives Yzerman more runway to say, well, I was this close. Guys, it was going to work out this year, but Dylan upset the apple cart. Give me 3-4 more years. Only here could he get away with actually saying that with a straight face and not being laughed out the room.
I'll say this. I mean, it's not hyperbole. If they trade Larkin and what they get for him is prospects and picks, and it's followed with a DeBrincat trade, good luck. Good luck selling tickets. Anyone who shows up to that, it's free will. You can do what you want to do. I just question your intelligence level. I mean, that's who the hell is going to be amped about a rebuild of the rebuild with the same guy doing the build. Oh, and by the way, we're going to trade Kosa too.
At that point, if you're going to go to the games, do it a la carte. Don't buy the season tickets because there'll be a lot. It'll be more.
They can do whatever they want. It's free country. I'm not in the business of telling people what to do.
Okay.
I can question their intelligence for what they do, but I'm not going to be the one telling them what to do. You want to buy it, buy it. But who would be amped about a rebuild of the rebuild? And it's the same conductor on the train that derailed.
You wouldn't.
That's craziness.
You wouldn't.
But that's where they are if the return on that deal is not essentially a challenge trade. And that's the problem. These teams are not going to offer you that. They don't have to.
And then, of course, he's not going anywhere, but you then question, why is he allowed to – why does he get 3 more years?
Who, Yzerman?
Yeah.
Because this
I know, but I'm saying
it's a
that's
ghost ship.
That's what it boils down to. If new guy comes in and says, all right, I'm going to make this trade.
I'm going to tear it down. We're going to do it my way. You buy into it as mad as you are.
Yeah.
This has been a sham the last 7 years. What's it resulted in? And as for all of the ballyhoo drafting, who's coming to save you? Who? What's in Grand Rapids? Now, you want to talk about the goalies, I'll live with it. This Slovakian kid or whoever took Kosa's job, and then Augustine, that's fine. But, guys, prospect goalies spin the wheel, man. There's a trailway of broken dreams of high-rated prospect goalies.
Well, I've been told Kosa was good, but he never made it up here.
Because he's not good. They're getting rid of him.
So to keep the streak going, flow chart.
Yeah, got you. Okay. David, any text before I take care of business?
DeBrincat may not extend this summer, which will definitely guarantee a rebuild. Yzerman should not be here for that.
No, and if you're DeBrincat, there's no motivation to extend here because ultimately you'll go to free agency. I mean, what's the point? I mean, if I'm him, I'd politely go to the team and go, guys, listen, look me in the eye and tell me this is what we agreed to when I signed here. Things have materially changed. I love being home, but guys, I can't do this. Now, look, if DeBrincat wants to sit here, never win another game, but raise his family here, God bless. The same way I'm not telling fans what to do, I can't tell the player what to do. I can tell you what I would do. There's no world I'd sit here and play for the modern equivalent of the Hartford Whalers. It doesn't make any sense. But if that's what he wants to do, and he can pick up the kids from school, God bless, go do your thing. But I'm just telling you, if I ran the team, I'd have to look up his movement clause. I'd be trading him. He wouldn't have to ask.
See, I think he just walks in there and he can pick up the kids, whatever. I can't be here.
I can't do this. This is truly morbid. David, go ahead, and then I'll take care of business.
A text comes in and says, yeah, why should Yzerman be here again? Someone please answer me that.
Nope. And I would love for the Red Wings to answer that. I would love for ownership to answer that, but you're never going to get that answer. So you just sit and wonder. All right, been thinking about upgrading your ride for summer? Check out Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row, and with great reason. Moran makes car buying simple. They don't bust your chops. Great pricing, quality service, no goofiness. So, you want a 26 Silverado crew cab with the V8, haul all your summer gear, get up north, whatever you want, or maybe the luxury of a Denali. Everything's in stock, and like other dealers, you get a free loaner with scheduled service appointments. So shop online at MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. All right, let Rieger plug in here. We'll get a couple of the texts, and then it's been a very spirited Tigers discussion with this man. Go ahead.
Regarding soccer, someone says, if I'm at the bar, I will definitely watch on Friday, but I won't go out of my way to find the game. Someone texting in about Nelly says, since Nelly is done rapping, can he swing a bat? He can give torque.
You know what?
To Mike.
No.
Great question.
I will pinch hit Nelly over Jahmai Jones. I don't even know if Nelly's ever held a bat.
Does he hit lefties?
Doesn't matter.
Is it left or right?
What did you make of the Jahmai stats I gave earlier?
They're ridiculous. I mean, at what point, like, the only thing I think is going to happen is you talk nice about your guy until you whack your guy, correct? So this is it. Houston's got lefties. So is it Jahmai's last chance? Because listening to AJ's comments the other day, I saw Cody Stavenhagen post this. He's like, well, he's hitting the ball hard. Well, every major leaguer hits the ball hard. And he's like, well, the team is set up this way, so was that a shot at Scott Harris? But I don't know because he's in on roster construction too. It's got to end, doesn't it?
No.
It does.
No.
Today, he's not in the lineup because obviously there's a righty on the mound. But they will pinch hit him, and I will warn you both. In fact, I will put a bet on the board right now. Jahmai Jones in this series comes up with a productive at-bat to drive in a couple runs against the lefty.
Because a broken clock is right twice a day.
And once
I mean,
the
my God,
negativity
dude.
reaches its highest, it's always a reset.
Because it's like the team in May, Jeff. They weren't going to go on a 103-loss pace. Just like Jahmai Jones is not going to go 4 for 80. Like, it has to end at some point. That doesn't mean you're good.
What's more offensive, though? Jahmai Jones, Zach McKinstry, Spencer Torkelson. I can keep going.
Jahmai. No,
Like,
it's Jahmai because
guys,
you have one job, hit lefties. And the problem is, even if you pull up 100-game sample size of Jahmai Jones, he hasn't been any good at any point at any time in 100
he's not
games.
a major leaguer.
And he seems untouchable.
Well, you're right. It's wild, unless AJ's just saying nice things until one day he DFAs him.
It also bothers me is, look, why am I looking at Matt Vierling hitting in the 3-hole? Matt Vierling, since the beginning of last season, has played 91 total games. He's hitting 209 with an OPS of 580. What? I'll say it again. Like, at what point is there enough data to get out of your binder and get into the game?
Well, it's going to happen again today because, Carp is hitting 3rd today. Green is 4th. Dingler is 5th. You know damn well.
How is the best catcher who right now is giving you
the
a Mike Piazza?
It's like AJ's trolling us.
Should be your all-star.
No, but think about it, because you know damn well there's going to be a lefty late in the game, and Jahmai Jones is going to be pinch hit for Kerry Carpenter, and then Jahmai Jones is going to end this game. You know it. And Dylan
honestly,
Dingler or Riley Green won't get a chance.
The way it works is Jones will actually come up with a hit, and then these guys are all going to tell us how smart they're. But what about the previous 100 games?
Well, he gets the hit, and then Dingler gets the final out. See?
Right. Well, he said that to Costa like a couple of weeks ago.
I know. I don't
Riley
know who's
Green
going to be
the last out.
The point is, when Vierling ends with 5 at-bats and Green ends with 4,
and Dingler's 4,
you did the lineup wrong. Period.
Well, the thing about Jahmai that I can't get past, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, but he's a 4A player. He's played in less than 200 career games. He had 1 year last year where he mashed lefties. And now all of a sudden doesn't work. Why? Because he doesn't have a track record. He doesn't have a resume. So get rid of him.
You don't get it yet. This is their Hatterberg. This is I need Hatterberg at first. When you are dealing with people, when you are dealing with people that are Mensa members, the hardest thing to tell them is they're wrong about anything. Well, I'm super smart.
How do you not see it yourself? Are you just that blinded?
Because
are you sheltered?
No. You see it.
You just don't want to believe it.
You think that you can fix it. You think that, you know what? This isn't going to be this way the whole time. Just wait. My way will work. Trust the process.
But do you know how bad you have to be to get a radio station talking about Jahmai Jones, the 26th man on the team that has one job and cannot hit a lefty?
It ain't just a radio station. It's people in general who follow this team. It's the question everybody keeps asking.
I'm just tired of watching it, man.
Why is he still here?
That weekend series against Cleveland, Torque swung at 2 of the ugliest pitches I've ever seen.
I love how he
and then Riley Green.
How did we decide that he has carte blanche no matter the matchup, but I got to have Cole Keith taken out of the game?
Dude, it's a great point, right? Like, tell me why Torque is going to hit either a lefty or a righty better than Colt Keith, or Kerry Carpenter can maybe hit a lefty better. Like, how about we find out? You're a last place team or second to last place. How about we find out if these guys can actually hit lefties? How about that?
Because they still believe they're going to win the division.
Well,
they
they're
still,
delusional.
no, I'm saying they just.
I gotcha.
Dude, you're dealing with a different group here now. This is not like grizzled baseball. This is Ivy League, Mensa. We're smarter than everybody. Look at that. Scott Harris at the end of the season with that comment is going to live forever. How did a top 8 offense become a bottom 8?
I lose sleep. I can't sleep.
Well, here's how. Because it was never top 8. It was fake.
Why don't you tell Scott Harris about your gummies that you take before you go to sleep?
I need them when I watch this
How about
team.
that? Hey, Scotty, why don't you and
just
Scott
watch
get
the
together? Scott, you should take the Dreamaways.
And I love baseball. I don't find them enjoyable. I don't enjoy watching it. It's
Well,
frustrating.
the offense is what's the word?
No, pitching's been great.
Yeah, I
can't make fun of the pitching. I wouldn't dare.
And the problem, though, is sometimes in this bullpen, like when you get like a De Jesus, or you're getting like who's the lefty? Why am I drawing a blank?
Summers.
Well, the thing is, as you
Summers.
said, with the pitching being great, it's why you could get rid of Schoolboy and you'd still be okay.
Good luck with that. I'll believe it when I see it. I assume you're doing a little.
Yeah,
Tigers
Wojo's not
next.
showing up today. He's too good for me.
Yeah, he's too busy writing the column about State. He'd never write about
I'm,
you.
I'm sure it's going to bash Michigan State. I'm going to ask the question of our 3 teams,
Who needs to make a
Tigers.
trade motion?
Who need? Yes. Okay,
There you go.
Go
We're
on,
out of
come
here.
on, come
David
on.
says you're number 1.
I love you.